equivalent of chlorophyll. So this is not even talking about religious books. This is pure science that we all did in school. So how can you now tell me that a white man lived as a slave for 400 years in Egypt? They will not exist anymore because their skin structure or texture does not permit them radiation. It doesn't. They know it. That's why in Europe today, Europe is it's called the temperate region. It's not even called the tropical region. It has less sun than the tropical region. In Europe today, they have the top 10 highest rates of skin cancer is still in Europe. How do you explain that? So that goes to show you that it cannot be the white man or the Palestinians, as you're saying. These people migrated from Iran, from Persia. These are Persians. And they're whitewashed Persians because the original Persians were also dark-skinned people. So if we're looking at it from just an Egyptian perspective, they spent 400 years in Egypt. If you are looking at it from an Egyptian perspective, have you ever had a white man in the desert before? It's common sense. You can't. Their hair cannot be the texture of what it is today under the sun. Samson had dreadlocks. The white man cannot produce dreadlocks. So how did Samson have dreadlocks if he was a white man? Ask yourself these questions. We're not just coming here trying to some outlandish claims. We're not just trying to speak for speaking's sake. We're speaking because there is a technical fact behind this. There is a fundamental error in the message. And what we're saying, what Chikazom is saying is this. If they have lied to us, they have read the book. And in the book says that he's a black man. If they have lied to us and they've given us a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, the next question you need to be asking is, was the lie intentional? Because they enslaved our ancestors by this. You cannot be more patriotic and more ethnic and more African than we are. We are African enough to research these things. And if you're going to be African as well, you will research it. You can research something when archaeologists dig a hole. Sometimes they don't find anything there, but they still dig. And if we're wrong, dig with us and say, guys, these are the errors. We're not right on every fact. I disagree with Minister on some facts. He would disagree with me on some facts, but we're together as brothers because we have a common purpose. If they enslaved us with a white book and with a book that they brought to us, they claim they brought the book to us. If they enslaved us with that book and they put the image of a white man and they made us worship a white man for 500 years, and we're now discovering that the man was not white, the question you should be asking is, why did they do this? Let him come from Ghana. Let him come from Sierra Leone. Let him come from South Africa. The fact is that he was a black man. He was an African. That's the point we're trying to prove to you. And then we can now narrow it down. Which people in Africa have these traits? I rest my case.
Let's save some of Ibini's.
So I don't take too much time.
Ibini's well. Thank you, Ibini. So,
sorry, 1 minute. No, not 1 minute. Let me just say one thing.
Okay.
Do you know when Russia opened up their vault that was locked for many years, they showed us something on the internet to tell us that the Jesus that was in the Bible is a black man? Why would Russia expose such truths if you think? First thing you go,
Bless you, sir.
Why did they open that vault? To show us, okay, Abi una don't do too much. Oh yeah, let's just expose this truth, give black people to know this is the real Jesus, is a black man. Why Russia, of all things, just to expose the NATOs and all of them all put together? You know, use anything to fight them. You go, open the vault, bring out the picture and show the entire world that Jesus was a black man. So which narrative do you think this man is trying to pass? Is an hidden truth. So if you feel like, I'm not talking about either Igbo, Yoruba, I'm talking about we blacks. Blacks is black. Whether you be Yoruba, you be Igbo, you be this, we all are black. That's
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so Rafael, let's give you some time to maybe do some research. Let me bring somebody else who may maybe, or do you want to say something before? I think Eliwidu wants to come up and she's also on your side.
Okay, I will drop now, but I will just tell you that even the Jesus you are talking about, I don't believe in it.
Yeah,
that's all.
That's okay. All right, thank you, Rafael. So, but take your time to think about it. So, Eliwidu, you can come up, or End Time Prophecies is the fastest fingers. I don't know. Okay, let's view guests. We have been, I think, Omi something has been there for quite a while. So, Omozopo, let's give you 2 minutes. We can make it 2 minutes, real quick. Omozopo, drop your submission, your question, whatever. Let's go.
Well, I would like to contribute in this respect of these Jews something.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the Jews today in Israel, they are Europeans. Mm-hmm. That is very clear. They came from Poland, Hungary, and Russia, and Germany also. So that area they call Israel is not the actual geographical location, because in the beginning, when they were looking for a place to establish the nation called Israel today, they went to Uganda, Kenya, and those areas. So later they abandoned that project there and shifted to the Middle East. So why were they in Africa, deep down Africa, Central Africa, and later they changed to the north part of Africa? So there was something going on. So if you look at those people there, that land, to me, that land was former ancient Egyptian land, Kemet. I've been to Israel. I went through. There's nothing spectacular there, nothing great. When I went to visit where they said Jesus was buried, I'm telling you, it's new, very new. You can date it back to maybe 1960 or 70s. They're just using it for money. I went to River Jordan. You go to those areas. There's nothing that makes you feel this place something happened. No archaeological digging of human skulls, there's no melanin there. But when you just go over to visit Egypt and say, okay, go to Abydos, go to other areas, go to Giza, you are going to see things. Archaeological things. Even you will see the mummies of ancient pharaohs. Now they are closing it. Before it used to be open.
The time is up. That's true. That's very wonderful. But the thing that
there's a lot of evidence there. These people today, they are not Jews. And the Jewish, this Jewish for me is a religion. They're trying to make it a kind of a DNA something. To me, Brother Chika, is a religion. Yeah. And it was carried to Europe by Africans. We brought it to the Europeans.
Thank you. Can I quickly ask my question?
Yeah.
Just to everybody.
Just a minute. Just a quick submission. Yeah, you're here already. We're going to bring you up next. So yes, he's very right, about that Middle East Israel. Another thing is, one of the things that make people, and that's part of why those whitewashings had to happen, and they had to deceive using the Torah. It's a very devilish thing to do. Have to deceive people using the scripture. So, but then when people go there by faith, in fact, first off, you have spent millions of whatever currency to go there, or thousands of pounds, and you want to believe what you have spent your money to go look at. So even when you know this thing is not adding up, you just try to, it's part of why the things are like that for the people that that go there too, and they don't really want to think about it at all. So Lewedu, let's have you. You're welcome. 2 minutes for your question. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm an atheist.
Okay, you're an atheist or atheist?
Atheist.
Atheist. Okay.
So now, and I'm also a Yoruba man.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Here's my question. Can you give me empirical evidences, archaeological findings that says that Africans or Yorubas, when you explain to a Christian like you can back it up with the Bible and whatnot. For me, you can't use that because I can just tell you I don't believe that. No disrespect. You get me? Now, can you give me empirical evidence, theological findings, nothing related to your religion, that proves this point that you are pushing Sub-Saharan Africans and the real Hebrews I don't think this will be difficult because I'm sure you've heard from people who don't believe in this. Like, it is important you are able to convince people like me with archaeological findings, evidence, empirical evidence. Thank you very much, sir. What's your response?
All right. So who's gonna
please, emphasis on no Bible verses. I don't want to hear that.
Okay.
Emphasis.
So
May I attempt, Minister? If you want me to go, I'm ready.
I know you're ready. What we'll do now, just before I give you the go ahead, we want to have two people who, who are for this motion and two people who are not for the motion online at the same time, so that there's still two free spaces for juxtapose. So let me let you have that. So because of that, we may need to drop one person amongst the three that are within, that still believe the Middle East thing, and then the vice versa. But while we are thinking, so if you see that you are shuffled, don't mind, you can still request or whatever. Let's go, Ibini. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brother Eliwedu, well, nice hearing from you. The first thing I'll say is, it's a paradox to find a Yoruba man that is an atheist. I've never heard that before. The Yorubas have never been an atheist. Well, having said that, I'm going to say some things to you. I'm not even talking about the Bible now. This is empirical evidence. It is impossible for this creation, this world that we're living in. Let's even imagine it's the Big Bang theory. There is a sun hanging in the sky. All of creation works with the sun. The sun has several rays. It's got gamma rays, it's got X-rays, it's got infrared rays, it's got visible light rays. The rays, the spectrum is wide, right? But the most important thing about the sun is it radiates. There's something called radiation with the sun. Now, you do not find any plant in all of creation using an umbrella. They bask in the sun and they glory in the sun. The reason why is this: they have chlorophyll. So chlorophyll protects them from the ultraviolet rays of the sun and the infrared rays of the sun, and also acts as a means of them producing sugar for their digestion, right? For them to feed. That's how they feed. So if all of creation, the animals in the forest, on a scientific level, most animals rise up with the sun and they set with the sun. Cold-blooded animals like the crocodile cannot do without the sun. They've got humps on their backs that act as radiators. So they usually can't hunt until they come into the sun and bask for like an hour so that their blood becomes warm enough for them to act. The muscles cannot work with their cold blood, so they need to warm their blood. What am I saying? You can't have creation and then have even the white scientists will tell you, you can't have creation, you can't have the sun. The sun is the key element here. And then have a being under the sun that doesn't have melanin. Now there's something, I'm going to take you into the world of alleles now, where you have dominant genes and recessive genes. Brown eyes is dominant genes, right? Black skin, melanated skin, melanin is from a dominant gene. Kinky hair is dominant gene. White skin is recessive gene, which is why a black man can give birth to a white man, which is what we call an albino. But you can't copulate two white people and then they'll create melanin. Melanin cannot be created. If you do not have melanin during birth or during conception, you're never going to have melanin. Now, the beautiful thing about melanin is this: every cell in your body is covered in melanin. I'll take you to the nucleus of the cell. In the nucleus of the cell is protected by a heavy layer of melanin, because that's the only way you would not damage the DNA in the cell. If you don't want to damage DNA, you create a melanated structure around it so that the light rays that are coming into it don't damage it. If it is damaged, you're going to have mutations. And mutations are when you have people with six fingers, 4 ears, and all sorts of distortions on the body. Now, if we're looking at the sun, and we're looking at the sun in correlation with creation, and we're finding that everything in creation has carbon, and the essence of carbon is simply to protect you from the ultraviolet rays of the sun, that means that the white man cannot be the dominant gene. It's just common sense. They've even done their research on it, and they call it alleles. A white man cannot be the dominant gene. He is the recessive gene, because melanin is the dominant gene. And when you can lose melanin and gain melanin. You can lose melanosomes and gain melanosomes. But you can never produce melanin if you don't have melanin. The white man has 15% melanin. That's why they need to stay in concrete jungles. The only people in the world that have Neanderthal and Denisovan genes are the white people. You won't find Neanderthal and then the people in Papua New Guinea, the Aborigines in Papua New Guinea. And there's a reason for that. It's copulation. But nobody in Africa has the Neanderthal gene and the Denisovan genes. And the Neanderthals and Denisovans were known as cavemen, the Flintstones. So on that basis alone, black people are the origin of creation. Common sense. It's science. I've not talked about the Bible. You've not heard me mention the scriptures. Thank you.
All right. You have used it's like your time 3 times over.
So the man has not still answered my question.
So no, wait, no, relax.
The question is,
no, relax. Relax. Wait, hold on.
Hebrews. That's the question.
Hold on. No.
It makes no sense.
I've been on TikTok for quite a while. I know how TikTok strategy works. It's easy for people to say things when your real name is not there, your face is not on camera, and I've heard this before. So relax first. So first, Ibini, thank you for your response. Let's follow this live channel so that you can know when we come up live next time. And then let's also keep the time so that it doesn't sound like we are being unfair to those who are spending less time. Now, you said he has not answered your question. I've done this many times before on lives and I waste my energy. Can you repeat to us what he has said, maybe in a 1-minute summary, Elewedu? What did he say? So that you can prove that he didn't answer your question or he did. Let's go.
Telling me about how the Neanderthals, yada. My question remains the same. If you can answer it, it's a simple start.
No, you didn't get my own question. What he has spent 3 minutes to do, he even spent more than his time. What was it that he said? Can you summarize it in 30 seconds? Yes, take your water. So can you summarize what Ibini said in maybe 30 seconds? Or do you need him to still repeat it for you? Or can you first summarize what he took the time and energy to explain to you? You're muted in case you don't know. Yeah, you said he didn't answer your question. I've read that, you've said it, but what did he say at all? Can you try to summarize it? You're muted. Okay. Let me assume that you are, okay, now you have changed to typing, but at least it's fair enough that you're not raising your voice or something. So take time, watch some of our videos, follow his channel. He's written some books on this topic. Read his books if you can. For me, I do videos. It's a lot easier to watch. So watch some of our videos, take your time, because it helps. I want to bring somebody else, so you can just go to the comment section so that somebody else that has your opinion can still come and also defend their own. Thank you, Ibini, for the time. So we'll just try to stick to the time given next time. So I think what he said, because I was listening, which I've learned something that I've not even learned it before, which is that what's that thing called? The melanin is the dominant gene, and it's natural with the sun, such that you need it to really survive. And then a dark-skinned person can give birth to a white-skinned person, or it's not possible vice versa. I've heard that before, but I've not heard it quite explained technically this way. And what else did I hear? I heard that, it's definitely scientifically backed up. And then it is with that kind of dynamics between a melanated and a non-melanated person, it is just fact and demands that the melanated person is the one who is dominant and who is the father, in fact, of all other races. So thank you for that, Ibini. So let's have some people who have studied, so I can learn something from the other person too, who may be on the other side. So triple A, I need somebody who doesn't quite believe this thing we have up here. Okay, who can, over time, we'll have people from Europe come on, is what happens most times, and they can talk. So have them come on. So if you don't believe this, there's a lot of people requesting, but I want to bring in somebody who doesn't believe this thing we have written here, so that we can have them rather than just talking amongst ourselves and we already know what we're talking about. So if you in that category, you can let us know on the comments so I can bring you up first, give you priority. Or let me just do it randomly. End time prophecy has asked. Let me just let her or him, let her come and say hi. So Akinshola, you're welcome. Let's see who else we can bring up. Do we still have more space? So yeah, so let's have Omo. Omo, can you Omo Zokpai? Can you give like your final submission? Because I saw you still have some more things to say. Let me give you a final, make your final submission. Then we can, if you don't mind, give your space to someone who wants to learn more, who has not seen these things, so we can cover more mileage. Omo Pai,
Yes.
yeah, go ahead.
So, but for me, the issue of Jewishness is a religion, is not a tribe. So it's something that was arranged, because if you look at the ancient text, if you go to the ancient Egyptian text, the coming forth of day and night, you will see the same story of Heru. You will see that Mary is Isis. You will not see Osiris. And you will see the Trinity there also, and the Virgin Belt. So the Christian religion of what we are trying to put up is a copy from this ancient text in Egypt.
I see.
So once we go further, even before Christianity, we have it in the Bhagavad Gita that Hare Krishna has the same story and virgin birth of Jesus. So for me, it's just a mythology. It has nothing to do with the real people.
See.
So the people today we call Jews, they are just convert. They have nothing to do with Africa. They have nothing to do with today Africa. They just came from Europe, and you can see it in them, their DNA and everything. Even NASA once said they left black and they came white.
Yeah, and
he will not accept.
Yeah, and I see the Egyptian prime minister at one time.
Yeah, he said we will not accept that. They left black and they came white. So that is my submission. So I will go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Omo. It's good to have you. So, so like I said, in fact, there's some things you even said I disagree with, but then at least we were able to hear his submission, so it's okay. But then, yes, but like I said, the Eastern European, I mean, Netanyahu himself had to change his name. That's not his original name. You know, he had to change it to what he's got now. So, yeah. So let's see who has not spoken. Osas is here. Sorry, who's that? End time. Is it Osas or End time speaking? Or Lord? Lord.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So let's give you 2 minutes. Submission, question, breaking, whatever you want to do. Let's go.
Okay. I'm Lord Listo. I'm from Ghana.
It's nice to have you.
Okay. What I want to say is, not necessarily all African, but we the West African, how we argue. Even, let me just quote some more. In the Bible, Jesus Christ said, I came for my own, but you don't accept me. It's the same thing. When you are speaking the truth today, some will just reject. Whatever the truth will be, not everybody can stand the truth. But you know the truth shall set you free from this mental slavery and everything. So what I want to just say is, make a recommendation that don't do the good work and you will be blessed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Lord List. It's good to have you. So yeah, that is it. If we just take the time, just like the brother Elewedu that came up, just take the time to learn things, just check the facts and see. So if I didn't have that TikTok experience and I know how TikTok works and how people speak, actually, not just TikTok, the same human beings, I would have wasted Ivini's strength again asking him to respond to somebody who is not listening. Trying to pour water on a dusk bag or polythene bag, it wouldn't work. So thank you so much, Lord Listed. So Osas, can we have you 2 minutes? Are you ready, Osas? Is it Osas?
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Osaho, is it? That is like an Edo name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is it Osaho?
That's correct, yes.
Osaho.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Minister. It's a privilege to actually come to your show. The first time I actually met you on TikTok, I was so happy to realize that I wasn't the only person who actually has the same kind of belief as you are, even as a Christian. Just to respond to the gentleman who is an atheist regarding trying to prove that we, the actual Hebrew people. I'm not going to take so much of your time because I'm just on a short break at work. First and foremost, I'd like to point out the fact, even in the Bible, Nigeria, as from the region we come from, is an example of what the Tower of Babel actually originates from. There's nowhere in the world that actually possess the characteristics of so many people speaking so many languages at the same time. Secondly, I like to talk about the monuments and statues in Egypt. If you've noticed, all the Egyptian pharaohs who were actually dark skinned, the moment they've shown them to the world, you find out that all their nostrils, all their nose, they've been broken. If you doubt what I'm saying, you can Google it, and you find that all the statues, all of them somehow, magically, they all have broken nose, and that has been done on purpose, because just trying to show to the world that they are of the other kind, not of us, trying to confuse us. And the map of Africa, the map is actually upside down. So where the geographical Israel, the Garden of Eden, that is not actually where it is. It's actually in Africa, Southern Africa. And thirdly, I just like to portray this.
Yeah, I think
the
alarm is because of your time. Yeah, I'll add more 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is my last point. Mm-hmm. If you notice that we actually follow the law of Moses, every 7-day male child is born, they're circumcised. We're one of the people in Africa who actually do that ritual, and we've been following all sorts of things, like when a woman is on a period, cycle, the laws, and some other food that we're not supposed to eat, and the whole 10 commandments we've been following them. And also the people who actually casted the bronze were the Benin people in the Bible, till today. They're the only people who actually cast bronze in the world. And when the invaders came to the southern part of Nigeria, those artifacts were actually collected. I'll just, because of the time, I'll leave it there, and for other people to actually discuss about that as well. Thank you very much, Minister, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the platform.
Thank you so much, Sahon. It's good to have you. So let's go to the next person. Let's refresh. Akinshola. Akinshola, are you ready? Akinshola Adejuwon. Okay. Let's have end time prophecy if Akinshola is still. End time, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's go.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. So first of all, I'm going to read the Bible. So those that want to run away from the light can run away earlier. I'm reading from Revelations 2 verses 9. And it says, I know about your suffering and your poverty, but you are rich. I know the blasphemy of those opposing you. They say they are Jews, but they are not, because their synagogue belongs to Satan. And I'm going to read 3 verses 9, Revelations 3:9 too. God had to say it twice. Look, I will force those who belong to Satan's synagogue. What?
Go ahead.
Look, I will force those who belong to Satan's synagogues, those liars who say they are Jews but they are not, to come and bow down at your feet. They will acknowledge that you are the ones that I love. Now, who is this Bible? This is Revelations, which is the part of the Bible our generation will fulfill, in case anybody does not know. And God is saying it to what? The Israel over there, because He already knows. He knows about them before whatever their plan to be at that side and claim what they are not. And another thing, I wanted to answer the question of that atheist guy that said, what is the proof about Israel? How do you know Israelites? Israelites are people that are rebellious. We are always going from slavery to slavery because we never want to leave. Israel has never seen an idol they don't want to worship. Israel has never seen a Baal they don't want to bow down to. And that is why we've been going from slavery to slavery. Which race in this our own knowledgeable time has been taken as slaves? Israel can be found in America, Jamaica, Haiti, the Caribbean islands. And because it is a tribe of people.
Yeah, 30 more seconds. Go ahead, please. You can do 30 more seconds, end times. Oh, I think she's was it the network? Yeah, it's like she just left immediately at the time. Okay. So is she back?
Akishola is here now. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, Mr. Akishola, you're welcome. Let me add to your time while we're waiting for him time to return. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. I stumbled on your site sometime, and you've been quite an inspiration. I am one of the old school. My contributions are quite, brief, and I just want to set them as a guide. We must establish all the convergences we are getting now. I've heard from Ibini, I've heard from you, and I know so many people are coming on. I'm excited because this is what I've been looking for since I read one book called The Bible Code by Michael Drosnin about 30 years ago. Evidential. I go with evidence because, like I said, I'm an artist, archaeological, art historian, so evidences are converging. Thank God for this, for technology as well. Everything is rallying to highlight one thing: the conspiracy of the last few centuries. In the last 500 years, there have been this conspiracy against the melanin skinned. And again, there is, I believe in a few theories, cyclical theory, like the Yoruba will say. Yoruba believes in one continuum, that there is no distinction between the unborn, the born, and yet to be born. I mean, the ancestors that have gone. So it's a cycle, and the cycle is coming back. That convergence is one making me point out the things to you. There is, all the convergence have to be placed in time, that is time, in the time that is in context. Then number two, in space, where did they happen? And then the actors. We are now converging, even whites, even the Caucasians, white, so-called white skin. Nobody is white, like nobody is black as well. We are all, it's a spectrum, like the autism spectrum. You have maybe 1% and you have 99. So we are all one at the end, all come from black, from this darkest color That is the charcoal described by Job, described by everybody. So we must try and put all those evidences as they come up. We have so much being done now with those evidences that are converging from everywhere. I think that's how the universe has designed it. It is our time in the cycle. I'm appealing to the young folks like you. Please permit me to call you young folks.
Yes.
A lot of you are young in age, but you are not young. You are oracles. Somebody like Minister, I haven't seen it, Bini, the way you guys have consumed information and education, it shows that you are not, this is not your first time in the cycle. You are much older than your age. I'm begging you, I'm appealing to you to please try and put your evidences in those compartments so that you can have understanding to deploy. When it was time for the Caucasians, they deployed. That was why they could hold us, the richest, the most powerful, to slavery in the last 500, 600 years. But it is turning. I'm excited to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like Ibini to respond. He's also within
Fantastic. I just followed Pa Akishola. I'm so I like it when I see adults that support us. You know, the Yoruba say "Tebaro moditun sokuta to sokuta." Àgbàlagbà wà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ tó ń folókòtà ẹ̀ láti sọ. You know, we can't do these things by ourselves. And Mr. Akinshola, usually Yoruba will say, "Moju bayin o, mo kin sa o." For those that are not Yoruba, please give me time to pay my respects to my elders. Moju bayin mo kin idobale ni mo wa o. We've done a documentary. I wanted Minister to also mention that, a 1-hour documentary on these things that I've been speaking about. I met the minister online, and I met him because I realized one of the things that I like is, regardless of what, I don't care what you researched on. I like people that have researched, and I find people that have researched extensively more contemplative. And I dove my heart to him for the research that he's done. I'm not saying that I agree with everything. I'm sure he doesn't agree with everything that I'm saying. But a researcher, like a general, always respects a general. I'm not a general, but I said that to say that a researcher would always respect a researcher. We're actually honing up, Pakishola, we're actually honing up a lot of things. We're putting a lot of things together, because I'm one person that is not just talk. I don't like talking. And that's why I don't have a live. And that's why I'm not interested. I'm not on any social media platform except from TikTok, basically. I'm not on Facebook. I don't do anything anywhere else, because I believe in real-time stuff. And we're trying to do a lot of real-time stuff. And with men like you, elderly men like you behind us, I believe that you are our wisdom and we are your strength. We can do a lot together. I'm up for this. This is my life's work. Our people are going to be redeemed. They're going to be reorientated. There's nothing going to stop it. There's nothing going to stop it. And the reason why is not because I'm not boastful. I'm not saying it because I have something to say or because I've been given the freedom to hold the mic. I'm saying it because of the research that I've done. It's beyond us to bring it to pass. If he uses us to bring it to pass, then that's fine. This is prophecy. Prophecy means that the words of the Creator will not fail. So if we align with it, he will bring it to pass through us. But it is going to come to pass without us or with us. That's certain.
All right. Thank you so much, Ibini. It's good to have you. So, Eshiongo, Baba Akinshola, thank you for coming on live, Ishe.
I'll just put in one short word. Another thing that you need to add to this, it breaks my heart. Because it's coming up again, every research, that you have no contest when your language is not your currency. Every discussion around here would have been from a place of superiority. Your superiority would have been established without you saying a word if we were discussing in our original language. And you know what I'm talking about. What I had people talking about Bantu, the Guinea sectors and all that. We had a language. Every inspiration, every power, apart from that melanin that cannot be taken out, everything we have done had been with our language. But you are speaking such fluent English now, and you are operating at 1% of your capacity. No matter how brilliant, Ibini, you're so completely fluid, And when I heard Minister with the young lady interviewer over, so a couple of months ago when I started, I thought these guys were well spoken. But I feel sad because your currency is not what you're using. So you will never be able to repay this loan that you have not taken and you are paying. You will never be able. How you are going to now turn the dial of this crystal to that, I don't know. Like Ibini said, you have no choice in this matter. You have been called. Shongo, when Shongo back when you don't know how you operate anymore. The thing operates through you. They've been using this in all the movies lately, the universe, all those movies that they've been cooking up in Hollywood. They are snitching. They're just thieving very small snippets of our heritage. They haven't even touched the icing on the cake. But I'm saying, I am happy. I am convinced, fully persuaded that you will get there. It is not by you. It is like Ibini said. You have no choice in this matter. You have no choice in this matter.
Thank you so much, sir. In God, let the people permit me to speak in Paleo Hebrew for a few minutes. In God, ibita ṣe ìwádìí mo bí ó tiẹ̀ máa yà í lẹ́nu pé a rí pé èdè ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi nǹkan hàn yín nínú kẹ́ tó lọ tó bá pẹ́ tiẹ̀ ní nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ máa fi nǹkan hàn yín sí. So let the people that are live just permit me to speak this coded language for a while. Máa fi nǹkan hàn yín sí. Mo dà pé ẹ tiẹ̀ ti rí nínú àwọn nǹkan náà àwọn fọ́nrán tá a ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀. A rí i pé nígbà tá a gbé ìwé bíbélì à ń wo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nínú ẹ̀. A rí i pé ìwé Genesis orí kìíní ẹsẹ̀ kìíní tó bá fẹ́ sọ ní èdè Hébérù ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́fà ló wà nínú Genesis 1:1. If you're saying it in English, ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́wàá ni. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. Tó bá fẹ́ sọ ní èdè Hébérù ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́fà ló wà ńbẹ̀. Nínú ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́fà yẹn márùn-ún nínú ẹ̀ Yorùbá ni. Ẹ ti rí yẹn náà tá a ti ṣe nígbà tí a ṣe sí abẹ́ tí ṣe rí nù. Ṣe rí ojú fọ́nrán yẹn báyìí mo ṣe fi hàn yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mo ń wò bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ kí n kàn fi lè hàn yín so that àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ márùn-ún yẹn rí. Àmọ́ in the beginning God created yẹn nìkan ló fẹ́ dà kó fẹ́ sáfẹ́rẹ́ díẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn yòókù heaven and earth. In the beginning ní Hebrew wọ́n máa pè ní Bereshit. Yorùbá dẹ̀ ní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn strong numbers ẹ̀ láti ti kọ sí ibà àwọn tó ní mọ èdè Hebrew, and this is modern Hebrew. God is Elohim la máa ń pè God tá a bá ń gbàdúrà láwa Christian. Singular ẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Eloha òmìnira. Yorùbá dẹ̀ ní Olúwa. Heaven ní Shama òun ló máa ń pè ní Hebrew. Ó tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó dà ipa yá yẹn lọ́wọ́ àwọn bíi Haúsá kan ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá máa ń ní àwọ̀ sọ́mọ̀. Hebrew adé ní Shama. And lédè Hebrew yẹn jẹ́ earth. Yorùbá ní àti. Wọ́n pe earth yìí wọ́n pè ní eret. Yorùbá ilẹ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ nígbà tó lóun ní tí Olúwa ní kí omi wá sí apá kan. Ilẹ̀ yẹn fún ìgbà díẹ̀ àtẹ̀sí fẹ́ dàbí ẹrẹ̀ náà òun gangan gẹ́lẹ́ òun nìkan tó ń pè ní eret níbà òun dẹ̀ ló wà níbi tá à ń pè lẹ́rẹ̀ lédè Yorùbá. Ó dẹ̀ pọ̀ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ títí òkèlè tá à ń sọ lẹ́nu yìí. Òkèlè yẹn gangan ló ń pè ní food lédè Hebrew. Àbá yìí tiẹ̀ ṣe pọ̀ àbá gangan tiẹ̀ làwọn aráàlú òkè máa ń sọ. Tí wọ́n ní àbá yìí that is Abba Father.
Àbá mi yá.
Àbá mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Àkókò lèmi ti wá ń tẹ̀lé.
Ó sì máa jọ ẹ́ lójú. Ó máa jọ ẹ́ lójú. Last ó máa jọ ẹ́ lójú.
So like that bá lélẹ̀ yìí ọ̀bọ̀ ló ń pè é lè wá dẹ̀ ní Kaabo àbẹ̀níyàn bọ̀ láti ibì kan ó lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ títí wọ́n ní rà ní Hebrew ní Yorùbá ní nǹkan rà bó jẹrà. So those are the words like that. So ẹni igbákejì mi yẹn náà tọ́ dẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lọ yẹn àwọn tiẹ̀ ti wá kó gbogbo Genesis 1:1 wọ́n ti fẹ́ yìí sí padà sí Yorùbá tán picking from this Paleo-Hebrew. So it's nǹkan ìyàlẹ́nu ló jẹ́.
Sorry minister mi ò fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ṣó mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ awo ni ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó dùn mí pé ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó dà kó ti lọ.
Ibi ni àbí ṣe tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lókè yẹn àbí o.
Tó sọ̀rọ̀ lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ tó wà combative báyìí.
Okay.
Tó ní òun atheist.
Oh, eléwédú àbí ẹ̀rọ eléwédú lọ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
Ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀
wọ́n pé méjì.
Tó sọ orúkọ ẹ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó lóun atheist. Ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa pé òun pé atheist ni. Ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ is an Ife aboriginal god. God of fire. Ó wà nù Hebrew. I have read the book of Enoch. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń fi hàn mí sórí yìí tó ń ṣe yìí wọ́n ti ṣe pé àti gentleman tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ Igbo wọn ò mọ̀ pé Igbo àti Yorùbá. You see, I work with the Oni. I'm Oni's consultant on Olojo Festival. And a lot of work on. I keep talking about convergence. When the convergence comes to become, gbogbo àwọn tó bá kàn wọn lè ṣe nǹkan kan sí. The scientists know this. Americans know this. The British is just that the custodians of our own, the original owners of the crystal have been scattered. What is that? But you young folks, I keep using the young with respect and with trepidation. You, because it's not about age now. Look in the muffin so. I want to jẹ́ olórí àjẹ́ ní Òkè Mẹ́sì. When my father who died last year was his friend was the Oba of Òkè Mẹ́sì. The girl was 12 years old. About 32 years ago when I went to visit that. She was just 12 years old.
Ẹ lè fi Yorùbá yẹn náà sọ àgbàdùn Yorùbá yẹn mo ti sọ fún ọ pé.
Torí àwọn tí ò gbọ́. So nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ fàyọ ni pé gbogbo bí tẹ́ bá jù sókè sí nígbà pẹlẹbẹ ló máa fi balẹ̀. So gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe yìí already ti wà ó wà nínú cloud ó wà nínú afẹ́fẹ́ ẹ ní òṣùgbà tẹ́ fi gbà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ìsìn ni and ẹ̀yin lọ́lọ́run darí ẹ̀ sí mo kàn fẹ́ nǹkan tí mo wá ṣe ń bí ilé ni kí n jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin lọ́lọ́run darí ẹ̀ sí o bóyá olówó ń di àbó olówó ń di ẹ̀ bóyá o ní
Minister, other tribes too are also listening to this stuff, and we are learning from Akinshola. So please, we are learning a lot. So please let him speak in. Even if not pidgin, we will still understand them.
Yeah,
and I just wanted to add some Yoruba stuff. No matter, but at least let the message be passed because if you speak for typical Yoruba. Now, only few set of nobody only Yoruba did this live. You understand?
No. I'm going to. I just want to sign out. I'll let Minister just go. I just wanted to drop my message. I'm just trying to drop a structure so that as you go, you will all know that you are just not talking. Even the owner of TikTok, if he knows what you're doing, he's going to take you out.
Exactly.
And these people are very sensitive. They are in the spirit. So, and the person who spoke about...
I've in fact gotten a flag, sir. Sorry to interject. I've gotten a flag already. So, so Chika, calm down.
They are very spiritual. So they know what you're doing. They are reading you in the spirit world, in the skies. I'm saying that please just know the structure. The tribe, the races, the ethnicities don't matter. And people talk about religion. They don't even understand it. But I want to make it clear to you, Minister, that all the things you're doing, some people have passed through it. And Ibini was saying nobody can stop him because he's a joker. He will be resisted. The resistance are listening to me, but they know they can't do anything to me because of what I carry. Once you are a carrier of the message, until your message is delivered, a train will run over you. You won't die. You see it in the movies these days. That's what is happening in the physical sense. So I'm saying, I know for a fact that every melanated body are from the same source. You are saying that now. Yeah. And I know that the spiritual powers that you carry are converted towards one essence, which is Olodumare. in the Yoruba system. If you look at it in Igbo, at the end of it, you look at it in the Edo, Ibini, you look at it in the former Jews that are far out, wherever they've been taken to. If they combine to their own language, the original language, when you look at it, thank God for AI. It is converging quickly. AI will rally the thing as quickly as possible in the next 2-3 years. That whatever way your arguments will reduce, because you will see that all the people that started with combat, that were going to, that were looking at it, they were confronting you, they are all landing in the same place at the end. So you see that your job has already been done. It's just that you didn't understand yourselves from the beginning. Somebody said Babylon is Nigeria, the man that was trying to speak Queen's English. It's okay. At the end of the day, you realize that, and once you realize that, then you will be able to do the deliverance. It's time in the cycle. I kept Ibn Khaldun from Tunisia or up from Morocco in the early 17th centuries designed that cyclical theory so much. When it comes to your time, nothing can stop you, and that's what I wanted to register. You are working on space, in the spatial, in the time, and in the actor. On those 3 levels, you are well located. And you say, you are from Akoko, I want to let you know. At the end of the day, you will discover the aboriginal, the essence of the melanin. Everywhere you go, the thickest part that causes, let me say, Toban Shogun, Ewe Kotokute Mafinje, Awon are the aboriginal areas, Ekiti. Those places that were there before the Oduduwa Ife started. They don't speak English. If you go to Akoko, witches still fly in the afternoon as we speak. In Ile-Ife, we told Oniano, the buyer of Oniano, when the accident that happened in 1986 or so, that consumed lives at the toll gate in Ife, when it was going to happen, one woman came to the Oni. I was there when it was testified. He said, if they do this, there's going to be an accident if a person will not be consumed. Over 100 and something people burnt in that accident. No single Ife was there because the Etutu was done. These people she was a school teacher. They went after that to look for her. They couldn't find her. It was a 23-year-old thereabout aged lady that came to meet the on Nishijuade. So you say you are Agoko as if Agoko somebody somewhere that is not known. I hear you. You will soon see that the real essence of the melanin are hidden in very dark and secret and unusual places. At the end of the day, AI or whatever they call it in the next 5 to 10 years will unearth everything. May God help you and help all of us.
Thank you so much, sir. So those in the house, permit me. You know the way our culture is, as Hebrews. We have this respect for our elders. That's why I've not set time for him. If you don't mind. So I've follow channel that is I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
So would ask those who are Adam Halam. So those that are there can join now. So Gita has not spoken. Let's see. Gita Rakor. So Gita Rakor, let's give you 2 minutes if you're ready. So let's follow Akinshola Adejuwon channel page. You could learn from him, etc. So I've put it up there for us to see. Okay, so Gita, are you ready?
Okay, so can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I wouldn't say like for the topic, I wouldn't say I'm like totally not in agreement. However, I would say like actually like the essence of the melanin and like our like special nature. I think it's something that I acknowledge, like even without like referencing the Bible or not. And I think yes, there's still this concept of syncretism, right, where a lot of religions kind of picked from a lot of people's practices and stuff, right? Of which, I would even say the Bible was very much like part and parcel of that too, right? So, I I think my main focus is more of I think is more as regards like understanding. Like I think there was someone who came that spoke about like from the scientific perspective, which is nice and it is correct in a way because yeah, we thought they like Western education had kind of made us think we are something else, but when they kind of always research about us, they find the reverse of it and find out that okay, yeah, the people that were kind of Neanderthals or so were like
Neanderthals,
it's
yeah.
not us. Yeah, sorry to use those words. I don't know if TikTok will flag me, but yeah. So yeah, and so I think one important thing is that I actually believe in like our kind of like our native like spirituality. I think that's one thing I need to emphasize, and I actually feel that people should embrace that rather than taking one that is kind of a copy or highlighted a lot of like our native practices we did, because that's what a lot of religions actually do, especially like Christianity, right? Right, where you see they picked from different concepts of different religions, and then just created an idea, and this is what everyone is referencing rather than the original source. So I think that's what I have to say. Yes.
All right, thank you so much for your time, for the submission. That's well noted. So yeah, we keep learning every day and learning. So it's good to always go to the source of things. So I just started reading the comments. Sorry for the time we spent speaking in the ancient languages. We just had to do that for a short time. By the way, we've had one strike. Well, I think Ibini, can you request again, or were you the one giving the strike? I was told one of my guests was given a strike. So Ibini, did you get a message? If it is you that got a message, I want to think it would be a Lewetu that did it, or probably their AI. So we'll just check for some of their words. And talking about that, that's why we have this.
Okay.
That's why we
I'm
have
back.
this. Yeah, welcome. That's why we have this chat rod. We need an African equivalent. So I didn't get to read your message when you're asking me to ask him to watch a documentary. So that's one of the things that TikTok does. It allows you to meet people. So let's check this app. Let's follow that app. That number one app there, chat rod. It's an African equivalent. All this censorship is just unreasonable. I've not seen any hate speech so far, but then they've given the channel a strike, which is not necessary. So let's have one F1 per person. In fact, 5 F1 per person. So we should have like 50 F1s. So let's tap the screen and let's type F1 and let's follow this channel. So when we go live next time, we can always see. So F1, let's go. That should come in like in drones, since everybody can type simultaneously. So let's also follow the host account and the chatrod account, so that you can go download the app. I mean, in the nearest future, if we can promote them properly, we might be going live there after a while. It will be too important and too necessary, and I pray that they keep being sustained. That's the app. It will be too necessary. A time will come when, information warfare, they will not allow you to discuss some things. So we will need that platform. So follow the chatrod account. It's an African equivalent. We've got this app now is Singaporean and American, initially from China. We've got Telegram from Russia. We don't really have anything for Africa, really. So let it be at least, even if it won't be a substitute immediately, let it be at least an alternative. So if they do anyhow, we just move. Not like we have to start covering the mouth to speak. It doesn't make sense. So let's do F1 and tap to 20K. We can still do another 1 or 2 hours. We'll try to touch on Enoch a little bit. Like that. So let's see. Chat load. Okay, let's accept chat load. So Git, I think Git just spoke now, right? Git, I think you just spoke a few minutes ago, correct? Git.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Yes, I do.
good. Thank you. So let's accept more guests. We just want to. If you
All
don't
right.
mind. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Git. So Those that want to request, you can request like right now, so that we can just fill that space, do another session. We touch, what's that thing called? We touch Enoch a little bit, then we are done for the day. Endurance, Yamo, you're welcome. So, Ara, are you able to come up to say hi? So I think I can see Eljo. Eljo can come up. Oh, Joel. Boy, sounds like Eljo, my brother's name. Okay, so let's have oh, this guy left. Okay, chat Lord, let's have you 2 minutes. Let's go. Chat Lord.
Good morning.
Morning.
Everyone. First of all, Minister, I want to appreciate your work. You're doing a great job and, enlightened not just me, a lot of people. It's really inspiring, the level of knowledge out here. So I want to talk, contribute to what I know. If you look at the biblical recording of the Jewish people, their beliefs, how they believe in the spiritual more than the physical, you'd relate it to how if an European comes to a bridge, they'll build a bridge and cross. If a Chinese come, they'll put stick and cross. And if an African come, they'll have to pray to God for God to, help them cross the bridge. As funny as those jokes are, but this is actually, if you look biblically, most of the wars recorded in scripture about the Jewish people, you see how they relied more on God for sustenance, for their way of life and everything. And if you look at the level of poverty in Africa, though we are rich, as the Bible said in Revelations 2 verse 9, you find out that despite the bad water, despite everything that's going on and all of that, we are the healthiest, living the longest. And it's not like it's the drugs, it's not like it's everything out there from the Europeans, from, sorry to use that word, but the people I'm talking about, so that we don't get flagged. So it's not like it's what they are bringing in down here that's sustaining us, but the nature around us, the breath here, everything, it relates to it's if you converge it to what the Bible has recorded all along, you would see the core similarities, and you don't find it in any other nation or continent but here in Africa. So this is something you look at, and from a very clear mind, you can really accept that indeed this is what it is. And also about the Igbo, we do call it Igbo, right? But from my own research, it's Bo, Ndibo, that's the word.
Old people, ancient people.
Yes. Ndibo, meaning that you've been there before.
And a quick one. Let me add one more minute. And that Ngo, you understand Yoruba, do you?
No, not really.
Yeah, that Bo, like I said, is also a Yoruba word for old. You got to Bo. You see?
Wow.
Same thing. It means old and like old, ancient. Go ahead.
So, if you look at the language itself, the culture and the tradition, you see similarities with everybody around us. So, everything they've been trying to do is trying to divide us, trying to make us believe what we are. We are not, we've not been there, we've been saved, they came to save us, blah. But we actually give them everything they had today. The Bible, the translation and everything, they got it from the pre-colonial times when they came. So that is the few things I have to contribute, and I must commend you. You're doing a very wonderful job, sir.
Thank you very much, brother. It's good to hear from you. Yeah, so that's just it. Thank you, child Lord. There was somebody that left. So let's have, I think the person I was about to call just left. Igbo migrated from Ilefe. Okay. Matured, yes, he is. So Akaragun. Akaragun, they asked you to come and explain how Igbo migrated from Ife. Yeah, Joel. Joel, you can come up. Or is it El Joe? Is it my brother? I want to listen to him. Okay, he's not my brother. Yeah, but yeah, thank you, Joel. Who else? So let the other person request again. So let's have Ayo, and we'll create more space now. Ayo, are you ready for us? Ayo, are you ready?
Hello.
Let's go.
Hi. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. And I want to commend you, sir, for your research and educating couple of us in this on this platform. I've been following you for a couple of days now, but I've been listening to videos, and to be honest, I'm wild, and it's really I'm also from your home state, from Ondo State. I'm actually from Akure. So I just want to commend you for all the effort and hard work you've been doing. And basically, I've been reading and watching different documentaries about similarities with the Jews for a couple of times, but because I am a Christian, and the sense of not agreeing with so many things do come in sometimes, and it's a real battle, because sometimes I have a WhatsApp group with my friends, and I'll bring some of the topic there, and some of them that also like to read and research, they will come against it, and some we agree with some few words of the Hebrews being Yorubas, and but in essence, I just want to say a very big thank you to you, and I hope this platform will allow us to spread this this word more because I know they are very sensitive, and they could take the platform down from you anytime from now. But I just want to say a very big thank you to you.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much, brother. It's good to have you. Thanks for all the kind words. So yeah, so Kamani, are you there? Kamani, are you there? If you're there, then let's go.
Hello, Minister.
Hello, is that Chikazo?
Yeah. Okay. I just want to drop something quick. It just came into my mind, and
yeah, that's fine. You can use the time there. Yeah.
Now, one of the basic, problem for everybody, this thing is just a little bit of an opener of the eyes. I believe the first thing a lot of people need to do, they need to understand the context of what we are talking about. Even before going into the part of the Jew, they need to understand they need to understand that there is a word called deception, the devil. They need to understand that pattern first before they even go to the part of African becoming a Jew. They need to understand how just like most of, if they need to go and watch your video, that's just it. They need to go and watch that video and understand, take more time to understand that video properly. They need to understand the Tartaria, they need to understand the millennium year, they need to understand all those things first. Then they will now understand the reason why the devil took our our should I say our own culture, our everything. They took it away from us, gave us a new name. Why did they choose to give us name? They need to understand that fact that the devil gave us a new name, colonize us, change everything about us, and divide us.
Yeah.
So if they understand the beginning of the genesis of that part from the scripture first, before they can understand the fact why the devil want to destroy everything about the Israelites. So if they don't understand that part, if we are dragging about this, these people are Jew, this one is not Jew, no, they will not get it. They need to first start from the Bible, understand the part where you're teaching, because what you're doing is a movement. They need to get that idea. Like that other guy that said he's an atheist, no problem. Go and watch your video, that's all. Let him watch the video. If he believes, no problem. It's choice. You understand me? So that's the only thing I can say. Anybody that don't understand, for now, it's common for you not to understand. You are just coming to a new idea, and it will take a lot of time to consume this information because it is too much for some people now. It will affect their brain. They'll say, why this person will say it will be this thing? How Igbo man will say it will be this one? How Yoruba man will say it will be this? So this thing, they need to go and understand first. Watch those videos. That's the only thing I can say for now. So anybody that they don't understand, just tell them to watch your video. Let them watch and understand the context of the whole thing entirely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for your submission, Chick, as well. So very important. So it's quite important. You guys can just go check some videos. In fact, if you have disagreements, questions, we can always have a look at it and modify, update the things that we know. That's why we learn. That's how we learn. So let's have AI. It's AI Kamani. I think AI Kamani.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hi. Thanks for having me. I appreciate the channel and the topic today. The topic is why I really want to contribute the Sub-Saharan Africa Hebrew issues, because I appreciate these points that because I've seen your videos on YouTube as well. So like the previous speaker said, people should look at those videos to get like a background, because it's very important when it comes to this topic, particularly that people have a background first, because when you just start coming in like this, because I've been into this almost forever. So I always tell people my journey started from when I was a child at the age of 9. That's when I sat down, I heard my uncle spoke about how we used to live in Nineveh. And he's a priest, an Oromila priest in where I come from. He spoke about this story, how we used to live in Nineveh. At the age of 9, I sat there listening to him say
Nineveh is Assyria. Is that the capital of Assyria?
Yeah. So, and that's around Borno State and all those regions. I don't know if somebody that's from there that's confirmed it. So, my conversation today, I just want to please beg anybody that is on this platform or that's into all this topic. I've done it for years, but I think it's about time we start trying to take it out of this platform issue. Special thanks to you and others that are doing it, because in anything in life, it's the leadership that leads. Because we can do all this for as long as we can, but we come from where it is like everybody listen to the leaders. So if the leaders don't start speaking these things out of their mouth or from their own platform or from their own palaces or offices, it will be very difficult for people to take it in. I've been told by my own family to go and join Jewish people if I want to leave. So that's how bad it is. So people will never accept these things except somebody said something before. I want to make a point on as well. We can actually find traces of who the tribes are all over the place. You just have to look at what they say and how they do their culture and their traditions. So I think this is where we need to try and make our traditional leaders see where they need to come in, and we need to put this information in front of them. I know a lot of archaeological sites in our land that we can go to and use archaeology to verify these things. So I think that is the next step I think we should take. I'm trying to see how I can do my own part, because I don't think talking to just, I don't want to use the word common people, I'm not really talking down on anybody, but I think trying to convince common people is going to take a longer time.
Yes, it will.
So I think when we start to give this information, I have a lot of information that I've documented and pinpoint places that will put this thing in front of our leaders. Let them look into it. Undeniable information, indelible truth that they can see and that can be proven, like archaeological sites. Then we then take it from there. And when they start to speak about it, I think then people will have greater number of people not change their mind immediately, maybe start to look at these things from a clearer mindset, other than, like I said, I've had people in my own family tell me, go and join Jewish people and go your way, since you want to be like Jewish people. So people still have that mindset. So it will take longer for those people to change. Even people don't even have watch your programs on YouTube and you talk about Bible, and I'll be praying that people actually go and read the verses you are talking about. I'll be praying in my heart. But I know it's very difficult. People will still read it and still have doubt. I tell people that the word Benin is in the Bible. You can find names that will sound like Yoruba names in the Bible, Igala names, Ijaw names, name it. They're all in the Bible, they're all over the place. But they will still find it difficult to go and read it. So I appreciate your effort and other people as well. And I hope people key into this and do more research. Don't take this at face value, because if somebody comes to your platform and you think you are doing it just for platform's sake, if people go to my platform and I don't have anything on it anymore, I've been doing this for the past 10, 15 years. So I think at the moment I want to try to take it to another level, which is try and put this information in front of our leaders. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. So we are on that also, on my own end and on Ibini end. I'm sure he'll be excited to hear this also. So that's basically the next thing, such that things get a little quite more official. But what part of Africa do you come from? What part of Nigeria do you come from?
Oyedoyin.
Sorry?
Oyedoyin.
Is that in South? Is that in Benin?
Yes.
Benin, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's great. That's wonderful. And I usually tell people to put aside this Yoruba, Benin, Igbo, that is like a narrow view of this thing. It's broader than that. It's a lot bigger than that.
It's not, to be honest with you, not sorry to cut you short. It's not even about being those tribalistic. I think what it is that we are known because of what one of the speakers said, because of this new demarcation of maps and all that, and political issues. It's more political, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
Because I spoke to an Igbo guy. I said the reason you all call yourself Igbo was for political reason. Because people wanted to have larger group as the new democracy system come and say for population rule. So people start to group themselves together to have larger population, so they can have political voice. So I think all those actually have part to play in it as well. But I think with time, when this information start to come out more and more, people start to go into their own mind and read, because it's documented. Like I said to somebody the other day, I said the Bible said their hands will testify against them. So you go and read the testimony, and the testimony is in the Bible. Everything is documented, is there. You just have to have the mind to be calm, and like people say, they seek the spirit or whatever. Yeah, it's your own spirit. Tell your spirit to show you the truth in the Bible, and it will show you the truth is there.
That's great. I answered Chat Lord. Chat Lord is asking me a question down there. I'll answer that shortly. So Ibini, I'm speaking to Ibini. Are you still there? Let me give you
I'm here.
Yeah. Let me give you maybe 3 minutes to talk with him on live, because that's with I Kamani on this leadership thing, because it's very true. We can stay here and argue all day and nothing changes. Just a few people will be inspired, that come around, and that still works a little bit. But we need to get it central. We need to get it mainstream in that sense. So to the extent that you can share with him, can you share with him some of the things that you are thinking about, to the extent that you can share in public? Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Mr. I Kamani, I hear you mentioned that you've been at this for 10 to 15 years. Man, you're a general in this cause. So we honor you greatly. We honor you greatly. And thanks for keeping hope alive. It's not easy because your mentality, your psychology, your person, your spirit, all those things are defeated by people just constantly bashing you, and telling you that you're crazy. I can imagine what you would have gone through because I know what I went through. But this is what makes a man a general ultimately in life. It's the battles that we face that carve us out to be exceptional human beings. So 10, 15 years, I just visited your page very briefly. I'm honored to know you. Now, as Minister has said, we're forming some form of alliance. And I'm not much of an online person. You won't find me online, Instagram and all these things. People have opened pages for me, but I don't do it. I'm more of a real-time person. And I was talking to Minister about some things that we need to do. First and foremost, we have a documentary out. It's a 1-hour documentary. And what I'm doing is I've authored 8 books. I've published 3 on my foundation's website. So people can go there and read those books. But ultimately what we're doing is we're producing, because I know that people have a lot of work to do. They're eating, they want to eat, they want to work, they don't have time. So we're producing documentaries so that people can sit down in the comfort of their homes and watch documentaries from the beginning to the end. And through, like you're watching your Netflix, and through those documentaries, you can come to realize the truth. And so we're also hoping to partner with a lot of foundations, with a lot of businesses, and with a lot of people. And we're going to be going into the public space. We're going to be showing these things in the public space. We're going to let people see these things in the public spaces, right? And we're also going to be sending this information also to people that are in government, letting them know. Because if we say that we're the Hebrews, we're not just the only ones that are Hebrews.
You're not going to believe
the people in the government are Yoruba, they're Igbo, they're Hebrews as well. So we need to get them involved. And they need to realize that this is not a political movement. This is just a couple of people that are seeking truth. They're trying to correct history, which is archaeology. So the archaeology we're doing now is simply the archaeology of the mind. People do archaeology of the ground where they dig out stuff. We're going into our brains and we're digging out information based on the information that we've been given. So we're not against anybody. We're not antagonistic to anybody. We do not care about anybody's claims. We're not trying to disprove anybody's claims. I like I said to Minister, I joined the atheist clubs. I joined the Sheshe clubs. I joined everything, not to practice what they practice, but to participate, so that helps me to also have the culture of being able to listen to somebody that doesn't agree with me. Most of the time, the problem with people is once they have a mentality or a mindset on something, they're not mature enough to receive something else in. They cling on to it. And that's not a sense of maturity. And that's not even a sense of a researcher. Those people become brick walls because they're unlearned. They're truly unlearned. When you find anybody that is obstinate to what you're saying, the obstinacy is because this is what I've been told. I don't want anything else to enter it. That shows a mind that is not advanced. An advanced mind can listen to anything and tell you, I will take this one and I will not take this one. You get information from diverse places. I've gotten information from atheists. I know how to talk to an atheist. I know how to answer an atheist question because I've listened to an atheist. I know how to answer.
In a room full of Muslims and speak to them, you think they will kill me the next week with their friend.
Yeah, exactly. And that's dynamism. So that's your 10, 15 years. Because you put 10, 15 years, I didn't start like that initially. That's why I'm more empathetic with people. Because I also was a little bit, when you have all this, I have this knowledge, pride, arrogance, and all that. But the vicissitudes of life, the pressure that the Creator put me through, made me throw all those things away. You're not going to deliver people by being forceful with them. They're children. They've never taken meat before. Why give them meat? So these are the things that we're going to learn. But what I keep saying is this. You, AI Kamani, you can join Minister and I on a private chat room. Let's begin to build a think tank. Men that can sit down and look at their own theology and change their theology based on new information. Because we cannot expect people that are joining us to change their information based on what we're telling them if we are not also dynamic enough to change our information. One of the reasons why I like Minister was he made a statement at some point on one production that he was on. He said, I stand to be corrected. If there's new information that says that I'm wrong, I'll accept it. That's a man. Now, to the Isheshe people, right? I respect them. There are a lot of things that Akara Ogun, I've met him before. I've had a conversation. I've been on a group with him before. They didn't let me talk. I still am on that group. I laugh with them. I play with them. Sometimes they insult me. They call me all manner of names. A bastard, Yoruba boy, all sorts of things. But this was some time back. Today we're friends. We're all having a good time. I respect Akara Ogun. I respect everybody. Because everybody comes to the truth at their own time. What our duty is to guide them to the truth. Let me give you an example. The thief on the cross. Matthew didn't come in. He came in after Matthew, Mark, Luke, John the Beloved. He came in after all these guys. But he was the first person to enter paradise. He must have been hearing the preaching. He was still stealing when he was hearing the preaching. So it will be very, very wrong for us to assume that because we started the race, we're going to finish it. And that we are better than the others. The first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. In our own kingdom, we who are trying to be the leaders are the slaves of these people. And I've been warned, you are slaves to these men. So they will annoy you, they will irritate you. Remember that you serve me. If you serve me, you can only serve me appropriately by serving them. And that perspective changed my interactions with people. Insult me, abuse me, I will be hurt by it, but I'll come back. I don't want to come back, but I'll come back. So if Kamani, if you can find a way of me having a conversation with minister on a private level, we can sit down outside TikTok and begin to cut out the meat of this, because all these things that we're doing is just the milk. It's still the milk. The meat of this thing is building an ecclesia. That's not a joke. The 10,000 men can build it. And he says, I will build my ecclesia, not church. I will build my ecclesia, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. That's the valley of the dry bones. We are the valley of the dry bones. The idea of the dry bones is that we were dead in our consciousness. We did not know who we were. That's why the Bible says that where they were not called the people, there shall they be called the sons of Elohim. And that's happening now. But it takes men that can make things happen to come together. We have to come together. If they've taken these things away from us, if we're going to get it back, we have to come together and strategize. When the creator deals with me, or he keeps on asking me questions, what would you do? He doesn't spoon feed you. He's not a father that will spoon feed you. He'll tell you, go and sort it out. And then I sort it out. If I fail, I come back. I think it didn't work. So go and sort it out again. And then I've started to learn to be independent, not independent of him, dependent on his wisdom, but independent in knowing that if I know how to connect with him, everything has been given to us from before the foundations of the world. We are men. That's why we are men. So I yield. And nice to meet you, sir. I appreciate you.
I appreciate
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just to give a little snippet, he is working, Ibini is working on, public-private partnership where at least there can be some of the ancient sites will be revived as real tourist centers, unlike the fake thing they're doing in the Middle East. So some things like that. So you can just do a
Can I
DM.
just add, please, to what you said before I forget? Tradition our tradition will play a big role in all this.
Yeah.
Because most of what we do as tradition, the ancient past is encoded in it, and even the people that are doing the tradition don't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could tell from some traditional people that I know, there are some things they do, but there are bits and bits of things of this kind inside that they practice. But like, for example, from Edo State, the name in Israel that you call priest is Kohen. In Benin, a priest is Ohen. So if you remove the K, you have Ohen. But the chief priest in Benin that is called himself an Ohen will never accept this story, regardless of the fact that there's a similarity between the two names. So those kind of people, we need to enter them with this information and leave information with them that they will go and dissect on their own, and they will see the evidences for themselves. And the group that you're talking about, I have no problem with building anything with anybody, but I'll just let you know that at the moment I was going to talk about it on the other day on the platform. I'm writing a book that I've titled 13th Tribe. And it's not just about the tribal issue. It's about the the disorganization that started in the 13th tribe. It's not actually 13 tribe. There's a reason I added one to make it 13 tribe. So what I'm trying to do with that story is where the problems start from. So I think if we are going to do any organization, we should try to also add this bit. We should let our people know where the problem started. It's like a doctor. We want to give them a piece of the diagnosis. Like, where is this thing come from? This is where it started. This is how it started. So that you can know the pain. Also analyze the pain it has caused. Because I always tell black people, I say, Oyibo man go do counseling if anything happened to them. Nobody counseled us after what happened to us.
Very well said.
So we need to now learn how to reprogram ourselves, cancel ourselves. So to bring this healing, and just to add to what the bros was saying before, we don't need to read books. Our ancestors are not stupid. They left everything in our DNA. There's this new research I found out recently. It's called Ghost DNA in West Africa. They don't know where this DNA in West Africa come from. So our ancestors, I read it, I was laughing. I said, "No, go smart past our people. I never knew anything." So because when many of us give, I was telling to somebody the other day, you must have known about, if any of you have kids, when you have a child here, the top of your child here, it looks like he's breathing. I don't know anybody here know.
Yeah.
So if you must know, you can encode things through that means, through that place, into a child's DNA. It's just words. You go encode words through that place into a child's DNA. So these are things we need to bring back. Most of these I'm talking about now, you must have remembered technology. When a child is born in the 8 past, they will put a cotton wool on top of his head. I don't think they do it anymore now, because they don't even know what it means. It's like putting a clean, a pure thing there, because that is the seat of the soul. But I don't think many people know why they do it. So all those things, we need to know where it comes from. Like I said, the healing need to come by we reconciling ourselves, and this information, like I said, is coded in our DNA. It will comfort on its own. We don't need to fight for it.
That's great. Thank you so much for your submissions. Let's have AAA. So you can do me a DM. So I'll link you up with Ibini and you see how you can work in. Hey, are you ready?
Hello, Minister. You want me to talk or?
Triple Man A is the one trying to speak.
Triple Man.
I think it's just the network. Okay, I want us to read at least, if possible, just one chapter before. But maybe Triple Man just wants to listen also. But Chikazo, if you're ready, if you have something to say, let's go. 2.5 minutes. So that we'll just touch scripture a little bit. Chikazo, your time is on, yeah?
I really like what the other guy, the AI Connie, said. And I think I buy that idea. Because it's not all about talking or saying all this on the platform. It's also by also going straight to that particular place, making more research, physical research. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
So making more research and then finding artifacts. And I think, was it this month or last month or 3 months, they found a particular score that is dated back to like thousands of years in the Yoruba land. And the archaeologists, like few months ago. And it shows, I think they showed it on BBC, CNN. I think they did that stuff then. I think they went to Ileife. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's Iweliru, yeah.
Yes. So these things are very. It is not easy to say, but it is something that can like what you're bringing now, it's like a new ideology. They know people will fight you because people will, especially the other religion, both the Christian, both the this, and they will judge you. They will, but if they can find a physical proof, the physical river. But the most important thing is to pass the information. Just like you said, River Niger is the Euphrates River, right? Or River Pram, or something related to that.
Yeah.
Do you know you don't even need to prove anything? Show them that River Niger. You don't need to do anything. Show them the River Niger. And if you can do a pure documentary, I tell you, if you go to Anambra State in Aguleri, they will give you more light about the people of those Jew people. They will give you more information. If you still take that video based on your own research too, you go to the Yoruba land, find out more about so and so and so and so. Even if you don't have an archaeological proof, they have artifact they found. Go to that video. It is far back dated as thousands of years. Those things are part of the proof that Yoruba have existed years before that time. Do you understand me? You don't need to show any facet proof. You understand me?
Yeah.
Because we're not there. This is just a new light, and we're trying to start up a foundation from it. All those places you notice, okay, just like somebody said, the Babylon, that thing struck my mind. The language, a place where they have over 300 and something languages. And if you imagine that in one location, it is something you have to think about. Only one setting, then get over how many languages to show you there is something special about those people. So I think that's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yes, we're about to just read. So after we read a little bit, we'll just take one last tranche of guests. But reading is usually very exciting. In fact, my mind now I want to read just two, but just two chapters. But we might end up going further. Now we started from chapter 8 maybe 2 days ago or 3, but then I want us to just quickly run back to the previous chapter 1 and read it towards 8 again before we continue. We stopped at 20 yesterday. So chat Lord, your question, the Holy Spirit, yes, Holy Spirit is still around. I've heard it too before that when Jesus comes, Holy Spirit will no longer be here. But I think it's picked off of one scripture that he'll be here until he that letteth will let him, something like that. I'm paraphrasing. So, but then there's no other scripture of which they had to almost interpret from that scripture to come to that. Oh, is the screen upside down? No, it's not. I think it's just the stuff I brought up. So the Holy Spirit apparently has not left, or if he left, it's just during that time of when some judgment needed to be made. The Holy Spirit is definitely around. So I don't know if that answers your question, chat Lord. Before we read 1 or 2 chapters from Enoch. Reading it would whet some people's appetite, cause them to want to read more, but it's usually very interesting. All right, thank you, chat lord. So let's go. God, we ask that you guide us as we read your word and help us see beautiful things from your law. In Jesus' name. Chapter 1. This is Enoch chapter 1. The word of the blessing of Enoch, how he blessed the elect and the righteous who were to exist in the time of trouble, rejecting all wicked and ungodly. Oh, he swapped. You're correct. It's laterally inverted. Let me correct that. I just checked on another device. I noticed that. See, this their app again is doing funny stuff. I'm trying to knock that off the screen. Is it so hot or why is it going on? Okay, so I'll try to correct the lateral inversion. That is funny. Okay, Control Alt arrow. Okay, let's try that. See if that works. Before that, let me see the effect. Control Alt arrow. Let's see. Okay. Oh, maybe because I'm not on that page. Let me do it on the TikTok page. Let's close this. Okay, it corrected yet? Not yet. Control Alt arrow. See if it works. Not yet. Since having some funny, just put something on the page and it's not taking it off. Okay, let me try from here if it's gonna take it off. Okay, let me do it from here. Center to screen, rotate, flip. Okay, let's see if it's corrected yet. Not yet. I found how to correct it to be result in a few moments now. Flip horizontally. Okay, I think it's corrected now. Okay, thank you for the comments that showed us. So usually it's interesting. Sometimes it may be boring. Please, I want to add something very important. Unique arrow light. I'll ask you a question real quick. Unique arrow light. Okay, thank you so much, Ibini. It would be great to have you again later. Thank you so much. So let's see. Unique arrow light. Ask your questions. You can type it or you just request real quick. Unique arrow light, if you can hear. The word of the blessing of Enoch, how he blessed the elect and the righteous who were to exist in the time of trouble, rejecting all the wicked and ungodly. Enoch, a righteous man who was with God, answered and spoke while his eyes were open. So we are reading the book of Enoch to everybody to hear, to see. And this is verse chapter 1, verse 1. And while he saw a holy vision in the heavens, this the angels showed me too. From them I heard all things and understood. Now he's the one speaking, I believe. What I saw, that which will not take place in this generation, but in a generation which is to succeed at a distant period, on account of the elect. Upon their account I spoke and conversed with him who will go forth from his habitation, the Holy and Mighty One, the God of the world, who will hereafter tread upon Mount Sinai. So that mountain has had that name for as long as Enoch's time. Appear with his, let's keep reading. appear with his host and be manifest in thee, sorry, in the strength of his power from heaven. All shall be afraid, and the watchers be terrified. Great fear and trembling shall seize them in the ends of the earth. The lofty mountains shall be troubled, and the exalted hills depressed, melting like a honeycomb in the flame. The earth shall be immerged, and all things which are in it perish, while judgment shall come upon all, even upon all the righteous. But to them shall he give peace. He shall preserve the elect, and towards them exercise clemency. Then shall all belong to God, be happy and blessed, and the splendor of the Godhead shall illuminate them. Chapter 2. Behold, he comes with 10,000s of his saints. Now, this is the part of the book of Enoch that is in the book of Jude. Behold, he comes with 10,000 of his saints to execute judgment upon them that destroy, upon the wicked. So just for reference, let's quickly put it there. Jude chapter 1, verse 18, I think. KJV. That's the part of Enoch that was quoted. Want to ask, you can ask your question. Just drop your question, unique Aralite. Okay, so let's just read that one real quick. So look at verse 14 here. Jude 1:14. Just made it bigger. I want it to be like this. And Enoch also, the seventh from Adam, prophesied these things, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints. So this is that part that is quoted in Jude. Sorry, that's why most people usually would accept the book of Enoch as scripture. So that's that part that was quoted before. To execute judgment upon all, and to convince all that are ungodly among them of the ungodly deeds which they have ungodly committed, and all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. So I think this is a part of the Bible that has the highest number of ungodly in one verse. But if anybody asks you what was that, it's in Enoch chapter 2, verse 1, is where was quoted in the book of Jude 1:14. It's Enoch 2:1. Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000 of his saints to execute judgment upon them, and destroy the wicked, and reprove all carnal for everything which the sinful and ungodly have done and committed against him. Chapter 3. And all who are in the heaven shall know what is transacted there. They know that the heavenly luminaries change not in their paths, that each rises and sets regularly, everyone at its proper period, without transgressing the commands which they have received. They behold the earth and understand what is there transacted from the beginning to the end of it. They see that every work of God is invariable in the period of its appearance. They behold summer and winter, perceiving that the whole earth is full of water, and the cloud and dew and rain refresheth it. Chapter 4. They considered and behold every tree, how it appears to wither, and every leaf to fall, except of the 14 trees. So someone can drop the chapter and verse we're reading, so that people that are just joining will know. My first question is, what is the real name of Christ in our Hebrew language? It is Yahusha. Okay, it's Yahusha. But then the name Jesus seemed to be the new name he had gotten because of the wonders we see that name performing. Okay, and also because of the way we see timeline. Apparently, Jesus must have returned when he said he will, which is just a few decades at most after the time when he resurrected. So that's why we believe it must be the new name. And the book of Revelation says you'll be given a new name. So that's to answer your question. unique Aralite. You can type the next one if you still have it. So let someone type what we're reading to people so they know. You can also do F1, read one or two, at least maybe we should be able to get to that 8 where we stopped previously. Then we want people not to be afraid of this book. It's a good book. It's like we have uncovered the reason why they were hiding it and tried to scare us away from it. Chapter 4. They considered and behold except 14 trees that don't wither, which are not deciduous. Honestly, I don't know what that means. Let's see the meaning of deciduous. Chapter 4 is one verse, interestingly. I think deciduous has something to do with water. Let's just check it real quick. Deciduous meaning. Of a tree or shrub. Okay. Shedding its leaf annually. Okay, it's this literal meaning. That means a tree that sheds its leaf annually is called deciduous. So he's saying those trees are not deciduous. Okay. It's good to know the meaning of what deciduous means. Okay. So which are not deciduous, which wait from the old to the appearance of the new leaf for 2 or 3 winters. Okay. Chapter 5. I'm moving real quick. Again, they consider the days of summer that the sun is upon it. See, yeah, the sun is upon it. Its very beginning, while you seek for a covered and shady spot on account of the burning of the sun. In other words, summer is hot. You need to stay in the shade. While the earth is scorched up with fervent heat, and you become incapable of walking either upon the ground or upon the rocks in consequence of that heat. If you have walked in Africa, you know sometimes the ground can get that hot. You can't walk outside in public. So let's someone type what we're reading so that people joining can know what we're doing. Enoch chapter 6. And also let's do F1. We'll soon finish, probably by 1 o'clock again today. Or slightly after. So chapter 6. They consider how the trees, when they put forth their green leaves, become covered and produce fruit, understanding everything and knowing that he who lives forever does all things for you. That's the works at the beginning of every existing year, that all his works are subservient. That means they serve him, basically, subservient to him and invariable. Yet as God has appointed, so are all things brought to pass. Actually, we may go a lot longer than 1. I just remember something. We may go longer than 1, so we might still do 1 or 2 hours more. Okay, so let's go. They see, too, how the seas and the rivers together complete their respective operations. But you endure not patiently, nor fulfill the commandments of the Lord, but you transgress and calumniate. I think somebody's name. I think calumniate means to do something not good. I think calumniate is not a good word. Calumniate. Calumniate means make false or defamatory statements about somebody. Wow. So why do people call themselves Callum then? That's somebody's name. Name of a Scottish, it means dove. Really. It even sounds like callous. And you see, an African that doesn't know the meaning of stuff will go call their child this. Calumniate means to slander, really. To make false and defamatory statement about somebody is what calumniate means. Interesting. Okay. Where is it at? So you calumniate his greatness and malign malignant are the words in your polluted mouths against the majesty. You wither in your heart, no peace shall be to you. Therefore your days shall you curse, and the years of your life shall perish. Perpetual execration is still speaking against them, shall be multiplied, and you shall not obtain mercy. For that's talking about those who are speaking against the Most High God. In those days shall you resign your peace, and eternal maledictions of all the righteousness and sinners shall perpetually execrate you. That's another word. I don't know the meaning of it. I remember when I first read the book of Enoch, so I had to keep going to the dictionary. Execrate, just the meaning of execrate. Execrate meaning. So sinners will execrate the person, feel of express great loathing for. Loathing means hatred. This one means to curse or to swear. Okay, so sinners will swear or curse rather those people along with the ungodly. The elect shall possess light, joy, and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. Anyway, we've put it on the title there anyway that we're reading the book of Enoch. So that's what is going on. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's a comment. Real knowledge is power. Yeah, knowing who you are is so deep. Yeah, to allow us dig more. Yeah. My first question is, what's the name? Okay, we've done that. Yeah, they shall possess light, joy, peace, and they shall inherit the earth. But you, unholy, shall be accursed. Then shall wisdom be given to the elect, all of whom shall live and not again transgress by impiety or pride. Wisdom will be given to the elect, and all of whom shall live not again transgress by impiety or pride, but shall humble themselves, possessing prudence, and shall not repeat transgression. They shall not be condemned the whole period of their lives, nor not die in torment and indignation, but the sum of their days shall be completed, and they shall grow old in peace, while the years of their happiness shall be multiplied with joy and with peace forever, and the whole duration of their existence. So it's like we literally start from the fun part. Chapter 8 is so fun that we couldn't stop till. So we'll still read into chapter 8 before we jump to 20, probably. 7. It happened after the sons of men had multiplied in those days. Aha, it started. So this is the interesting. By the way, I want to quickly check something if you guys don't mind. What's in chapter 1? It keeps saying some people are the words of the blessing of Enoch, his system trouble rejected. God answered and spoke, while his eyes were open and while he saw a holy vision. Okay, that's Enoch. For from them I heard all things and understood what I saw. Okay, upon the account I spoke. Okay. So let's get to the interesting part. 7. With fear and trembling shall seize them. Is it shall seize who? And the watchers shall be terrified. Okay, it's talking about the watchers. Okay. Oh, so those watchers are actually the people he was talking to, that they are cursed and the way they have spoken against God. So they started to curse God. And you see demons usually do that. They curse the Most High. They hate human beings. They hate the sons of Adam. They hate Africans. See? And they curse the name of God. That's a terrible thing. 7. Okay. It happened after the sons of men were multiplied in those days that the daughters were born unto them. This is Genesis 6. It's in Enoch 7. So those daughters, those women were elegant and beautiful. And of course, they're dark skinned, by the way. And when the angels or the watchers, the sons of heaven, beheld them, they become enamored of them. Enamored, you can even pick it from the French. It means to like somebody, maybe actually sexually altogether. But amour is the French word for love. So enamored, they started being liking them. But let's check what it means so we don't assume. Real quick, enamored. Copy, paste that here. What's the meaning of enamored? Old English, yeah? To be filled with love for somebody. Yeah, so it's the same thing. They were filled with love for the daughters of men. Okay, so let's go. So they were, but then I don't think it was the fault of the daughters of men. They were just beautiful. I mean, there was nothing you could do about that. But God sent the watchers to do something else, not to come start having them. So they were enamored by them. Let's keep going. That's the way to pronounce that, by the way.
Enamor. Enamor.
Enamor. Okay. Okay. Oh, each other. I wish I would have not jumped. Let me try to read it here, just while listening, in case you're not seeing it. Okay, they were enamored by them, saying to one another, that's where one another came, saying to one another, come, let us select for ourselves wives from the progeny of men. Let us beget children. And their leader, Samyaza, said to them, I fear that you may perhaps be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise, and that I alone shall suffer. They want to make a covenant. This is what happened at Hermon. He said, if I do this thing, all of you will leave me when the Most High want to punish us. There are several books of Enoch. Can I know which one you're reading? This is the main one. There's one day they are combined together in one. Which one do you know, Son of Grace? Tell us the one you know. It's the main one. It's just one, really. But it's merged into three. You have 105 chapters in this one I'm reading. So he said, you guys will leave me alone if we do this. So their leader Samyaza said to them, I fear that you guys will be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise. Verse 4. And that I alone shall suffer for so grievous a crime. So they are aware. They know what they're doing. But they answered him and said, we all swear. In other words, they will swear, they will make a covenant and bind ourselves by mutual excretions. What does that mean? So that's the meaning of that. Why they named that mountain that, by the way. Excretions is act of expressing, cursing, denouncing, or intensely condemning someone or something. It's basically swearing an oath. That we will not change our intention but execute our projected undertakings. Then they swore all together and all bound by themselves by mutual excretions. Their whole number was 200. So this is where we have 200 watchers. That's why people used to suspect some councils, some places in Israel where they have 200 this, 200 that. Excuse me. So this is where that was going. Enoch 7:7. Okay. So who descended upon Ardis? This Ardis, they will still call it Hermon later, which is at the top of Mount Hermon. That's it. Some will spell it as H-E-R, Hermon, Mount Hermon. So the fallen angels are there. Okay. Yes, they are all the same to the best of my knowledge. This one is Ethiopian anyway. But they are all same. The book of Enoch is basically one. That mountain, therefore, was called Ammon, you see, because they had sworn upon it. So that tells you the meaning of the word Hammon. And bound themselves by mutual excretions. These are the names of the chiefs. Samyaza, who was their leader, okay, Urakabaramiel, Akibiel, Tamiel, Ramiel, Daniel, Azkiel, Sarakniel, Asiel, Amars, Batral, Anen, Zaveb, Sam Savil, Artael, Turiel. And I've heard, people are just unwise. Well, they just say things. I've heard somebody said that he said he was even speaking in colloquial Nigerian language that God self he's doing the same mistake, same sin that the watchers committed. But I think God will forgive them because of their ignorance. They said, I think the person is an atheist, that you even need to look at that God. How come 1/3 of the angels left you? He said, myself, I think you are probably not a good person. Why did 1/3 of the angels leave God if he was a good God? In fact, and they said, yeah, God is, some of them say God he likes authority. He just wants to keep reigning. Can he not allow some other person to still reign? You think you are in the United States or in Nigeria, wherever, where they do politics. You don't know who you're talking to. You know. So they said even is even suspicious of that God. That Satan is even a good person. He rebelled. So they don't know these things. They don't know these things. They don't know the real history. Gab, you're welcome. So they don't know these things. Said Satan is even good the way Satan rebelled. Even that God is questionable. How can 1/3 of people leave you? This and that. Learning the hard way may mean they lose their eternity, by the way. So, Gab, you can quickly say hello. We're just in a reading section. We are going to go live long for today. I didn't remember. Today is going to be long. Generally, yeah.
Hi, good morning, Kule.
Yeah, morning, brother.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yes, it's afternoon, really. So, our lives on Thursday will be longer. Yeah, go ahead.
I was on the live session earlier. I was listening to one lady calling had some heated argument with some guys where they were asking for proof of the Hebrew origins of we in West Africa. Yeah. So I just wanted to quickly add. Actually, there are several historical accounts, and I would also say word of mouth accounts that we can that I feel are actually very, very accurate, or that we can actually rely on. One of the word of mouth accounts I would use is the Awujale.
Okay, tell me.
Awujale. That's the Oba of the Jebus.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Awujale actually claims that, or states that, according to their oral history, the Jebus' oral history and the royal family's oral history, that they actually originate from Noah. So they don't even trace their own origins to Jerusalem, per se. They trace it to that they are from the daughter of Noah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. So the first time I heard it, I thought that was a wild statement. Like, why would they say such? So, but I'd heard about I've heard it from several other people where they have actually mentioned and where they went into details of. So in my own research, I now started checking, and I found out that, in this 16th, 17th century maps of Africa where they have like the Negro land and they stated like Kingdom of Judah, all this stuff. In the present area of where the Jebus are right now is actually stated as the Kingdom of Jabu.
Jabu, yes. Like Jabushite or something. I've seen it.
Yes. Then now, if you now also go back to the origin of Israel or Jerusalem as it is, the Jebusites actually precedes the Jerusalem that we know of right now. There were people that were living in that area before King David came and conquered them. That they were known as the Jebusites. And they had lived there, and they traced their origin also to Noah, sons of Noah. So you see that it actually tallies with what the Awujale said. Although the Awujale said daughter of Noah, but the Jebusites actually have their history as the sons of Noah, the Canaanites.
Wow.
You get now. Back to what I was discussing with you last week when I told you of how my grandmom told me that Ijebubu come from Egypt, that they came from Egypt, and I've always just had that idea that okay, I'm from Egypt.
Okay.
So then I also I've listened to other historians talk about the migration pattern of the Ijebu people and how they came from the southern Sudan area, which is like Egypt per se, because that whole area was like Sudan, Egypt were together. They migrated from that way down to present West Africa here. So you see that there's actually very, very strong evidence, historical evidence, and we can put the biblical evidence too, because the Bible states about the Jebusites, but there's nobody knows where they are anymore. So, but there's Awujale now, who is a Jebu man. claiming that they came from there. So by the time you put it together, you'll see that it's almost foolproof. Like it's almost 100%. You can actually just lay by the time you join everything, I see that this actually makes perfect sense. So for people doubting that, okay, the truth is that people have been stating it. Oni of Ife has stated it several times that they came from like the King David and stuff. He stated it several times, but people think that he's just making some wild allegations. But there's actually truth in what these guys are saying, because if you think about it, this royal thrones actually have very, very rich oral history that may not even be known to the public.
Yes.
But will be known to the Obas, per se, and other people very close to the throne. So if the Oni can come out and make such wild statements, there is actually some truth in it. He knows what he's saying. He actually has reasons to state those things based on what he knows. You understand? Then I also want to speak about, okay, if by the time we all know that, okay, we are the Hebrew people, what are we supposed to do with that information? I think that it's not about the location per se. It's about what is inside us, our DNA. Our DNA holds our past and holds our future. Everything about us is already inside us. The melanin is there. It's inside us. So we should the fact that we are knowing that we can trace our past now, we seem to be wanting to trace our past now, should also let us know that we actually have what is inside us to make our future better. So because some people may just be wondering why, okay, if we are the Igbo people, what are we going to do with that? Are we going to now make ourselves the holiest people in the world? No, but it's just to let us know that we are not a lost people. We're actually the greatest people in the world. And we should build our future based on that, based on the power God has given us. I don't want to go into some other spiritual stuff here, but with this knowledge, I think people should be able to build gather their strength from inside and make the future better. Because we may keep talking, and nothing will come out of this. But personally, there are some other spiritual stuff I think we will discuss later, but for this discussion, let me leave it at that.
All right, thank you so much for submission. So while you're talking, I was just pulling up some of those maps. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I am.
Oh yes. So just pulling up some of those maps for people to still see some more. So it's just interesting. So this is a 1603 map. That is Biafra there in 1603. That's Benin. So you need to begin to remove this idea of Nigeria a little bit. You know, they all learn the hard way. Yeah. It's reported one King Solomon Queen rests in Jebu. Yes, that's Queen of Sheba. Is in Ijebu. Yeah, wisdom. So that's Queen of Sheba in Ijebu. So that's Biafra there. Borno is still there. 1600. Borno has been there. So Borno Lagos.
So sorry, can you point back to that Queen of Sheba stuff?
No, it's not on this map. Someone mentioned it.
Okay.
Yeah. Someone mentioned in the comments. So let's continue the reading. So let's remove the background noise. What else? Yeah, but before the reading, let's still watch or see some more maps. I was also showing us this one. I think this one should have that Jebu you spoke about. So, but then at least that is Yariba that people usually like to say. Just one of those names. So that's that Yariba there. So I think that is Sokoto there, Sokoto. That's Borno. And this map is 1870. Fairly recent. So I'll try for maybe 60 more seconds. Let me see if I can get one that has Jabu. Or do you remember the year of the map? I can try to pull it up. If you know the year. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. If you know the year, I can try to. It's easier for me to find it. I can't hear you if you're saying something. You're muted. You are gone off your phone to another page. If you maybe he's okay, maybe he's trying to look for the year. So he said they keep Christian Sabbath here. That long ago, 1710. So that's Great Benin there. 1710. That's River Lagos. That also says Biasa. So I'm trying to look for that. Looking for that Jabu. This is Wida. This also means Judah, by the way. Wida or Ida. Right. Yeah, New Heaven and Earth. So that is Wida right there. Same thing as Judah. Okay. Okay, that's not that. Let me check here for the Jabu. Abraham, Ottilius. Maybe here. Okay. Abraham, Ottilius map. If you don't find it here, we'll just carry on. That's Biafra again. 1603 has been there. That's Benin has been there. So you guys are brothers. You've always been side by side. See? Always been side by side. Still Niger River. That's Zamfara there. Madinga is Fulani. Fulani there. Zeg is Zamfara. Bono Lake. That's Kano, spelled with a C. And all these things are on our website. You find it there. So I'm asking us to check their own regions too. So if you're from Guinea, you can check your area if you have any area there. Cameroon. See Cameroon and Biafra. In fact, they even put Cameroon to the left of Biafra to show that it's one people. It's one people. There's one of those maps that has Tiletoko in it. Be surprised. Yeah, okay, that's it. If you understand that old Hebrew language, if you understand Yoruba, just type yes. Let's have 2 or 3 people. Yes. So I can show you. Easy, you're welcome. If you're there and you understand Yoruba, you can type yes. So that I'm not just talking to myself. I'll show you Tiletoko here. There's still any way to understand it. Gamba. Okay, I think the Jabu is here. You are still there. Oh, he's gone. So this is Jabu we're looking for. That's Badagry. This map is 1817. So this is Jabu he's talking about. Jabu. There's another one that's okay. Someone understands Yoruba there. So look at it, real infinity. Look at the way they spelled Tiletoko. Look at it. Tiletoko means both those at home and both those abroad, or both that combination of those at home and those abroad, or those at home and those in the farm. How authentic are these maps? Well, you can go check them. They are in the public domain. This is Mission from Cape Coast, Castle of Ashanti, West Africa map, 1817. So for the person asking, they are quite authentic. That's Shadrach John. So that's Tiletoko there. I was just gonna read it when I first saw it some years ago. I was gonna read it. Tyler. I'm like, oh, seriously, this is Tile Toko. That is there. So that's the Jabu the brother is talking about. So that's the homie there. They also call it Abomi. So that's that. So it's their own people. One people. Tile Toko. Yeah, they spelled it in English form. Tile Toko. See there. And this map is 1817. Let me see if I can show you the date on the map itself. Yeah, that's it there. So the brother that is asking, you can go check. 1817. This Ashanti, by the way, is a Hebrew name of Ashan tribe, Ashan people in the scriptures. And you find Ashanti in Ghana today. Yahudi, this is the word for Jew. This word means Jew, Yahuda. Yahuda is the name of the guy without the J, because there was no J. And Yahudi is the person that comes from Yahuda. Yahudi is Hausa. There. See how they spell Hausa here. So let's see. This is mind blowing. Yeah. Does it affect the Christian faith? No, it doesn't. It purifies it, so to speak. It decolonizes it. Is what it does. Too many people's Christianity is colonized. I've heard someone say that, in fact, that now that he's knowing that Jesus is an African man, that he's even having a problem worshiping that Jesus. And the person that says so is African. So you can tell that person is not okay. That's Hausa. So maybe to also help some of our ladies to stop wearing or reduce the way they wear wigs. Barabadi has been Kasina. So it is possible, if I'm not mistaken, that this Kasina is probably just that variation of Katsina we know today. It's Kasina there. Gambaru River. We'll see, go back to scriptures shortly. Madingo. So who's Bahuri? Moisa, Sauri, Dankara. So Ashanta. Okay, Ahanta. Axim. Abradi. Asin. So the maps are on our website. This one, we'll make this one the last one before we go to continue our reading, Book of Enoch. While that is loading, so this will show you another, although we didn't even reference this, because we think that they are taken from the book From Babylon to Timbuktu. Some of it is why we didn't reference it. So this map just points out to you all the places you find Jews. Okay, I think the book is literally from the book that is called From Babylon to Timbuktu, is where this map came from. So that's why you still see Ben Ephraim there. Ben means son, sons of Ephraim. That's Western Nigeria. Azin, Ashanta are in Ghana. Yep. So that's that. You can drop what part of the world it came from or part of Africa it came from, so you can search. Help you search. This is Dahomey Jews. Jewish traces are still here. It says, okay. This is Kanuri people. Tibesti. This is Levite city in the Middle Belt. There are Levites there. So many of these people you see singing, Nigerian music ministers, singing Christian, they come from this Middle Belt. There are some of them from this Middle Belt. They're singing things that come from their DNA, singing their ancient language. Says Levite cities here. Not something colonialists can fake. Okay. Let's see. Does it mean that the present day Israelites are not the real ones? No, they are not. Who are the Philistines? I saw it now. Philistines are the real Palestinians. They're just southern of Africa is where they are. But of course, those ones have been taken off. Till later comes back to English, yeah. So Philistines, let's read it. Where did we see Philistines just now? Oh yeah, that's it. The Minoa Philistines, that's Palestine. The compiler of Genesis 10:14 knew that Palestine and other Cretans were in strong oasis strongholds, Karuhim, controlled by Egypt, Kasluim, okay, out of which came Palestine, yes, and Kaftorim. It is not possible on so small a map to show all the surviving Philistine communities. So there are some Philistines that survive. Philistines are from Ham, by the way, just like Mitzrayim, which is Egypt. Yemen Jews, Falasha Jews, Negro Jews, Moorish Jews. They're all there. Kabinda survivors, Luanda Jews. This Gabon. Jewish traces are also here. So this is just the real Israel. That is it. And I like showing you this map. We have not shown it for some days now. I'll interpret what is in it because it's written in Spanish. Oh no. Quality Store UK, you're welcome. Bode Nathaniel, you're welcome. So they are black as well, Philistines. Yes. I mean, the whole world was black at a point. Anybody that has the white skin is not something that was known to Adam. So technically, you find that in the book of Enoch. Technically, the white skin is not Adamic in nature. It comes from a strange place. Okay, so I think this is open. So look at it. That's why I'm telling you, all that place you see is the land of the Hebrews. Okay, so look at it here. This map is in Spanish. El Puerto de Ofir y la Antigua Derrota de Tarsis. It's saying the port of Ophir. Ophir is in southern Africa here, where you have gold and all there. So the port of Ophir and the ancient map of the defeat by Tarshish. Okay, now this is Tarshish. It's present day Spain. All right, and they draw this La Islas means the islands. Okay, that's Sidon, that's Joppa. You see, they didn't write Jerusalem here. This map is from 1754. But this is the key. I'm trying to show you. The Asians, Asians are mostly Hamites, but something happened to them also. They started going white. They probably were invaded also and were populated that way. But tribe of Ham, land of Shem, that isn't towards the eastern part of the world. In fact, you can even find that on the internet. So ask yourself, where are all the 12 tribes of Israel? That's true. So, so necessary. Yesterday's body. So this is the key I want to show you in this map. Derotadlos. Look at this. Check if it's visible. Yeah, it's visible. Derotadlos Tyrios Yebreos. And what that means is the defeat of the tyrants. The tyrants are still part of somewhere in Sahel here. And the Hebrews. You see, and they were defeated by Tarshish. And look at where he puts it. Exactly the same place where Josephus said that from Guinea is where Samaria starts from. Derutalos, Tyrios, Hebrews. Let me pop it onto you on the translator. Let's see if we can get it. Yeah, translate Spanish to English. So, derrotarlos, Tyrios, ye Hebreos. See, this is that we're not making that up. Grace. See, we're not making it up. Can't make that up. So that's it there. Saints, by way, you're welcome. So derrotarlos, Tyrios. Even this Tigris, I didn't spell the word Tyrios. Tyrios. Tyrants, yeah, that's it there. Defeat the tyrants and the Hebrews. You see? See? That's it there. Let me put this word. Defeat of the, let me switch it again. Derrotarlos, derrotadelos, Tyrios, Yelos, Hebreos. Defeat of the tyrants and the Hebrews. And you've got it here. Zion, you're welcome. See? Derrotarlos, Tyrios, Hebreos. So this is where the Hebrews are, and they were defeated from Spain, from Europe. See? So that's the land of the Hebrews, period. No long story. 1754 map. You can check it. Gabriel Ramirez map of Africa, 1754. Even that, let me show you something about it. Even the Africa that I'm telling you all the while. Let me show you something in Italian. Okay. Not Africa, let's say Hebrew. It's been said that this is even where you got Africa from. Africa, Hebraica. Even the Africa that you say, from Hebrew. Let's speak Romanian. Because these things came from Latin. Now, do we have Latin from here? Okay, let's try Latin. Hebraice. So that was molded, as it were, to become Africa. Romanian. Like Hebraica. So that became Africa. I've heard that also before. Black people have nothing to do with Hebrews. It's funny. Then someone just help me reply that person. Portuguese. Hebraica. You're correct. Hebraico. Oh, but then it just brings back the H and the B, almost like English. Or in Hebrew, it's Evre. Let's read scripture. Let's just continue our scriptural reading. Let's close those pages. Let's create we're not using that one today. Personal messages. Okay. Let's continue the reading. We'll keep going. I still have maybe 1 more hour to go. So it's telling us the name of those fallen angels. They descended and they fell. Asael, Armas, Patral. This is Enoch chapter 7, sorry, we're reading. For those that don't know. Okay. Savebe, Sam Saviel, Artael. Those are the ones that took that oath. Let me get this lower deal off so that it's not distracting. Okay. Yeah, Shadrach, you're welcome. Watch one of the interviews. What if I'm mistaken? You said the rapture has happened. Yes, Shadrach. Yes. This is what Jesus said. I'm repeating. People are actually the source. Has everything to do with it. Yeah. So Shadrach, that's what we are seeing. You make your research about it too. Yes, everybody was shocked when we saw it. But then you then begin to think, but Jesus told you people this thing. Why didn't you believe him? He said, I'm coming soon. But because you have gone to school, they have taught you science. You said, let me help Jesus using science. Maybe Jesus was saying that, but what if he was telling the truth? What were you saying? So Shadrach, go check it up. It's what we saw. Go and have a look at it. Let's go. So they're telling the names of those fallen angels. RTL, Turiel, Yom Yael. That El and Al just means the Lord or God. These were the prefects of the 200 angels. That's the top ones. I think those are 10 he just mentioned, or maybe 20. Okay. So then they took wives, each choosing for himself. Oh dear, terrible event. Whom they began to approach with whom they cohabited, teaching them sorcery. They teach those women sorcery, incantation. So it's women that started learning these things. They're telling my watchers. By the way, let an Igbo person correct me. The meaning of angel is in the Mose. In the Mose. And in the Mose means the spirits that teach. Which suggests to you an encounter of the Igbo people with angels. Yeah, in the Mose. Yeah, correct. The spirits that teach. That's what it means. In the Mose. So now these spirits are teaching bad things in this context. But then angels generally teach. It's literally inside of the concept. I mean, it's the language of the Igbos. In the Mose. And that's where you have that song, the Mose Binigwe, Anasi, Hallelujah. Like that. The spirits that teach. But many of these people, these are Nigerian Christians, they don't know. And when they know, it will strengthen them afresh. It's going to be a different vibe. They will decolonize their Christianity. They will stop supporting leaders that are taking things from Europe that have deceived us so much and destroying their country for that. They will understand that things are deeper. Many of them, when they show them on camera or they show their village, they say, oh, we are now on the world map. No, you are at the center of the world. So painful. Some of them will do almost anything just to show up that, oh, yes, come and show us here. Yeah, this is Anambra. Oh, they're talking about Anambra and CNN. The CNN will not talk about Anambra or tell me something negative most times, especially what's the name of that on BBC. So they talk about your village or your country. Now say, wow, they're showing our country, they're showing our state on CNN as if they don't need you guys to survive. Let's not even get there before they start saying they're flagging whatever now. But the self-esteem has been so washed. So washed. They just mention, they even call your name wrongly, they will misspell it, you'll be happy. But then it's not good self-esteem. You need to build that up. So if you know some of this, preachers, around, just let them know these truths. They will stop just acquiescing and they will decolonize their ministries. Very important. Thank God for the fathers that are building structures here. Thank God for them. There's something that they saw. So I know they may not have done everything right, but you can't afford to just criticize them. They saw something. One of those men, as I said in my part 2, I've not even watched the part 2 myself because I was in an interview, but I don't know what the interviewer cut off of the video that I said. One of those fathers, he said God told him that this is the land, build here. But they're criticizing him today. They're still building. They're still building to now. So they may not have done everything perfectly, but then those men know something. Forget. Those men know something. God told him, this is the land. One of them even called their place Canaan land. 100% correct. But people criticize them. They have not done everything perfectly. But you yourself, are you perfect? You're not perfect, are you? He called the place Canaan land. One of them built a whole city there, and he circumvents it is fenced around. Just went into the bush and built that. They know something. And they don't know it by the way we do, where we can show everybody. I don't think so. If they did, they would have told everybody. They don't know. But they know it by the Spirit. That's the power of walking in the Spirit. Very powerful. Very powerful. Let's read some more. Let's see how far we go. So they taught those women, sorcery, incantations, and dividing of roots and trees. And the women conceiving brought forth Nephilim, giants. Oh, let me pop up the screen. And the women conceiving brought forth giants. Brought forth giants. If this thing is cutting your screen, just go out of the app, then come back in the app. I think it will refresh so you can see what you're doing properly. So let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, check. Okay, let everybody one F1. This life is going low. It shouldn't be this. It was 50 something before now. Just type F1. Let everybody type F1, F1, F1. Then let's each person like a few times. Get it to 21K. Then let's share. Just to let them know he's alive. F1, F1, F1. Let's go. So, and the women conceiving brought forth giants, whose stature was each. I'll show you something here. Whose stature was each 300 cubits. We're entering the interesting part. In Aramaic text, the Aramaic text preserved their name in an earlier list of names of these watchers. Yeah, just telling you other version of the names. Let me show you something here. So the children that these women gave birth to, of course, I can't imagine they gave birth to those children with that size from the start, because there's no way the woman would have been able to. So, but then probably their full-grown, mature size is 300 cubits. I want to show you something about 300 cubits. So we should be having like 31 F1s now also. Let's push it and get this to 25K or so. Share with you. Don't be selfish. Don't be selfish. Let's share for people to see. Like this. So just share it a few more times to get to 25 shares, then 25K or so likes. So they don't flag us again. All right, where were we? So let me show you something about 300 cubits. Now, it said the stature is 300 cubits. Let me show you something. I've shown it. Those that have watched our world history series, they would have seen it. But look at, I want to show you a mystery. 300 cubits in meters. Can anybody see what's the size of 300 cubits in meters? Can anybody type the answer? Because 1 cubit is what is 300 cubits in meters? From what we checked, 138 thereabout. 137, yeah, exactly. Did you guys see that? And this 137 is the height of what? Let somebody type in the comments real quick, just to know if you guys are there. This 137 meter is the height of what? Where did we get the 300 cubits? Is the height of who? Just to know if you're sleeping or you're awake. So, height of the giants, correct. So this is where we got that from, 300 cubits. Whose stature, he said, the women conceiving brought forth giants whose stature was each 300 cubits, and devoured all which the labor of men produced, until it became impossible to feed them. Big giants. They were eating everything that human beings were producing. So they were also lazy, by the way, is what that means. Because with that kind of size, you should be able to work on the farm. I mean, even help human beings or whatever, but they're evil from their heart because of the way they were born. So there are 300 cubits. Let me show you something now. Let's go. Let's open a new tab. Height of the tallest pyramid. What's the height of the tallest pyramid? Can somebody check on the screen? In fact, let me show you a list. This is the tallest by height. These two. Pyramid of Giza, Pyramid of Khafre. They are both in Egypt. What is the height? 138. So 136 and 138. In fact, the two tallest is 136 and 138. Exactly. So what's the height of the Nephilim? 137. Exactly in between the tallest and the next tallest. So it suggests very strongly, give you an idea who built those pyramids. Just an idea. Or, I mean, why is it exactly spot on like that? By the way, if you keep reading Enoch or the book of Jubilees, I think it's Jubilees, to tell you there was a young man who found some writings that were carved on some stones, and they were writings of watchers. And pyramids also built of stones. So you see that. Exactly, almost to the last 1 meter accuracy. Greatest pyramids are 136, 138. This is meters on the top, m meters. See? So these are some of the things you see in some of these books. So those giants built the pyramids, very likely. Very, very likely. Very, very likely. All right, let's keep reading. So these are the kind of things they were giving birth to. Now let's now look at, to let you know, now listen, that is why we tell atheists, so-called atheists. So what is now the probability that somebody just sat down and just wrote this? Oh, we want to deceive the Africans. What do we write? Just write one story. Just write one story for them, and the story will be matching everything like this. It doesn't make sense. It's just pure ignorance. It's just pure ignorance to say, if you can tell me that they use the Bible to deceive. Of course, some people still even use the Bible today to get money from people, to extort people and things like that. But to say somebody just wrote it's just to deceive Africans, it's just, oh God, you have not read that book. You have not read it. So that is spot on. Okay, I can't even remember how I saw that. I can't remember again. I just know I saw it incidentally. But that's God's spirit and God's grace helping. So it was impossible to feed the giants. Let's go. Now look at what the giants began to do. When they turned themselves against men in order to devour them. Let me check if we have not missed anything. Where is it? Okay. There's a lot of footnote here. Brought them watchers, 3 races. First, great giants. The giants brought forth some, slew Nephilim, and Nephilim brought forth the Eliod, and this is increasing power and greatness. Okay, so verse 12, we're going to verse 13. It became impossible to feed them. And they turned, when they turned themselves against men in order to devour men. So they started Ooh, I'm not showing you the text anymore. In order to devour them, and began to injure birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to eat their flesh one after the other with the blood, exactly, and to drink their blood, as if I knew. Well, I knew I've read it before. Then the earth reproved the unrighteous to eat the animals like that. Just bite it and eat it. Anyway, let's keep reading. Moreover, Azazel, so this is where we started the other 2 days ago. Moreover, Azazel taught men to make swords and knives. Now they're teaching them atomic bombs, shields and breastplates, the fabrication of mirrors, the workmanship of bracelets, ornaments, the use of paint to beautify eyebrows, the use of stones. So he taught them makeup, doing makeups. I can't say it's bad. I don't know what to say, but look at where they said you can't. Okay, how will you say mirror now is bad? It's like saying phone, cell phone is bad. Is it bad? Yes and no. Because what mirrors does, it begins to show you yourself. Look at yourself 10, 15 times. Now you can take 200, especially our beautiful women, take 10, 15, 20 pictures and now sit with it and start deleting like a project. And you're not a graphic designer. Just showing yourself all the time. Just yourself. Show yourself. I have fine pictures too. You see it on our website. So, but then look at where these things were invented. Fabrication of mirrors. See. So it's not like we are trying to be harsh against women or something, but look at where this thing come from. Eyebrows. Making eyebrows. The use of stones of every valuable and select kind, all sorts of dyes, so that the world became altered. Impiety increased, fornication multiplied. I think I just jumped. Okay, let me just ask the house. I remember your show, some big buildings. Yes, high gates like last week. Yes. Although I would want to think it's the good watchers that build those ones, or probably the saints. But then most of them just have bigger heights. So should we read? Let's tell in the house. Should we read? Continue 8. I would be here irrespective, actually. So that one is not to be voted, actually. But should we read 8 or we jump to 20? We have read 8 to 20, I think, yesterday, or maybe between the last 2 days. So should we continue from this 8 or we jump to 21 where we stopped? So type 8 or 21. Let's have a quick vote. So we run. Okay, I've got one vote. Yes, what? But yes, what? Type 8 or 21. I don't want me say 21. Maybe he was here yesterday. Vote, 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 vote. 21. Vote, 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 vote. I think it's equal now. 21. Okay, I think Will was also here. Vote more. There's 26 people here. So let's have more vote. Some people don't like to participate in life. They just want to enjoy. Someone said 8. Someone said 21. Let's vote some more. If you are in the comment section, vote. Otherwise, we'll just jump you and pass. Jump and pass. Let's have some more votes. They are there and they're not typing anything. Don't get the moderator angry. He can block you if you're not participating. In fact, they might think you are from CIA or something. How to vote? No, just type number is what I mean by vote, actually. We are saying, should we continue verse 8, chapter 8 rather, or we jump to 21 where we stopped yesterday? Eight, please. Okay, we'll read it fast. I think the thing is almost a tie. So we'll read it fast. So now look at Amazarak, and it'll also be a good reminder for those who already have read it before, or who was the one read it 2 days ago. Amazarak taught all sorceries, dividers of roots. Amas taught solution of sorcery. Barakiel taught observers of stars, that's astrology. Akibhil thought signs, that is zodiac signs. See, let's keep going. You see, now it's called astrology straight up, or astronomy. Tamiel taught astronomy, which is really astrology. Asaradel taught the motion of the moon, and men being destroyed cried out. They started shouting, God help us. Which one be this? God help us. Help us. I'll try to read fast. So Michael and Gabriel and Raphael and Suriel and Uriel looked down from heaven. Okay, they saw the blood. Now they started talking to God. Okay, oh you holy one. So these angels, these 4 angels started praying to God, talking to God, that look at what the other angels have done to the sons of men. So, oh you holy one, look at what is happening. You are just. Then the king said, then they said to their king, Lord, to their Lord, the king, you are Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings. Your throne and glory is forever. That's how they started their own prayer too. Forever and ever is your name sanctified. You made all things according to your power. Okay, so they kept speaking to him like that. Okay, so before you, all things are before you. Behold, nothing can be hidden from him. Yet he's not saying anything, like we said before, waiting for them to speak. So look at what Azaziel has done. He has taught them every species of iniquity. Right? I'm still moving. So he has discovered crimes to them, that is, showed them how to do bad things. So he said the women also have brought forth giants. They're telling God what's happening, even though he knows. Thus has the whole earth been filled with blood and iniquity. I'm just running fast. So, and complaint has gotten to the gate of heaven. So their groans exceeded, and none can escape the unrighteousness which is committed on the earth. You know all these things before they exist. In other words, God even knows before time. And you have done so, and what has been done by them, yet you did not speak to us. Oh, they told God, like, why are you not telling? Why are you not saying anything? They say, God, you did not speak to us. Why? And that's candor there. That's sincerity there. What on account of these things do we ought to do? So they have the power, but they don't have the authority yet to do anything to those fallen angels, to those watchers. And it's beautiful. Then the Most High, the Great One, spoke and sent Arsayalalo to Lord, to the son of Lamech. Who is the son of Lamech? That is Noah. He sent him to Noah. Okay? Saying, say unto him, in my name. Wow. Conceal thyself. See, this is a risky thing to say in church. But many times when you hear God, sometimes angels speaking to you, but those angels are literally channeled by God because they are fully, completely given to him. So they yield to the Holy Spirit. It's still the same Holy Spirit. They yield to the Holy Spirit 100%. Unlike human beings that can still be jumping up and down. So Ara, thank you. I'll go from 8. Ara has been with us for a long time, by the way. So towards the end, we'll get some of these quiet people to come up and talk. They just stay there and they enjoy the thing. And we'll bring them up. Fikayo is still here also. Thank you. So look at this. So sometimes when you hear God from this and maybe other scriptures, but this one removes one more layer from what is going on in the spirit, is what the book of Enoch does, and the book of Joshua also. You will notice in the whole of Old Testament as we know it in the Bible, you hardly hear about activities of demons. It's just in 2-3 places Satan even himself was mentioned, or any demon. Number one is Ezekiel when he said, I will exalt my throne, O Lucifer. That Lucifer place, exalt my throne above the throne of God. That's one. The second one is Isaiah when he's saying something similar, that you dwelt in the garden of God. Then the third one is when he said he moved Satan to number Israel. After that, nothing else. Maybe Job, yes, the fourth one. Satan also came amongst them. After that, nothing else about Satan. Meanwhile, he was there. Oh my God. If you read Joshua, you will know. Just like we're reading Enoch. He was there, tempting people, pushing people, causing trouble. So those books, the thing with them is they open one extra layer or even two extra layers off of the physical dimension. Literally in their explanation of what it does. Yeah, you're welcome, Aaron. So is what it does. It opens like two dimensions off, so you see what is going on. But the way the scriptures, conventional scriptures that we know does it, it just tells you what's happening outside. Then maybe what God is doing. It doesn't tell you what Satan and his wicked hosts are doing against those people of God. Just the same way you're seeing Nigeria now going the way it's going. Who know their demons working on that, causing some of those terrible things. Anyway. So say to him, in my name, conceal yourself. So when this, by the way, I think this is Gabriel. It should tell you in the footnote that this is probably Gabriel. This Asayala Lord. So when that Asayala Lord comes, it won't say I am Asayala Lord. Forget it. If an angel tells you that, maybe you cast him out. It's very unlikely. Okay, that they tell you their names. So, but when he appears to that Enoch now, the son of Lamech, he's going to tell him, I am the Lord. Do this, do this. Oh, what am I even saying? Just go to the book of Genesis. You will find it there. And say, and the Lord said to this, and the Lord said to Noah, and Noah did everything the Lord told him. But this is the person speaking to him at the background. You see, the added book directly linked to Christ. Yeah, the link to Christ. Why do you think some of the books were removed? Is that apparent? Because it opens up the African people. Yeah, they kept it out of the Bible. Yeah, kept it. Interesting. So when we read, of course, the book of book of Genesis, you just say God said to Noah. God said to Noah. This guy is telling us who is behind that the vessel that God used to speak. So it tells you some level of logistics involved in that communication. So it's not the Most High One, because the Most High One is so powerful. He's very, 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 very far from us. I know it doesn't sound like the New Testament grace. God is my friend, he's my friend. Lord Jesus, you're my buddy, you're my friend. Oga. You don't know what you're saying, no? So it's a two-way thing. You will know him as a friend. At the same time, he's also the judge. He's a great king. He's the great king. So anyways, the logistics is that he went through this Asayala law to give that message to the son of Lamech. The son of Lamech is Noah. So tell him, conceal yourself, then explain to him the consummation which is about to take place. That is, the world is about to be destroyed. The earth shall perish with water of deluge, and all things which are in it shall be destroyed. Now teach him how he may escape. So they'll begin to teach him things, and how his seed may remain in the earth. And the Lord said to Raphael, that's the second angel given an instruction, bind Azazel, hands and foot, cast him into darkness. Okay, put him, he said, cover him under the earth. You see, cover him with pointed stones. There will he remain forever, and he will not see light. So until the great day of judgment, let him be cast into the fire. So restore the earth, still speaking to Raphael, restore the earth which the angels have corrupted. Okay, that's another assignment for Raphael. And so you see that there's nothing evil in this book. It just shows you some just slightly more details. And like I like to tell people that the book of Revelation is a lot more scary than this. Wow, wow, that's powerful. Look at this. We read it the other day also. Look at how he told him to restore the earth. Restore the earth, talking to Raphael, restore the earth which the angels have corrupted, and look at what he told him to do to the earth. Announce life to it. So do you see the power of proclamation? When they're asking you to pray, declare this, declare that, declare this, in the name of Jesus, declare that. Announce life to the earth. Okay, pointed stones, pyramid. Okay, maybe. Okay, but I think that is talking about under the earth, maybe not necessarily the pyramids. Maybe not. But then it's not impossible, you see. And that's plausible. Maybe I should read that again. Real infinity. That's true. Let me read that. And that's what happens when you read scriptures together like that. Let's see. Restore the earth. No, just before that. Okay, it may not be. It may not be because pyramid forms like a pointed stone that points upward. When this one is like it's like jagged stones that's like zigzag stone to pin him down. Is what it looks like. But then it's very similar to that. Although this is watchers, not necessarily the Nephilim. And let me be a little graphic, by the way, just for a few minutes. So let me be a little graphic. It's very likely that the watchers are the same size as humans then. Now, humans themselves might have not have been even 6 feet. They might have been 10 feet, maybe 13 feet. I don't know. But it's likely, logically speaking, from a human point of view, it's likely that the watchers, the one that had relations with the women, were the same physical size with the women. Very likely. Before the logistics of coitus and all that. So it's very possible they were the same size. So, but then maybe somehow, supernaturally, of course, the children they gave birth to just blew up to 300. But if the waters themselves were like 300 feet, 300 cubits rather, that's 137 that we saw. Logistically, it sounds like it would be difficult for them to have relations with the women, generally speaking. So the waters might have been the same size and like that. All right, so those are just speculations, things that makes sense. So this may not be the pyramid because it's the watchers is actually binding, not the Nephilim yet. Nephilims were literally destroyed. Okay, let's see. Where is it? So announce life to it. We have not started doing prayers on our channel yet. When God releases us, we'll do prayer and worship, because those three are important. This is word study. We do prayer also. That's when we announce things to our own lives, and then we worship the Most High too. But we're doing it step by step as God leads us. So announce life to it that I may revive it. So you see the logistics there. It needs to do that announcement before the life pops up. Those are the legalities of the spirit realm. All the sons of men shall not perish in the consequence. They will not be destroyed, which they have taught their offspring. Watchers have, okay. All the sons of men shall not perish in consequence of every secret by which the watchers have destroyed and which they have taught their offspring. All the earth have been corrupted by the effect of the teaching of Azazel. To him, therefore, ascribe the whole crime. So it's like the offense is more than those who just had that relations with the woman. To Gabriel, this is the third angel is instructing. To Uriah. Not yet. We are still busy. So, and to Gabriel also, the Lord said, go to Beaters. Now, this Beaters is a place. Okay? To the reprobates, to the children of fornication, and to destroy the children of fornication. Talking about the Nephilim, those big giants. So Gabriel can even fight, you see. The offspring of the watchers from among men bring forth and excite them excite them. Okay, he did it strategically. One against another, let them perish by mutual slaughter, for the length of days shall not be theirs. He said they would beg you, they will entreat of you, but their fathers shall not obtain their wishes upon them, because they want to live up to 500 years. Human beings by that time was living that long, so they also want to live that long. Number 4, to Michael, a more popular angel amongst men. To Michael, likewise, the Lord said, go and announce his crime to Sam, Yaza, and to the others, and with them who have been associated with the women, that they might be polluted with all the impurity, and with all their sons shall be killed, when they shall see the perdition of their beloved. So they will see their children die, the Nephilim die. Of their beloved. Bind them for 70 generations underneath the earth. 70 generations. We tried, now maybe 700 years. What is a generation in the time of Enoch? That may be 700 years or 7,000 years. because they lived a lot longer. 700 years, 7,000 years, 350 years. One of those three. Anyway, underneath the earth, even to the day of judgment. Suggest why it is that long. And for the consummation until the judgment effect of which will last forever be completed. Then shall they be taken away. I'm reading fast. Lowest depths of fire of torment. In confinement they will be shut off forever. Okay. Immediately after this shall be together with them burned and perished. They shall be bound unto the consummation of many generations. Destroy all the souls addicted with the lions. The lions is fornication, an offspring of watchers, and they have tyrannized over mankind. Let every oppressor perish from the face of the earth. The plant of righteousness, rectitude will appear to become a blessing. I think he's talking about Noah. Righteousness and rectitude shall be forever planted with delight, and then shall all the saints give thanks and live until they have begotten 1,000 generations, 1,000 children, while the whole period of the youth and their Sabbath shall be, let's see what this is, shall be completed in peace. In those days all the earth shall be cultivated in righteousness, and every tree shall be planted in it, and in it shall the vines be planted, and for 1 measure 1,000, 1 measure olive shall produce. So that's food coming back. Purify the earth from all oppression, from all injustice, exterminate them from the earth. Then shall all the children of men be righteous, and all nations shall pay me divine honors and bless me, and all shall adore me. And I can imagine why God doesn't allow angels interact with men so much anymore. I mean, to the point where they know their names, etc. No more middlemen. You just go through Yeshua, Yahushua. Pray in the name of Jesus. The earth shall be cleansed from all corruption, from every crime, from all punishment, from all suffering. There will be a deluge, which is the Noah's flood, upon it. Okay, saying after that deluge, neither will I again send a deluge upon it from generation to generation forever. In those days I'll open the treasures of the blessings which are in heaven. Peace and equity shall associate with the sons of men all the days of the world, in generations of it. Next, chapter 12. Before all these things, Enoch was concealed, and nor did anyone know of the sons of men know where he was concealed, where he had been, and what had happened, you see. So they don't know where Enoch was. He was just gone. He was walking with God. He was wholly engaged with the holy ones, you see, and with the watchers in his day. I, Enoch, was blessing the great Lord of peace, and behold, the watchers called me Enoch the scribe. And the Lord said to me, Enoch, scribe of righteousness, go tell the watchers of heaven who have deserted the lofty sky, as the one that sinned, and have polluted the women, or who have been polluted with women, and have done as the sons of men do, taking to themselves wives. Okay? And have been greatly corrupted on the earth. Behold, who will slaughter their beloved, the same thing he told the angels. He said they will not obtain mercy. Okay? Let's read real quick. A great sentence is gone before them, neither shall they receive mercy, and supplication be yours on account of the oppression which you have taught, and on my account of every act of blasphemy, tyranny, sin, which you have opened or discovered to the children of men. Then departing from him, I spoke to them together. So he went to deliver the message to the angels. That's Noah now, Enoch, the seventh from Adam, speaking to the watchers. And they all became very terrified. They became afraid. They now started begging him to write a prayer for them. And he actually did. He was starting to beg God. Let me check. Where did... Adewomi is asking, why did they not allow reading the book of Enoch in church? I don't know. But we're in church already. We started with prayer, so we're already in church. Church is not those four walls. But I understand your question. I don't know. It's because of what the colonialists did. And if you know, even you will not even have had access to the Bible altogether. There were people that fought, like Wycliffe, for the Bible to be translated. They locked it down. Especially, I believe it was once that 1776. They want to lock everything down. Just like you have things in the Vatican vault. And I don't think there's anything they have there really that we're not already talking about. Now, like we're speaking now. So Bible was going to be in Latin. In Roman Catholic Church till today, they still, well, until recently, they still read the Bible in Latin. And you will not hear anything they say. And the early Roman Catholics in Nigeria, they read the Bible to them in Latin. Almost as bad as you read in Arabic today and they still pray in Arabic language in Islam. Exactly the same thing they do in Christianity. They pray in Latin. See, they read scripture in Latin to them. So is what the enemy is doing with those people in that part of the world. So so Enoch prayed for those, wrote a petition for redemption. Yeah, thanks. So Enoch wrote a petition for them, praying for them. Can you imagine? So I don't know why Enoch himself was that merciful with the watchers. So he prayed for them. I'm just washing my face. I'll get back on the live shortly on the desktop. So he prayed for them, but God did not answer. God didn't answer Enoch's request. So we'll do about 45 more minutes, then we will just let people say hi and hello. Then we close for the day. Come back tomorrow morning. So you can follow the live if you have not followed. If you have not followed us before, follow the live so that when we go live, we don't have to start sharing to you manually. Okay. We've been live for about 5 hours actually. So now raise up their eyes to heaven on account of, okay, now the watchers could not even look up to God anymore. You see. Therefore, I wrote a memorial for prayer or supplication for their spirits for everything which they have done. Proceeding, I continued over to the waters of Dambadan, okay, which is on the right to the west of Armon, okay. Okay, so we'll soon see some locations like we did yesterday and 2 days ago. Some locations which happen to be in Nigeria, by the way. Oh, where are we? Okay, I just read that. So this should be next. Reading the memorial of their prayer until I fell asleep. So he was reading that prayer. Wow. Reading that prayer, trying to pray to God for the wicked angels, bad things they've done. Okay. So he fell asleep while he was doing that. And behold, a dream came to me. A vision appeared above me, and I fell down and saw a vision of punishment that I might relate it to the sons of heaven. Okay. When I awoke, that means he saw their punishment. God showed him their punishment. All being collected together stood weeping. My angels weeping before a human being. Obel Seyael, which is situated between Libyanos and Senesar. He will tell us where Senesar is at the bottom. We'll check it. With their faces veiled. So that's where the fallen angels are, not that place where they were crying. I related in their presence all the visions I had seen in my dream. Even angels are believing your dream and you don't believe your own. Don't forgive you. And they began to utter these words of righteousness, reproving the watchers of heaven. This is the book of the words of the righteousness, of reproof of the watchers who belong to the world. Okay, according to that which he who is the holy and great commanded in a vision, I perceived in my dream. Let me jump. So the mighty one has put into the mouth of men that they might converse with it. Oh, and that part is important. So he who is holy and great commanded me in the vision. I perceived in my dream that I was now speaking with a tongue of flesh. Was he not speaking with a tongue of flesh before? That I was now speaking with a tongue of flesh and with my breath, which the mighty one has put into the mouth of men. And the tongue, like we said, is Hebrew. That's the language that Adam spoke, is the Hebrew language. So the logical question is, how did Adam, who is the first, began to speak the language of Eber, who is the 14th from Adam, like his 14th great grandson, is called Eber, and it's from him they called Hebrews. So how come Adam was speaking Hebrew? Very simple. In Genesis 11, the Hebrew language was taken away from men. I showed us the place yesterday, Jubilees 8:25, thereabout. The language was taken away from human beings, and but rather it was revealed back to the 20th man, which is what's his name? Abraham. So Abraham is the 20th. So God revealed it back to Abraham through an angel. It's written in the book of Jubilees. So, and Abraham was the one that began to speak the Hebrew language back. But because people know him as Hebrew, as a Hebrew, a child of Eber, so the other nations of the world that are speaking scattered languages started calling that original language, which was nameless. I mean, if there was one language in the world, that language would not have any name, because there's just one language. So you just call it talking. You won't know that languages exist. You just call it that people are talking, because it's literally just one language. So it didn't have a name, but when it was restored back after the Tower of Babel, later restored to Abraham, they named the language after where Abraham came from, which is from Eber, that's the Hebrews. Okay. I hope you're getting something. Are you learning anything? Let me know if you are still there or you have slept off like Enoch. Like Enoch slept in his vision. You're still there? Type yes. Let's see, like 28 years. I think that will work in place of F1. It's like 26 years. Okay. Alright, I guess it's still there. Okay, good. We'll soon finish by 3 now. There, bro. 3 West African times. Thank you, Son of Grace. So yeah, I should rack F1. Great. So Hebrew is the language of creation, and we have found 20 Hebrew words and Yoruba words that are same. The same thing with Igbo. Okay. So that land is not normal. You cannot expect them to allow Nigeria to just prosper like that. Satan wants the soul of Nigerians. Europeans want the resources of Nigerians. You see, Satan is using that their greed for resources to use them to destroy these people. But what Satan wants is actually to punish the people, to make them suffer and deny God. You see a Yoruba man saying the other time that he's an atheist. Meanwhile, the guy is confused. We didn't engage in more than 3-5 minutes, he has run away. Doesn't make sense. If you tell me you are a Yoruba, you are a Juju man, you can start from there. You say you're an atheist, it's Europe that got into his head as he is. If he has serious problems, he would he would wake up. Even if it is one Babalawo he will meet, you have one form of spirituality or the other. You can't tell me you're African and atheist. It's a contradiction of terminology. African atheist. One person even is Afro atheist. I think there's one lady like that. She's Nigerian also. I've spoken with her before. So you're Afro atheist. I've told her it's a contradiction of terminology. It does not make sense. Afro and you're atheist. Tell me you're Afro Juju. I say, okay, good. Afro Juju is the name of a music genre in Nigeria. I still believe you as Afro Juju than Afro atheist. It doesn't make sense. Afro atheist. I've told them my mind. Like we're saying something that maybe even some people from their camp is listening, because sometimes they listen back and so that's the Hebrew language is the African language. It's the language of creation. Let's keep reading. We'll run to 20 now, so that we'll be at the same page with everybody. And understand this in your heart. As given to As he has created and given to the power of comprehending the word of understanding, so as he created and given to me the power of reproving the watchers. Okay, the offsprings of heaven. So watchers are offsprings of heaven, Nephilim are offspring of watchers. I have written your petition in my vision. It has been shown to me that what you request will not be granted. Bad news for them. As long as the world endures, judgment has been passed upon you. From this time on, you will never ascend into heaven. Okay? He said that, that on the earth he will bind you as long as the world endures. We're going to get to see the origin of demons. Let's keep going. But therefore, these signs these things you shall behold, the destruction of your beloved ones, that's the Nephilim, and shall not possess them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. They'll start killing each other. It's Gabriel that was sent to do that work, to make the Nephilim begin to slay each other. Neither shall you entreat of them. Let me show you. I don't know the height of this, but I don't know. But it's funny. Petrified giant. So some people, although this is too much of AI, let me show you a real one. But that one, they tell us it's a statue that they built, but people are doubting if they could build that in those ages, in those times. Woman, I think this one's in the United States with sword. Okay, that's one giant sword there. Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay, let me just say, let me not call it giant. Woman, what's that thing? Woman statue. We saw it. I think okay, I think it's in Russia. I think it's this one, yes. Now, anyway, I don't know. Although the picture is a little funny. Let's see. Zoom out. So Women's Day. It's Women's Day. Let's find out the name of the statue so that I can use it to search. Oh, thank you, Father. Motherland Call. Do the same thing. Control C. Okay, I think Motherland Calls. You can find it in. The reason why I'm thinking about that is because of the fight, the way they were fighting. But then this one was not slain, it's just people are doubting, I think it's in Russia, people are doubting that they built this. And the face is even masculine somehow, but the body is feminine. It's just, but this some of those. But of course, the Motherland Calls. But the official narrative is that it was built, just like Statue of Liberty, that it was built. So we believe. So it looks like a petrified giant. Let's check what's the height. It's gonna tell us. 279 feet, 85 meters. So of course not as tall. Okay, to the tip, let's see the sword. Or the height might be different from the standing 85 meters tall from the base pedestal to its peak. Okay, so to the woman height maybe it's just 60 meters there, which is actually still very, very tall. The person's height is just 1.8. But anyway, the official narrative is that it was built in 1967. Well, it's not impossible. But anyway, it just reminds me of that. Is why I pulled that up. Boom, boom. Let's go. Bye, 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 goodbye. Okay. Neither shall you entreat for them, nor for yourselves. I'm sure if it was regular Bible I'm reading, people will have run away because it will sound too familiar. But then we should learn also not to be familiar with other scriptures. Okay, so neither shall you entreat for them, okay, not for yourselves, but you shall weep and supplicate in silence the words of the book which I wrote. Okay, vision appeared unto me. Behold, in that vision, clouds and mist invited me, and agitated stars flashed, flashes of lightning impelled. Okay, let's keep reading. And pressed me forward, while the winds in the vision assisted my flight. Okay. Verse 10. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded myself until I arrived a wall built with stones of crystals, a vibrating flame. Okay, right. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Oh, careful. Sounded like sound effects. Wrong drum. So, strike me with terror. Into the vibrating flame I entered. I drew nigh unto the spacious habitation, describing the realms he went to, close to the throne of God. As well as pavements were formed, and crystals likewise was the ground. Its roots had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning. A flame burned around the walls. It was portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice at the same time. You see, no trace of delight or life was there. Now that's another place. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face in a vision. I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me and erected in the midst of the vibrating flame. Okay. So it says here that it is impossible to describe to you either in the splendor or the extent of it. So it says here, its floor was on fire, above were lightnings, agitated stars, while the roof exhibited a blazing fire. It keeps saying, attentively I surveyed it and saw that it contained an exalted throne, the appearance of which was like frost. Okay, while its circumference resembled the orb of the brilliant sun. And there was the voice of the cherubim from the underneath this mighty throne. Rivers of flaming fire issued. To look upon it was impossible. I wonder how he saw it. Maybe with another eyes. One great in glory, or maybe he could just flash his face once. One great in glory sat on it. That's the Most High probably. Whose robe was brighter than the sun and whiter than snow. No angel was capable of penetrating to view the face of him, the glorious and the effulgence, nor could any mortal behold him. A fire was flaming around him. A fire also of great extent continued to rise up before him, so that not one of those who surrounded him are capable of approaching him. Among the myriads of myriads, that's millions or thousands of thousands is what that means. He will tell us in the sea, in the footnote, who were before him, and to him holy consultations was needless, yet he did not sanctify who were near him. Depart far from him, either by night nor by day. They were with him continually, nor were they removed from him. I also was so far advanced with the veil on my face and trembling. Then the Lord with him, then the Lord with his own mouth, called me So there's a difference when he sends an angel and when he calls him this way, saying, approach hither, Enoch, at my holy word. In the beginning was the word, and that word was with God. And he raised me up and drew me near to the entrance. My eye was directed to the ground. Then addressing me, he spoke, hear neither be afraid, O righteous Enoch, you scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice. Go say to the watchers of heaven, who sent you to pray for them. Now listen to this part. Go say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent you to pray for them. Tell them this, you ought to pray for men and not men pray for you. Like we said yesterday, God was calling the angels Agbaya. Agbaya means old and good for nothing, something like that. Yoruba word. So whether have you forsaken the lofty of heaven and in which endure forever, and have lain with women, and have defiled yourself with the daughters of men, and have taken to yourselves wives, and acted like the sons of the earth, and you have given birth to impure offsprings, which is giants, is what it calls here. Okay, you being spiritual, holy, possessing a life which is eternal. You see. So this period means 10,000 times 10,000, the same thing you have in the book of Revelation. Okay. You have polluted yourself with women and begotten in carnal blood, and have lusted in the blood of men, and have done as those who are in flesh and blood do. Okay, so these, however, will die. That's their children will die. Nephilim will die. And I have given to them wives. Oh, rather, sorry. It's saying that men are mortal. Okay, because they will die. But then these angels are actually immortal. So these, however, die and perish. That's the mortal human being, of course, after the fall. Therefore have I given to them wives. Oh, it's telling us the reason why we have marriages. Why? That they might cohabit with them, that sons might be born of them, and that this might be transacted upon the earth. But you from the beginning are made spiritual, possessing a life which is eternal and not subject to death. So when we change to that eternal body, we will not need coitus anymore. We will not need that marital relationship anymore, because we've got an eternal life already. See, therefore I made not wives for you, because being spiritual, your dwelling is in heaven. Now the giants which you have given birth to are born of spirit and flesh; they're hybrid, and now watch this. This is the source of evil spirits on the earth. When a human being makes mistakes, the mistakes are mortal. They are things that can easily be solved. But at this level, at this level of things, when mistakes are made, it becomes something out of hand. Now the giants who have been born of spirit and of flesh shall be called upon the earth evil spirits. That's when they are dead, and they're still in idols today. When you hear those ancestral demons, when they require blood, they have been drinking that blood on the earth before, literally. But now they still want to take it as spirits. And on the earth shall be their habitation, so they will stay here. Evil spirits shall proceed from their flesh, because they were created from above, and from the holy watchers was their beginning and primary foundation. So that's where demons come from. Evil spirits shall they be on the earth, and the spirits of wickedness of the wicked shall they be called. So they will call them wicked spirits, unclean spirits. The habitation of the spirits of heaven shall be in heaven, but upon earth shall be the habitation of the terrestrial spirits who were born on earth. So this is where their passport is. They don't have passports to the heavens, as it were. So let's type some more F1 as the last lap. We're entering the last lap now. You're still there, type F1. Should have like 25 F1s now. Type F1. I've seen just two. Maybe some of you just kept the phone somewhere and you're just listening. As if it's audio Bible. Yeah. Enjoying audio Bible. Okay. So let's go. F1, F1. Roulette Jojo. Thank you. So the spirit of the giant shall be like clouds. And this is what you see sometimes when you cast out evil spirits out of people, which shall oppress. So they are oppressing spirits and they possess people. Because they've lost their bodies. They want bodies. Oh my God. Have anybody, let me ask you a question so that I can confirm. I will try not to be controversial. Have you watched some deliverance sessions? Because I have. And those evil spirits will say, I'm a giant man. I cannot leave this body. I'm a giant man. I've been there for 300 years. How many of you have heard that before? I'm a giant man when deliverances are being conducted. Yeah. So you hear it very frequently. Go and look for. We usually don't mention name of ministries or people here as such, except they come themselves, of course. So if Chika Joseph was here, I'm sure he would know some of these things firsthand because he himself is that kind of ministry, prophetic ministry and things like that. So you see, I'm a giant man. You want to, this spirit husband is the same thing. Those things are real. There's white people that have spirit husband, but they call them aliens. There's a woman, like I said before to us. She didn't have any husband. She was getting pregnant. Pregnancy will go at month 6 months. They will take it from her stomach. And she knows these aliens that come to her. She even says she likes them. You know the way women can be. They can carry dogs and breastfeed dog. I don't know. So, but then, it's just fact. It's not hate speech. So they say that I'm a giant man. It's confirming this thing. That is here. That's where they come from. They've lost their bodies, lost their first estate, and they're looking for bodies to possess. All right, let's proceed. Let me turn that back on. Hope this thing water doesn't get in this thing. Trying to cool it. All right, it's just pouring water. Let's proceed. Where were we? Yeah, so they will possess people, they will corrupt people, they will cause people to fall, contend bruise, and they will bruise upon the earth. Verse 10. Yeah. They shall cause lamentation, no food shall they eat. They will be thirsty. Some of those things happen also in deliverance when they are thirsty like that. They shall be thirsty, and they shall be concealed, and shall not rise up against the sons of men and against women, for they come forth during the days of slaughter. During the days of slaughter and destruction. Okay. We should at least be able to get to that 20 or 21 where the others are. Okay, chapter 16. And as to the death of the giants, wheresoever their spirits depart from their bodies, let their flesh that is perishable be without judgment. Thus shall they perish until the day of the great consummation of the great world. Talking about the very end. Book of Enoch has timeline also. We'll get to that when we get there. If we get there actually, because Enoch is one of 5 chapters. Okay, thus shall they perish until the day of the great consummation and the great world. A destruction shall take place, the watchers of the impious. Okay, place of the watchers and their children, which is the impious, the giants. Although English like to say small devil is what they call impious, but it's the opposite here. And now the watchers who have sent you to pray for them, who in the beginning were in the heavens, say Say, in heaven you have been, secret things, however, have not. Oh, gone too far. I have to zoom out. We're at 16 just now. No, not yet. So let's see. Okay. So say, in heaven you have been. Secret things, however, have not been manifested unto you. You have yet have you known a reprobated mystery. Okay. And this have you related to women in the hardness of your heart. And by the mystery have, and that mystery, and by that mystery have women and mankind multiplied the evils upon the earth. Say unto them, never therefore shall you obtain peace. Imagine a world where there is no mirrors. Well, they could see from the water, I think, water surface at least, but not as frequently as mirrors. I'm just thinking out loud. Say to them, never therefore shall you obtain peace. That's those watchers. So they raise me up in a certain place. That's the good angels that are working with Enoch, I believe, in this vision, where there was the appearance of a burning fire, and where they assumed the likeness of men. I mean, if they like, they can change their form to look like human beings, talking about the angels. They carried me to a lofty spot on a mountain on top of which reached to heaven, and I beheld the receptacles of light and of thunder and of extremities of the place where it was deepest, and a bow of fire and arrows in their quiver. Okay, every species of lightning, verse 4, and they elevated me to a babbling stream and of fire in the west, which received all the setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire which flowed like water and emptied itself into the great sea towards westward. And I showed us that the great sea is what Nigerians will call Bar Beach, is Atlantic Ocean, yeah. What they've called, it used to be Ethiopian Ocean, but now they've called it Atlantic Ocean. So let me open that up if he responds to us on time. Yeah, we're gonna need it. So that's where westward is where the Great Sea is. But those that put Israel in the Middle East, they call the Mediterranean the Great Sea, and it's not so. But we have corrected that here, and that's the Great Sea right there. So let's proceed. So that's the Great Sea. Okay. And I saw every large river. So I think they elevated him to the top of the dome, the top of the earth, the firmament. I saw every large river until I arrived at the great darkness. I went to where all flesh migrate. By the way, you can't see all the large river if the earth was spherical. And I beheld mountains of the gloom, which constitutes winter, and the place from which issues water in every abyss. And I saw also the mouths of the rivers in the world, and the mouths of the deep. Chapter 18. And I surveyed the receptacles of the wind, perceiving that they contributed to adorn the world, the whole creation, and to preserve the foundation of the earth. By the way, let's just say Enoch's earth. So just to see people that have read that, just to create a model for it, is something like what you're seeing on your screen. Some of you have seen it before. Image in a new tab. Let's see if it's clear enough. Let's try this. Something like this. Firmament, this is the earth, this is hell, pillars of the earth, this is the skies. Okay, firmament. Okay, someone else put it like this. Okay, open in image in new tab. Okay, it should be clear. Yeah, so that's it. So gates of winds. So that's Enoch's earth. Mountain of God, like that. So basically he's flat like that, then with a dome. The great darkness here. Okay, and it says there are portals, gates of the sun. So sun goes through these portals and come back through these other portals. Like that. So just to give you a view of what people have reproduced from. Okay, there's also a theory that says the world map is upside down. That too can cause some controversy. Yeah, I think that upside down is two things. Number one is the elevation. Southern Africa is of a higher elevation than Northern Africa. That's why they even call the Northern Egypt, they call it Lower Egypt, even though it's in the north. Then also, symbolically also is another thing that translates to. Okay. But then yes, I understand. We've heard that also. Okay. Let's go. So I also beheld the four winds. So like we showed the map yesterday, we still have maps that show those four winds and they show angels. They're blowing winds on the earth. And I beheld the sky. Okay, it's even here. Which bear up the earth. Wait, I also beheld the four winds which bear up the earth. Wow. And the firmament of heaven. Tells you about firmament. Is firm. And I beheld the wings occupying the exalted sky, arising in the midst of the heaven and of the earth and constituting the pillars of heaven. So he was seeing things from the bird's eye view. I saw the winds which turned to the sky, which caused the orb of the sun and all the stars to set. And over the earth, I saw the winds which support the clouds. I saw the path of the angels. I perceived the extremities of the earth, the firmament of heaven above it. Then I passed on towards the south. Okay. Were burnt both day and night. 6 mountains form glorious domes. 3 towards the east, 3 towards the south. Those which were towards the east were variegated stone. What does that mean? Variegated stones, real quick. Check the meaning of variegated. Okay. Exhibiting different colors. Okay. Variegated. I didn't hear that.
Variegated. Variegated.
Oh, variegated. Okay. So, yeah, so it means having different colors. So variegated stones, one of which was, start calling the names of the stones. Antimony towards the south, red stone. Antimony, I think, is the name of an element, by the way. Chemical element. The middle of one reached to the heaven, the throne of God, a throne composed of alabaster, the top of which was sapphire. I saw too a blazing fire hanging over all the mountains, and there I saw a place on the other side of the extended territory where waters were collected. I likewise beheld terrestrial fountains. I mean, the picture just tells 1,000 words is what is going on here. All of that is what this person is trying to draw, or something similar to that. See columns of fire there. So I likewise beheld the terrestrial fountains, the deep in fiery columns of heaven. Aha, exactly. Columns of fire is what you have here. You see, we're about to read. You see, columns of fire. So the person just trying to depict what we've got. We're finishing soon. And in the columns of heaven beheld fires which descended without number on high, nor into the deep over the fountains. I perceived a place which had neither the firmament of heaven above it, nor solid ground beneath it. The place was just desolate. Okay? And I beheld 7 stars like the blazing mountain, and like spirits entreating me. Then the angel said, this place, until the consummation of heaven and earth, will be prison of the stars. I think it's talking about the watchers. Okay, and the host of heaven. Okay, what did the stars do? The stars which roll over fire, which are those which are okay. The stars which roll over fire are those which transgressed the commandment of God before their time arrived, for they came not into their proper season. Therefore he offended with them. Therefore was he offended with them and bound them until the period of the consummation of their crimes in the secret year. Chapter 19. Then Uriel said, here the angels who cohabitated with women appointed their leaders, and being numerous, they appeared in appearance, made men profane, and caused them to err, so that they sacrificed to devils as to gods. And they still do that today. For in the great day there shall be a judgment with which they shall be judged until they are consumed, and their wives also shall be judged, who led astray the angels of heaven, that they might salute them. 3. And I, Enoch, I alone saw the likeness of the ends of all things, nor did any human being see it as I saw it. 20. Because he was, of course, conversing with other people, and they were not seeing that. These are the names of the angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy angels who presides over clamor and terror. He's telling you their functions. Okay. Over clamor and terror. He said Raphael is one of the holy angels who presides over spirits of men. Raguel, and I think Raphael is one that went to bless the earth, announce blessing all the time. Raguel, one of the holy angels who inflicts punishment on the world and the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels who presiding over human virtue, commands the nations. Yes, that's why Michael was there in the time of Daniel when Daniel was giving those prophecies about nations. Sarakiel, one of the holy angels who presides over the spirit of children of men that transgress. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, presides over Ikisat, over paradise, over the cherubim. 21. Then I made a circuit. I think this is where we stopped. Then I make a circuit to a place which was completed. Then I made a circuit to a place in which nothing was completed, and there I beheld neither the tremendous workmanship of an exalted heaven nor of an established earth, but a desolate spot, prepared and terrific. There too I beheld 7 stars of heaven, bound in it together like great mountains, and like blazing fire. I exclaimed, for what species of crime they have been bound, and why have they been removed to this place? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me and who conducted me, said, Enoch, wherefore do you ask? Wherefore do you reason with yourself and anxiously inquire. These are those of the stars which have transgressed the commandments of the Most High. See, the Most High God, and are bound, and are here bound until the infinite number of days of the crimes be completed. How can you complete something that is infinite? Until the infinite number of days of their crimes be completed. Okay? From there, I afterwards passed on to another territory place, where I beheld the operation of a great blazing fire. We'll get to a place where it will show us one location in Nigeria soon. So we'll keep that as to be like a reward for us, like a bonus for the day, for those that were not there when we. Terrestrial foundings, does it mean he saw another world? It looks like this same world we're in, but it's like he's seeing both at the same time. Because this our world is very superimposed. Spirits and are trafficking all over the place. And there's more spirits on the earth than there are even humans. So he's seeing those things superimposed together. And that's how spirits see, of course. They see their own world, of course, and then ours. So that's what I believe is happening to him. So wherefore I beheld the operation of a great fire, yes, columns of fire struggled together to the end of the abyss, and was their descent, but neither its measurement nor magnitude was I able to discover. Okay. Neither could I perceive its origin. Then I exclaimed, how terrible is this place, and how difficult to explore. Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, Enoch, why are you alarmed at this terrible place? This, he said, is the prison of the angels, and here they are kept for ever. Okay, we'll still be in 22. For there I proceeded to another spot where I saw on the west glory a lofty mountain, a strong rock, 4 delightful places. Internally it was deep, capacious and very smooth. What's the meaning of capacious? Let's have a look at that. Very smooth. Capacious. I think I've read it just before. Okay, having a lot of space inside, roomy. It's like spacious. So internally it was very deep and spacious and very smooth as if it has been rolled over. It was both deep and dark to behold. Okay. 15. Page 15. Then Raphael, one of the holy angels who were with me, answered. Let's respond to this guy. L. That's 5 hours mark. 7. Seriously. I'm answering the puzzles and it still keep telling me error. I hope you guys are seeing. Come on, go through. Yeah, that's it. It's gone through. Okay. Let's proceed. Then Raphael, one of the holy angels who were with me, answered, these are the delightful places where the spirits of souls of the dead will be collected for them, where they were formed, and here will be collected the souls of the sons of men. These places in which they dwell shall they occupy until the day of judgment and until their appointed period. Okay, so there's a place that departed spirits go to. Okay, according to this at least. The appointed period will be long, even until the great judgment. And I saw the spirits of the sons of men which were dead, and their voices reached to heaven while they were accusing. Then I inquired of Raphael, an angel. No, I think we have gone past something we read. I want to show us something where Damascus is, because Damascus is one of the places where Enoch was seeing this vision. So this 3 o'clock and we have gotten to 21 as promised. But I think there's somewhere in Damascus, which we showed the last time. We want to show the other people today too. I think we got it from a footnote. Well, I can do this, Control F, Damascus. Let's see how that goes. Okay, there's just one mention of Damascus, which is here. So that's in, oh, we've left it a long time ago, 14. But let me show you Libanus and Senisar. What verse is that? It's A. Where is it? Yeah, so let me show you the context. After this, we'll stop. Then we'll do verse 22 again, starting from tomorrow. So I'll show you Damascus now. We take some guests, then we come back tomorrow. Yeah, Damisak. So some people already was here yesterday. So, and behold, a dream came unto me in a vision. So we'll just show the people that have not seen the Damascus in Nigeria. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions appeared above me. I fell down and saw a vision of punishment. Okay? That I may relate it to the sons of heaven and reprove them. Where when I awoke, I went to them, all being collected together, stood weeping in this place, Obel Seyael, which is situated in Libanus. Okay, I stopped then, but I don't know why I didn't check the footnote. So that place is Obel Seyael. Obel Seyael. Obel Seyael. Okay. So, and he said it is situated in Libanus and Sanessa. So that's where fallen angels were weeping, right? So that's where the crying angels were. So, and it tells us here that that Obesuyael is in Damascus. So you see Damascus, they say it's near Damascus. So I want to now show us where Damascus is in Nigeria. So then for us to see that, we need to know the right pronunciation of Damascus. Interestingly, I just saw now that Elewedu followed us. For those of us that know the Elewedu. The Elewedu that was, we were just showing him some things and he had to run away because he didn't have any point. So sometimes they take time and over time they'll change. Let's see. First mention of Damascus that we're looking for. Yeah, that's it. So where is it at? So I have a quick scripture where you can pull it. Genesis 14:15. I should remember that next time. Genesis 14:15. That's the same place, right? Exodus, Genesis, where KJV. Let's check that real quick. That's the same place where they were fighting with Nimrod. Incidentally, by the way, guys, maybe we'll touch on that one day. But then this Amraphel that Abraham was fighting with is Nimrod. Is Amraphel, king of Shinar. In Genesis 14 is Nimrod. So verse 15, what happened there? And he divided himself and his servant by night, and they smote them and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. Okay, so that must have been northward. Left side, left hand of Damascus. Okay, so this is what I wanted to do anyway, to show you Damascus in Nigeria, but we need to show you interlinear, the way Damascus is properly pronounced. Damascus is Greek sounding. The real way to pronounce Damascus is Damasak or Damasak. So this is a Damascus. Damesak or Damasak. That's the pronunciation of Damascus there. Okay. So that's it, Damesak. Okay, or Damasek. So then all you need to do is to come to Google Maps precisely. Where is it? Where is it? Loading. Unresponsive. Taking time. Google Maps. Okay. See that response. So just type Damasak, Nigeria. So look at Damasak there. And like I like to show people, when if what I showed you now was a Damasak It's just flat. So I've sent you an invitation, just accept it. Daddy J, I've sent you a request. Invitation, just accept the invitation. Who else? I want people who have not spoken before to speak. Tunde Obasa can come say hi. Robbie, Femi Osinaike, just come say hi. Robbie, come say hi. So let's just fill that space. Whoever comes first will fill those 6 spaces. And those who can come up, if I should be able to come up, but just drop your final note on the chat. So let's start with Shadrach. I don't think he was spoken before. Shadrach, let's go. 2 minutes, you're good to go. Can you hear me, Shadrach? If Shadrach is not ready, let's go with Ara. So you guys can talk about how you got to know about our channel, where you first heard about our channel and things like that. So let me set the timer for the first speaker.
Hello.
Yeah, so I'll just give you 2 minutes to, or let's say 3 minutes, 2 minutes thereabouts.
2 minutes is too much. I'm at work. I'm actually very busy at work right now.
Okay.
But I would say that I have really enjoyed this whole session. I think I first got to hear of you when you had the podcast session with the lady, and I was very intrigued actually. Seeing you on the live just got me to want to get to know more about what you had earlier spoken about, and honestly, it's been an enlightening session. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. I'll keep it brief, and I would like to end it here because I have to go back to work. But I'm still with you guys at the same time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for kind words. Okay, so let's have the next speaker. Are you ready for us, Shadrach? I think he said 2 minutes. Someone said 2 minutes is too much, so let's take. Okay, Shadrach, are you ready? Shadrach he's dropped his phone. All right, so let's all follow the channel, download the Chatroad app, check on our website and subscribe on the website if you want.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Sorry, I'm back.
All right, let's go.
I just stepped out.
You're muted. Yeah.
I didn't get the.
No, just like final words, basically. I think you've spoken once, haven't you?
No, I haven't. I requested, but I wasn't granted.
Okay, so let's go. 2 minutes. That's the time.
What I want to. Okay. Well, personally, it's a great discovery and revelation. It's amazing, really, but at the same time, it brings in some kind of confusion. Where does one stand? After having we've been brought up a certain way with certain beliefs, and now we're discovering that what we believed in all our lives, basically, probably a lie. So trying to find a way to balance it, to balance spiritual stance, for instance, that is why I'm going to continue to follow and listen to you. Probably I'm going to find that balance somewhere because it's quite confusing. All has been.
Can you ask one question? The most confusing question, if you don't mind. I can still respond to that in 2 minutes.
Okay, the most confusing question right now is basically about, heaven.
About what?
Hell.
Okay. What heaven. About it?
Heaven. Is it real?
Oh, you mean the return of Jesus, right? Is that the part?
Yes, return of Jesus. Yeah,
no, of course it's real. Yeah, of course. All of that is.
And all of that.
Mm-hmm. All of that is still same. So it's just that's why we don't bother people so much about the rapture part, because most things are still the same thing, despite the fact that Jesus has returned, based on what he said that he was going to return soon. most things, the way you engage with God, matters of righteousness are still same. So that's the thing. You understand? So what we have is judgment is coming. Yeah.
Okay, if it has come, if the rapture has happened, you understand, where are they? I mean, were they really, was it like people were taken away, like the Bible described it? You understand? And then those of us left are supposed to be, maybe we didn't really, meet up with the requirements.
But then it wouldn't be we, it would be our forefathers. You understand? Because the time when it happened, from what he said, yes. But let's just watch some more videos. They are very, very self-explanatory and they're not so complex, so that I don't keep repeating it. It gets redundant. You understand? Right?
Okay.
Yeah. So just watch some of those.
I'll find the videos on your page, right?
Yeah. So you can check. This is our website and display it. Yeah. So you can look for that website is rolling up there. The yellow text rolling there. So the website looks like this, what you can see on your screen. I hope you can see it. So it looks like, looks like that.
All right. Yeah, thanks again.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for your time. Sheikh Ziman, thank you in this game. So Daddy J, you can still request now if you still want to say something. Yeah. So that Jay, send your request now. So thank you for those that have joined. We'll see you guys tomorrow by God's grace. Yeah. Okay, I think it's popping up soon. Yeah, you're welcome. So Daddy J, you've got your time. We'll give you 2 minutes. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing. Actually, I came through your page in my FYP during your interviews with the other lady to whom you were explaining certain things about discovering that actually some parts which have been mentioned in the Bible are actually in Africa and precisely around the West region, like in Nigeria, where we have some of them. I'm a Roman Catholic, but growing up, this doctrine which they give you when you're growing up as a child, it gives you that inner core of believing what your parents will say. But now I believe this is a time where we have to emancipate ourselves to ask questions. Because I, for one, even while back in school, I've always believed in the Catholic doctrine in the sense that you don't just rely only on the Bible, but you go to some cultural aspects in concluding certain things, coming to a conclusion about certain, maybe what they call dogmas and things like that. So this your channel is giving me an eye opener to realize that the Bible somehow, I think the translation of the Bible or some certain scriptures or why some books are not included into the Bible, maybe they had a purpose. There was a purpose for it. Because like one lady was asking, how come the book of Enoch is not a part of the Bible? And we have so many other texts which are not also parts of the Bible, which we believe that these are people who have lived and recorded in time what they have witnessed or what they also studied or what they read. So I continue to follow your channel because I really want to have an insight of many things which, some doubt and clarifications and why things are happening. Because like you are talking about the Jerusalem and the one of today, those are two different locations. And if you follow the book of Enoch and maybe some descriptions in the Bible, realize that these places are two different. Was it yesterday or today I was following about your explanation of Lebanon actually meaning like light?
Okay.
And or was it like Lebanon or where they talk about the citadel of Lebanon actually meaning like light? And we try to relate that to the book of Solomon where he harvested some of these trees to build the house of God. And the Lebanon we have today doesn't have trees as per se like timber and things like that, which some of these resources are actually coming from Africa. So we realize that there's a controversy which we need to dig inside to find out actually where some of these things are located in our today's world. So my main reason I'm continuing to follow your channel is to get an insight of many of these things, and I really appreciate the work you're doing. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, brother. All right, then. So that's exactly your time. So thank you, everyone that has joined so far. So just follow this channel, everyone. We will be back tomorrow morning by God's grace, same time, 10 o'clock. We'll continue. We can just take guests. If the guest rushes a lot, then we continue flow with the guests. Then we read Enoch 22, continue from 22 forward gradually like that. Explain change of the name Jesus to Yeshua to Jesus by men. Can a name be changed? Thank you so much. Yeah, you're welcome. So, yeah, it's like although we see Jesus as the English version of Yeshua or Yahusha, and many people are saying it's a bad name or something like that. But because of how much power that name carries, you know that name is right. I mean, as against Yahusha or Yeshua, okay, the Jesus name is still right. Okay, and what we are saying is with our knowledge of timeline, it's likely to be a new name that was given to him, as was promised in the book of Revelation. Now that we know that many of that Revelation prophecies are fulfilled. So that's why we are saying is likely to be his new name. Although, and yes, even the letter J was created around the so-called Middle Ages or Dark Ages, which is when we believe it's time when Jesus reigned with the saints. And it's still reigning now, but then the saints he reigned with has left, and it's written that Satan will be released. So that's the timeline we think we're in. So between now and tomorrow rather, watch more videos, or till the next time you come, watch more videos. Follow this channel now. Go to that website, our website, and where is it at? Yeah, so just go there, subscribe to it. You get access to the maps and things like that. So that's that. Thank you everyone for joining. We'll see you. Broadcast is recorded, yes. But what do you think we can do to the broadcast, Shedrack? How can you? I don't know how that part of TikTok works, but I know it's recorded. Yes, welcome, Ara. I know that it's recorded, but how do you get to watch it? Do you have access to it, Shedrack? Or I need to post it for you to see it? Can let me know, Shedrack. Well, it's recorded, I'm sure about that. So that's the part I'm not sure, but it's recorded. You no longer use the name of Jesus. Okay. You can just reconsider it. Well, it's okay. We are all learning and we're advancing forward. It should be automatically added to your page. Yes, it's added to my page, but I don't know how you can rewatch it. But then I don't know why you want to rewatch 5 hours 25 minutes. Okay, but I think some people can crop it and put it on YouTube or something. But then I don't know. But it's recorded to answer your question. So thank you everyone. We are going to see tomorrow. Till then, let's keep okay, Jesus of Nazareth. The real names of Christ in Yoruba. You see, Yeshua. Names are not meant to be translated, by the way. When you translate names, you are breaking a rule of translation. You don't translate some categories of nouns. If say somebody's name is Nathaniel, if you're speaking Yoruba, you will still say Nathaniel. If you're still speaking English, you say Nathaniel. If the guy's name is Trump, when you're speaking any language, you call him Trump in that language. You don't translate names. It shouldn't be translated. So that Yahusha will still be correct. If your name is changed, that means it's not you. Yeah, generally. So it shouldn't be translated even between languages. So it shouldn't be translated. So we'll see. Yes, not yet. Almost finished. So it's Yahusha, the real name, unique. So thank you everyone. We will see in the next live, which is tomorrow by God's grace. Study English, the law of international translations. Name should not be changed. Yes, that's true. Yeshua, Yahusha. Yeah. All right then. See you guys tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. West African time. Bye. Follow the account so we can know when we go live. Thank you, Real Infinity. I've been sorry, I've been addressing you, but I've been muted. I didn't know I was muted. Sorry about that. Someone should have told me in the comments. So let's power tap as we started. I didn't know I was muted all the while. Richard, you're welcome. Can you hear me, Richard? Richard, can you hear me? Let's tap the screen, tap to first 5K likes. Okay. So that we do our first a quick few hours. Richard, you can request again. I think maybe it's your network that dropped you. So let's tap the screen. Let's tap the screen as we go. If you can hear me, you can type a yes, so I'm double sure that you can hear. Edo boy, you're welcome. Good to have you. So look at the topic. Look at the topic and see if you have any opinions. Then you can share your opinion as we move. And let's share the live. If you're passing by, like you're going somewhere or something, you can follow the account so that we don't need to notify you the next time when you come. Joseph, you're welcome. Joseph Amado. So look at the topic and share your opinion. So look at the topic and share your opinion. So let's power tap. You're welcome, Emperor. User 188. You're welcome. Tap. Praise Dairos, good to have you again. So let's have somebody come up. You can let us just to say hi. Let somebody come up, say hi, one or two persons. Just to say hi, then you can go back to the comment section. I know everybody's waiting for us to start, today's discussion. But I need a few people to come say hi first. Then if you can hear me, type a yes in the comments. At the same time, let's also type F1 so we can get this started properly. So tap the screen. We're still waiting for our 2K likes at least. Alan Pesanti, you're welcome. So, Bob the Builder, it's good to have you. So I know you guys are waiting for us to start, but I need at least one person to come say hi. If you're requesting, let me know. Just request, come say hi, then we start. Josie, you're welcome. Afokoshi, welcome. So we need one person to come say hi and say hello before we start. Lulu
Hello.
Samba.
Hi.
Hey, hello. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good, good, good.
Thank you very much. I like to listen to you,
Okay, go back
I,
to
Yeah, as you're coming in, you can
I'll go
just,
down, to listen to you then.
yeah, so you can tell us where you first heard about our channel and when, and you can then drop your submission. Good morning. Morning. Yeah, you can go ahead, brother. I think you're muted. We can start with Bob D. So Bob D, you can share your thoughts if just while we wait for a phone call. Bob D, are you there? You are muted, Bob D. Bob D Builder. So Bob D Builder, you're muted in case you don't know. But if he's not ready, let's go with Fakoshi then. Fakoshi.
Hi.
Yes, hello, brother. Good morning.
Good morning, boss.
Yes, brother. So you can tell us where you first heard about our channel and things like that. Then you can do your submission or your greeting.
Yeah. So, I first saw a short with that lady. I've forgotten the channel. It was kind of an interview session with where a certain lady was deep. It was like, damn, where's this guy getting all this info from? Like, it was kind of very laid out, very practical submissions of our history as black people, the original Jews and stuff like that. So I started following that lady and then going through a lot of your videos, I was like, this is what I want, because it's hard to see authentic people with submissions like this one and who has an agenda, So it was quite interesting. So through that lady, then I found your channel, and then I said, this is the guy. So I started following and checking out your videos, commenting where I can and stuff like that. And I think it's quite interesting, quite interesting. And it's I don't know, but it seems like a very long shot for us as a people to come to the total realization of the truth of the things you are revealing. I think it's going to take a very long time, but I am hopeful. I'm very, very hopeful that maybe the generation, if you keep pushing the agenda, there are people with, like minds out there who probably they've not had the privilege to do the research like you, but, there's this inner knowing that most of us know. There's this knowing of the truth that most of us know that we've not had a chance to research and lay it out like you have done. And there's a lot of people out there who are seeking the truth, because I think it will work, but it will take time. You just have to keep pushing the agenda, keep pushing the message, and keep putting in the work. And it's good for, I will advise that whoever feels the same, whoever is in sync with the things you are teaching, they spread it. Okay, spreading the word, that's the only way other people can, get the message, and eventually I think it's going to be a very big community
Yeah.
of enlightened people who know who they really are. I think that's where it's all going to start from. Knowing that, okay, this is who I am. All right, we are not mediocre. We are a great people, a great nation. It's rather unfortunate that we've lost all that. We've lost all that, and trust me, as a people, we don't know anything at all whatsoever. We don't know anything. We think we are living the life, but trust me, we've not even started living our lives, because you have to know who you are to live your life. We are living a life that has been designed for us by people. So we've lost touch with who we really are. And that's my major concern as a person, finding out our real identity and then moving according to the way we are supposed to move. That's the way we are. Africa is in shambles. We have everything, yet we're so poor. We don't even contribute nothing to nothing.
See, that's very true.
You see, yeah, we don't contribute anything. We are only consuming, even though there's so much to do in Africa. There's so much, yet we are doing nothing. We always wait. We are always waiting for others to set the pace. Then we follow. I always liken it to you take a fish out of the water and then have the fish compete with the monkey climbing trees. You understand?
Yeah.
The fish cannot do nothing. The monkey will always outpace the fish, and the fish will struggle very hard and eventually die.
The game is rigged.
It's rigged from the onset. You understand? There's nothing we can do if we go at the pace that has been, designed for us to follow. We need to find out and get back into the water, and then let's see. Let's go back to ourselves, and then let's see if we still have to lag behind.
Somebody's in the comments.
Man,
I don't want her to, or him or her, to go yet. But I wish they can come up as a guest. They are not quite clear about the things we're sharing, and they have a different opinion. Sometimes I like giving people like that priority, but then they're not coming up. If someone can ask them to come up, that's Lulu Sankofa. So Lulu Sankofa will believe that that Enoch is African. Okay, we believe that that the Hebrews, in fact, not just the people, the land, the real land of Israel is not in the Middle East. Not just the people. So if you can come up, Lulu, you can tell from the way we do our lives, we'll listen to you. We'll be very respectful, and would be wanting to learn from you. That's the only thing we'll push you about. We want to hear from you and learn from you. And if you have sources, that's fine. You can just tell us your impressions. It doesn't have to be super academic and all that. So Lulu, if you can come up. You're interested about Yoruba related to Hebrews. Yes. Adebayo, you can also come up. I've sent you an invitation, Adebayo, concerning Yoruba's connection to the Hebrews. So we can discuss. But if you guys keep staying, you can't discuss here, Lulu Sankofa. Why? Why can't you discuss here? Are you seeing the person's comment, Efokoshe? Efokoshe, are you seeing the person's comment?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
So I wish they can come up. We are not
Definitely.
Honestly,
Definitely.
yeah. Honestly, myself, there are things I don't have a clue to. I'm still trying to get it. But if you are hiding information from us, what if we are wrong? How do you correct us?
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the most misinformation ever. Yes, Adebayo, thank you for coming on. Look, Adebayo is also not coming up. He's saying that it's misinformation. You are probably from Ghana yourself, right? For crochet.
Yes, I'm from Ghana. Yeah.
So if someone is saying that they don't understand, they don't believe that Africans are the Hebrews, that is a misinformation, and they are not coming up. So Adebayo, I wish you can come up. I think you have come up once before. Michael, your prince, you're welcome. I can type it just like we are talking now. Lulu, you can. It will be faster if you come up, Lulu. To be much faster.
Exactly.
You know, there's literally 4 people that are waiting. And is there anybody on the panel that does not agree with what we are saying? I like giving them priority sometimes, especially if they be respectful. Is there anybody on the panel that doesn't believe in it or doesn't understand? It's not even a belief. It's something you know. Okay, or someone that doesn't think, that is not thinking along that direction, you can let me know. Please, we are still talking right now. Sorry, I can't turn on my camera because I'm at work. You don't need Emperor, you don't need your camera. You can come up without your camera.
Hello, how are you all doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me let this person finish their submission so that we can. But I wish Lulu can come up. So it's faster that way. So Lulu, just give me a minute, guys. Sorry. So Lulu Sankofa, where do I even start? We have found over 25 words, almost 27 words in the Yoruba language, and Adibaya can also hear this. Please let the guests mute so that I'm hearing myself back from somebody's microphone. So we have seen over 27 words that are African and are the same thing with the Hebrew words. And we can show you that if you were up, but people here, some of them have already seen those videos, it will be like redundant to them. And apart from that, we have checked circumcision, the cultures, because the research is broken into the peoples, the languages, the cultures, the land, and then the timeline. But we have seen, 27 Afro-Asiatic words. There should be more. Yes, exactly. If you come up, you can show us more. What part of the world are you from?
If you come up, you can show us more.
Especially considering Asiatic migration into Africa. Just come up, really. It's So then, looking at the traditions also. Then have you read the book of Jubilees, Lulu? It would be disrespectful of me to keep 4 guests and I'm responding to someone sending just chat. So, but just watch some of our videos. Let me put you there so that you can. I need to respond to those who have taken the time to come up. I can't keep them just there. So let's go. So just do your submission real quick, brother, so that I can take the next guest. So that's Efokoshi. I think you're muted. Efokoshi, if you can hear me, let me unmute here. I've invited you to unmute, Efokoshi.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Yes. Yeah, so just do your submission so that we can. Yeah.
Yeah, so just like I was saying, it's hard for us to believe these things. It's very difficult for a lot of people to come to the truth that the real Africa is the real, Hebrews or Jews or all that is Africa. And if you grew up in the village, I've had my own reservations until, I went to the village some time ago. And then I met a few people and see people who know nothing about the Bible, all right? But the way they lived their life, when you look at during the Exodus times, the way they planted, the way they harvested. They say if you harvest, you need to leave at the corners, leave some of the corn at the corners for strangers, for people who exactly those people they've never been to church. They don't even know what the Bible looks like. But everything was just like it was instructed for the Israelites. And look at the way the guys did the way they worship, the altars, slaughtering cows and animals and stuff. That's Africa.
That's the Hebrew straight away.
That's our ways. That's our ways.
If this modern day Israel, they don't do that. They do a few things, they use the fowl, just like they use the fowl, take the fowl, pass it around the head and say stuff. But it's not as brutal as Africa, where you see an altar full of blood and cows and animals and stuff like that. That is us. Talking of pots with fire and all that. When Abraham met, everything points to us. But unfortunately, we have been so indoctrinated to the extent that we can't see past the Bible. We can't get outside the box. And that's a very big problem for us. That's a very huge problem. We can't see outside the box. It has become very difficult for us to just look outside the box.
Let me let Ado, I get you, bro. Just hang on, stay on, please. Let me have Addison. Then after Addison, we'll go to Ojiako. Addison, can you just do 2 minutes real quick? Addison, you're muted. And while Addison is speaking, someone can help me respond to Lulu Sankofa in the comment. Those that have their, because I can't be doing that. Let's go. Addison, are you there? We're on, I believe. Oh, not ready yet. Okay, let's move to Audrey then. Audrey Khan.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
My brother, thank you for the work you are doing, because if not for anything, you have enlightened some of us. I've been following you, all your videos. I watch it and I share it, even to my WhatsApp. I use it to make my WhatsApp status. Because education is the key. People like you, we have to rally around you, regardless where you come from, because you are trying to bring us out. In the sense that I would like to ask everyone to try to be sharing your programs, all your videos. They have to share it to go viral. Because what you are saying is very hard as a young man like you. Sorry to use the word, you are young.
Correct, sir.
Doing this kind of work. Some of them that call themselves professors cannot do what we are doing. Honestly, anytime, any day I come across your video, is a applause for me. I drive joy for listening, to learn more. Brother, please keep it on. Don't allow anything to distract you. Add more courage and more power. By God's grace, we still support you in everything you are doing. I live in Europe, not just that I'm back home. I know what you are doing. Your message is going far. Keep on pushing. God will support you and we will be there for you, honestly. I'm very grateful to come across your page, and I will keep on sharing it.
Thank you, sir.
Keep on trying. We are there for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Papa. Thank you so much for your encouragement. So
Thank you. Thank you. We are here to encourage each other, honestly.
Yes. Thank you, sir. So let's according to what Papa just said, let's try to share. It's like the least we can do. We are not asking for money, at least not yet. We are not. Just share it, check it. Of course, we're not asking you to just blindly share misinformation, but check. GOKC, you're welcome. Just GOKC computer, you're welcome. So we're not asking you to just share misinformation and just believe things. Of course not. Fact check it and check. Okay, if it's making sense, you checked it. Okay, just put it there. And if we check the tune and the tone of our messages, we usually say, if just check this. Do you think this is this? Do you think that is that? Then so people can check. We don't know everything ourselves. We have to go scramble for some of those things, and some of it was revealed to us, etc. So, but then let's share. That's the least you can do. Let's also follow this account, so when we go live, you can easily see that we are live. So yeah. So that means thank you so much, Papa. Archery. So let's go to user 910 before we go back to Addison. Is it Addison? Yeah, Addison. So let's go back to user 910 at the very bottom of the screen. So user 910, are you ready for us? Let's get to our 5K likes. Let's get this thing to 20 shares so that we push this morning. User 910 at the very bottom, are you ready? Let me unmute or send it. So if not, let's have Addison. Addison, let's go. Addison, are you ready also? Okay, he's here. User 910.
Good morning.
Lone Wolf, you're
Yes,
welcome. Wellington, you're welcome. Let's go.
I'm just joining because I just woke up not so long. In the part of the world I am, and so I'll just listen for a while, then I'll come back.
That's fine. Are you from the Americas?
No, I'm from UK.
United Kingdom. Okay, that's fair enough.
I was not a Nigerian, so
okay. Thank you so much.
So I'll listen more. Though I've been following some of your short, videos, and I share them with my friends, and but I want to listen more before I'll come back again and say anything.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much, and that's great wisdom. Even I myself speaking, before I came out to speak, I've listened to many people, so there's a lot of wisdom in listening. That's why that scripture, books of wisdom teach us to let every man be quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to get angry. So thank you so much, user 910. So let's just keep responding to that Lulu in the comments, so that I wish they can come up, but they're not coming up. So it would have been faster if they come up, especially if they are ready to listen, and we'll listen to them. So, but let those that know the things that we have shared and have their own facts can share with the Lulu in the comments. So, yes, Addison, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, everybody. Look, let me start by saying that I'm a very inquisitive mind.
Okay.
I like to question a lot of things. And for some reason, I wouldn't know why, I just stumbled on one of your videos, and ever since then, the algos have been bringing your videos to my FYP. And I find that, I've not really done much research. It's just that when I hear things, I love to just have an open mind. I love to just, not be rigid about new information or fresh information. I'm that type of person. So, personally, I've had a lot of questions. I've had a lot of things that are not just
adding up,
not adding up. You understand? Something with me, I have always believed that there's a lot of history that has been deleted. There's a lot of information that have been wiped off. I wouldn't know by who or when or how or to what extent. Because if you look at, anytime I look at Nigeria, anytime I look at my people, there is something within me that's always saying Nigeria is more than this. There is more to our history. There is more to our origin. I could almost feel it that, I may be wrong. I could almost feel it that, human origin, the start of mankind is not far from Nigeria. Look, every other part of Africa may have the same feeling as to, why they are special or why they are unique people and all of that. But I just knew something very strong is always, ticking that box, like something is not adding up. There's a lot to, the excuse me, the origin of Africans and, especially Nigerians. And when I see all these videos about human creation, the Anunnakis and the Sumerian tablets and the rest of them, you begin to have more questions than answers. And when you look at the way, especially Africans, the way Africans embrace other cultures, other religions, you know that, I mean, Africans may never get out of their issues, their problems, because they've lost touch with their origin. They've lost touch with with who they are. So they can't become who they are meant to become. So when I see videos like yours, I'm really inclined to listening to with an open mind to information, to getting more information. So I mean, that's why when I stumbled on your live, in fact it was your video, then I saw that you're live. I just said, look man, I gotta jump on this live and just listen up and learn more. Thank you, man. Thank you. Good job.
Great. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. So thank you for your time. So that's just it. I wish the person in the comments could come up, especially those who have a different opinion, and like the Lulu that is just down there or anybody else. So let's have a few more people come say hello or hi before we dive into today's exposition and insights. Okay. So is there anybody that has not spoken? Okay, I think I should let Afoko here finish his submission because he was trying to finish his submission the other. So Afoko, you were about to land on something.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on in the hair now. It's like there's always something to say. I mean, I love the submission of Addison. I mean, trust me, like I said, there are a lot of people out there who are hungry and thirsty for the truth, man. And if you are that kind of person, even though maybe you do not have the facts, you don't have, the facts written down, but there's a knowing within you. As soon as you hear it, something triggers. It goes like, that inner knowing, it's stronger than any test you can ever read. And you see this process of awakening to the truth. Unfortunately, it's not for everyone. All right, there are people who needs this at this point of time. All right, even Christ, when he came, he couldn't do everything. It's up to the people who are ready for it. So my prayer will be to, so just like the first guy said, share this till it reaches a lot of people who are in this place at this time, who are in this frame of mind to truly wake up at this point of time. So, we can carry it along and then push the agenda as far as we can. Yeah. Because trust me, information like this are rare. It's rare. That's why if me, for instance, if someone says, oh, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in God, I don't even blame them. The person who says they are an atheist, they are all seeking for truth, and they can't find truth. They can't find answers, so they conclude. On this journey, it gets to a point where you are stuck. You don't even know whether to turn to the left or right, whether to believe this or not to believe. You get stuck. And people who can't push through, they just conclude, there's no God, this faith. If you draw conclusions, based on what are you drawing these conclusions? It's a very big world. It's a very huge world. There are billions of possibilities and realities in this life. And you are just one person. What conclusion can you draw? So it's better we humble ourselves, find the truth, and then liberate ourselves, and then our people, give people a chance, hear them out, liberate ourselves and liberate our people.
Very strong.
All right,
yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I'll just leave it here now.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's hope that some more people come on board so we can take it further.
Yes, thank you so much, brother, for that. So let's just touch a few things. Thank you, Timothy Timothy. So let's touch on a few things. You can go on our website. We have this map there that shows you. Just put it, this map is it contains dozens of maps condensed into one. Okay, dozens of maps and references condensed into one, and all of them are matching and putting places and spots in places. So we found the kingdom of Judah to be here. If you're just coming in, you can mute. So we found the kingdom of Judah to be just about here. We found the river Euphrates to be here. Okay, right? We found Damascus to be in northern Nigeria, which is Damasak. We found the Ur of the Chaldees to be here. Okay, we have found Agades or Akkad, the land that is built by Nimrod. One of the cities he built is Calne, is Akkad. It's just there. Then Mesopotamia is the same thing. This is one of the places in the Bible that has the most confused names. It has several names. So, so this has literally 6 names. 6 names like that. And it's the same place, but it has 6 names. It's not necessary for you to have that many names, you see. It's one of the most confused, as it were, names in the Bible. All right, so Padan is the same thing as Aram, is the same thing as Padan Aram. Look at all those names there. So all of that is the same place. So we found Babylon is here, and for all of these things that we are finding, we have references for them. Okay, so why did we put Babylon here, for example? This is a 7-page document. Like somebody said, not like I'm saying it myself, but it's actually the truth. You have not even begun to scratch the surface of what the Most High has revealed to us through this channel and through this website. So you have not even begun to scratch it, with all humility. So we put Babylon here. The question is why? Just scroll down to W, reference W, and reference X. And when you scroll, please let everybody type F1, F1, just type F1, please. Let's have like 30 F1s on the page right now. Okay, let's type F1 if you can hear me at all. So just type F1. So Lulu Sankofa, we've asked you to come up, to come drop your submission and your ideas. Okay, like I said, we don't know everything, but we can learn from you. We can hear the things you have to say. But if you have decided to stay in the comment section, we can't really learn from each other that way. Okay, if we are putting out information, misinformation, then someone should help us and correct us before we go too far. Okay, and that's why we've asked you to come up, but you've not come up. So that's that about it. So, but then let's let everybody type F1. Let's have like 30, 40 F1s on the screen, and let's get this thing up to 10K likes, or let's hit 5 first, then we'll push it up. So then there is 0 shares, literally 0 shares. So these are the kind of people that may just go report you. But the way TikTok is, they would first hurt your account before they find out the truth, and by then you can't go live for several days or something. So, but anyway, but then Lulu, I've said it several times, you can come up to drop your submission so that we know what's going on. So let's share. Let's have at least 15 shares, or there's 33 people here. So let's have at least 15 shares and 10K likes, and also F1s. All right, so it's not, let me see, inspiration. No, you admit it's based on divine inspiration and not fact. That's not true. You're not listening, Lulu. So this is Babylon here. Okay, why did we put Babylon in Egypt and not in Iraq? Because that's not where Babylon is. Okay, so why did we put it here? Just check W and X, and W and X will be on page 3 of this document, which you can download for free. So, and what is W? W is this map. Let's pop it up for you. I think this thing is heating up. Okay, so W is a map here. Let's see if we can get that map for you already. By the way, this is one of the maps. It literally tells you. Now, this map is in Spanish. is in 1774. Okay, and is a map in Spanish, and all we did was just to translate what is written on it, and the content of the map is going to surprise you. I mean, it's really going to shock you. So, and this is El Puerto de Ophir y la Antigua Derrotadas Tarshish, which means this is the port of Ophir and the ancient map, okay, of the defeat by the Tarshish, okay, and Tarshish then is referring to Spain. Spain and Portugal used to be Iberia, or earlier than that, apparently it used to be Tarshish, okay. So we'll get the W map. Let me just get that one ready for us to see. Okay, minimize that. So the content of this map, this La Islas means the islands. Okay, this is Tarso, which is Tarshish. You can just fact check it. Go type these words down in Spanish. We have done that a few times on this channel for those that know us. And and look at derrotadlos Tyrios Hebreos. And what he's saying is that the defeat of the Tyrians and the Hebrews. And he's telling you that that starts from here, from this latitude 10. And we compare that with a completely different reference of the book of Josephus. Okay? The book of Josephus, I mean, it's quite difficult to make these things up. The book of Josephus, book 3, chapter 3, paragraph 4, is called The Wars of the Jews. And Josephus was trying to describe Samaria in that book. I've read this several times on this page. It says, now as to the country of Samaria, it lies between Judea and Galilee. Okay, that's public knowledge. But look at this. It begins at a village that is in the great plain called Guinea. He's saying that's where Samaria began. You can say that's a coincidence. Let's keep going. And it ends at the Accra, Benin, Topaki. So let's look at Guinea, Accra, and Benin. See, let's have a look at that and see where those places are. We'll still get to this Babylon after this. So where is Guinea? For those that may not be quite conversant with the geography, this is Guinea. Guinea-Bissau, the real Guinea, whatever, is here in the Senegambia. So he says it starts at Guinea, that's Samaria, that's the northern kingdom of Israel, starts at Guinea. Onto the Accra is in Ghana. Benin is here, there is Benin in Nigeria. He's telling you that is the kingdom of Samaria. And you will see even the earth itself, it witnesses to this, in the sense that you look at this, you see all of that area is green, and everything from the top is just somehow a desert, you see, suggesting that there's something on that land. They call this in the middle belt in Nigeria. Most of the north is Islamic, most of the south tend towards scriptures and Bible. The same thing with Sudan, South Sudan. You see the way they cut it. South Sudan cut to North Sudan. They are closer to Islam. These are closer to the scriptures, Bible, etc. All across like that. All across that straight line. You see that? And then this there's a Spanish map saying this. Let me show you why we put in Babylon here. Because this is where Babylon really is. And not, this is where Mesopotamia also is. Mesopotamia, by the way, means between rivers. Okay? Aram is the name of one of those fathers in the table of nations. All right? And Haran is also the name of a person. So Syria is the same thing as Aram. I don't know why translators did that. Probably intentional. But anyway, let me show you why we put Babylon here. Map W. Reference takes you to W. And what you need to do is just go to, you can see all of that on our website. Then you just go to the W map there and open it up. And it's going to show you how we came about that. So, and while that is loading, we can go to the website and have a look at it, how the website looks. Okay, let's close some of these maps so that it reduces the work that is done on the app. I don't think we need OBS. I was going to project this over to YouTube, but it may not be necessary. So that's the website there. Okay. So you can, all you need to do is just go to Word and Study. You go to a world history. You go to reference materials, and you can find maps there. references, tables of nations, then you can have access to books also on this section. So you can check all of that on the website. So let's see if our map is ready. Why we put Babylon where Egypt is supposed to be. Because really, in reality, these things change over time. Over time, places that are supposed to be to have one name, as you move across space, well, not space, we're talking about location already. So, but as you move across time and dynasties, the name of the same place can change. Okay, a place can be called A at a timeline 1, and when you cross over to timeline 2, the place is called B, even though it's the same place. So this is a map from 1516. Okay, and it's Tabula Africae. It's literally in Latin. So let's see what that map has for us. So all you need to do is just to zoom here and check. That's Memphis. Look at that, Babylon. You see that? That's Alexandria there. But just as then they can tell that that's where Babylon really is. You see. So so look at that. That's Babylon there. So, and then another map X. So literally everything is from Africa. Literally just about everything is from Africa. That's where even falsely so-called science, because science has been heavily weaponized really at the end of the day. But even science will tell you that life started from Africa. Because for us, in our research, when we discover that scripture and science, at any point where scripture and science disagree, we would usually go with scripture. Okay? Because, I mean, there are just too many ways. One of them is in evolution. Okay? There's disagreement there. So we don't go with science evolution theory. We rather go with creation. So that's that about that. So if let's show you another proof we have here. By the way, all these things they are on our TikTok channel. They are just they are on our website also. You can have a look at the website and see some of these things that we're saying. They're all recorded there. Please, let's do another F1, please. We need to prove we are normally, I mean, around 60, sometimes 100 on a free work day like this. It should be more than this. Please, let's type F1 and let's not get too carried away with the talk and the teaching or exposition. We should be able to get 10K likes and maybe 20 shares. So we are open-minded. I'm still waiting for people from Europe. A time will come when people will be coming from Europe that's Europeans. You know, I'm talking about full-blood Europeans to discuss on this channel. And most times they come with very interesting facts. So I'm still waiting for them. Why normally they're still listening, trying to get our ethos and things like that before they come challenge some of the things we are saying. So those are the kind of hot intellectual arguments I'm waiting for. Okay, so that's Nubia. So this is another reason why we place Babylon in North Africa. This, of course, this is Spain here. Okay, this is Europe all over there. And this is, see where Babylon is? That's it. Babylonia. Okay, this is one of the oldest maps we have. Second oldest map we have. This map is in 1375. Catalan Atlas, North Africa map. 1375. So that's where we go. Babylonia. That's why I've put Babylon there. So the real Euphrates is in West Africa and not in Iraq. Many sources. So when you download that map, just go to where, okay, these guys, they've said Euphrates is here. How can Euphrates be here? So we didn't just, you know, because like I said, this research took the greater part of more than 5 years. It's about over 5 years, really, almost over half a decade before we start coming up, you know, discussing things in the public. Let's do some more F1s. I think just 2 people did. See, the live viewership has dropped. So let's just push it. Let's tap the screen. Okay. Or I don't know if we need to to pause to do that first. So, so let's tap the screen to 10K, and we are doing just a few hours this morning. We are about 1 hour into it, so we will. So let's tap. Some can tap and some can do F1. F1, you just need to do that once, but you can tap multiple times, and then also share. Then let's follow this account, this host account. Follow the live creator so that when we go live next time, you just get it. So those 3 actions are very important. Okay, so let's tap. So as we're tapping, you see that it's coming back up. So it's just the way the algorithm works. You need to understand it. So let's tap it to 5K. I'm sorry, to 10. And let's do F1. You can do just 1 or 2 F1s. That's fine. Then you do the rest in tapping. So then after that, if those I think about 50% of those watching have not followed. So just follow so that when we go live, you can get it immediately. And we are not having to manually share. So just forgive me. Let's do that in the next 2 minutes if possible, or 60 seconds. Because those are the kind of metrics that they check. If someone maybe forcefully reports us, which people probably have, in fact, they've done that before. People are just funny. Maybe because they didn't have, because, you know, there's that saying that when an argument is lost, then abuse becomes a tool in the hands of the person without points, you see. So, so people have done that in the past. So, but then we must stand against that. It is written that, well, it is said rather that those that like oppression, they usually hate any form of writing or information. Okay. So let's win this battle. And which reminds me of Chatroad. You see that Chatroad account up there? Let's go look for that app and download it. Open their account and follow them. Download that app. It's what's that word called? So it's what's the word called? It's an alternative. We've got a Russia app, we've got American app, Chinese app. Russia, Telegram is initially Russia, I believe, Russian guy who did it. So we should have an African equivalent and alternative, okay, which is what a Chatroad is. So they're working, and I think they're serious with their work. So let's support them, download it and keep it and work around with it. So let's push up to when it's 8.6K, then I'll continue what I'm saying on the river Euphrates. So archaeology is a very terrible problem. Like somebody's trying to say, it's controlled by Ashkenazi, largely. But you know, people don't listen, they don't believe things like that. They think we're just trying to. So, but then, imagine when you are in a position where the world will believe just about anything you tell them. For you to be in charge of carbon dating and archaeology and radio carbon dating, it puts you in a place whereby you can go to any community, dig something, and you have the right to tell them what year they existed, and they will believe you. Put that in the hands of an imperialist and watch him change history to his own, dance to his own tune. See? Anyway, that's by the way. So we put the river Euphrates here. So put the river Euphrates. So thanks for the likes. So let's also follow those that have not. So when we put something here, we put the same river Niger, apparently is the river Euphrates. How? Why? There's a reference there. Reference I, reference S1, reference O, and reference P. I, S1, O, and P. So you can just zoom out and go, let's start with the I. So you zoom down to the reference page, starting from page 3. Okay, so what is I? GHI. So this is the first one. Reference I is there. So when you see this I, then you go within the website and download it. But because we have downloaded that, we have it here. This is I. So the first thing that this reference I shows you is that the rivers in Africa are connected. That's the first thing you need to understand. That the rivers in West Africa is not just one. They are connected like that all through. The River Nile is potentially the longest river in the world. But then they've refuted that. They said it's the second longest No issues. Second longest, we'll work with that. It's not bad. It's still good enough for what we want to say. So, so this is to show you rivers in Africa connected. And that's where we get all that long rivers from. You see the way we've drawn it on the map. It's kind of connected. Okay. So that's what it shows you. Then the next reference is S1. S1 is just a scripture that shows you in the book of Genesis the 4 rivers that come from the Garden of Eden. And then the name of Africa is called our Kaabo land. The meaning of our Kaabo land is either mother of mankind or Garden of Eden. So that is S1 there. Anything S in our map, we call it KM World History Map. Anything S is scriptures. Any reference S that you see, okay, is mainly reserved for scriptures. So S20, S18 is the 18th scripture in our references, is the way we've put it. So let's see. Yeah, so S1 just tells you about the scripture. So what is O? I think that's the next one. I, S1, O, and P. So let's go to reference O. Okay, so reference O is the Gulam Delhi North map of 1707. Okay, so now let's go to reference O on our list of maps, a list of references rather. I hope you guys are following. If I'm following, just type yes. Let me be sure I'm not talking to myself. So just type yes. Thanks for the 10K likes. So we're good to, we have good standing. We can start running. We'll do 1 or 2 more hours. And like I said, there's hardly anything I'm saying here that is not, thank you, user 910. There's hardly anything I'm saying here that is not on the website. Okay, you can go have a look at it. You can subscribe on the website for free. And yeah, thank you, Addison. So anyway, reference O, let's go. Reference O. If you have not followed this channel before, just follow it. We go live 10 a.m. every day by God's grace in this season. So this is reference O. So we don't just come up with things and just, and by the way, one of the things that strengthen these references is that it's all of the references, many of them are from completely different people, from different backgrounds in different timelines. Some of it is academic, some of it is scriptural, some of it is spiritual, some of it is cartography, completely different pieces put together. So like I said, kings and princes desire to hear what we hear today, but God has decided to show it, to use the foolish things of this world to confound the wise, and the weak things to confound the strong. So this is a completely different map. So this is Gulam Delhi Northwest Africa map of 1707, and when you check there, it says Euphrates there. Now, that word Euphrates, you see, is a Greek word. The real Hebrew is pra. It's not Euphrates, because this guy even put an F, which probably much, at least distinguishes it from the Euphrates that has PH. Okay, in the Middle East, which is just a renamed river. By the way, the Middle East is one of the most renamed places in the world, with almost over 20,000 places named since the time they overcame the Ottoman Empire. 20,000, and I'm not saying you name a barbing salon, you name a kitchen there, you name, no, renaming rivers and mountains and places. They're in the Middle East. One of the most renamed places in the world is in the Middle East. Literal country, whole countries are called Syria. Who dashed them that name? You just call the country Syria. You call the other one Jordan. You call the other country Lebanon. How? Where? After the First World War, Second World War, all of that. They kept doing that. You see, and then you came here in West Africa. Oh, you've discovered some people who are on trees and who can speak a language, and then you decide to call them Nigeria. What does Nigeria mean? It's meaningless. Nigeria is almost 4 times as big as the UK. Go and check that on Google. 4 times. So if a whole land like Nigeria can be renamed, they had their name before. You can rename a whole land like Nigeria. How much more is smaller Israel there? So those places were renamed. They were renamed, and that's Kingdom of Judah there. This is the same place that is the slave coast. Checking the Bible again, that's the same place where that prophecy was fulfilled, that your children will be taken away in ships, Deuteronomy 28. I mean, why are all these dots connecting? Why are all these dots connecting? That is Kuramo Beach, by the way, those that know Nigeria, in Lekki. Lagos. That's River Lagos, is what they call this. But that's Kuramo Beach. This is 1707 map. That's Kuramo Beach. Now, and that's why we're asking people to come online and discuss with us and show us what they've got, so we can put this knowledge and collate it together from where they've scattered it. See, these people that scattered you, they think that you can never ever figure this thing out. They're like, there's no way they can figure it out. But we have God's spirit in us, and it's helping us. Check this Kuramo, by the way. Don't be surprised it's connected to some Hebrew name somewhere, because this name is too ancient. It's 1707, and you have Kuramo there already. You see. So you name a whole country Nigeria, meaningless. Nigeria. Basically the N word, nigger. You talk to another one, you call that name, you call the name Niger. So you even run out of names. A whole territory. Niger is probably as big as Nigeria, if not bigger. That one is Niger. Went to Cameroon, called that one, or rather the children of Judah, really. Because they have Yaoundé, which is Yaoudi, as their capital till today. We call them Cameroon, river of crayfish, river of shrimps. A whole nation of people, you call them is Cameroon. That's Benin there. You see. Osobo. Is that not the Osobo people? I don't know if there's a place. Is there people called Osobo in Nigeria? Can someone remind me? This is a 1707 map. Yeah, they were intentional about the mischief. Does anybody know Osobo? Is there an Osobo people in Nigeria? I think so. So to see how ancient, can someone reply? Let me know before I. Is there a place called Osobo? Aha, Peculiar says so. That's 1707. They have not dreamed about naming one Nigeria, nothing. So that's the Osobo people. This is how ancient you are. And someone came and just dumped one name on you and linked you up with your other brothers. They are also your brothers, but you have some level of enmity against each other a little bit. The Hausas and, well, not the Hausas. Actually, you are closer to the Hausas, maybe the Fulanis. But you can't demonize Fulani tribe really as such. But they just look for people that are your enemies around you, and then they try to go through that enemy. And there is no family that does not have fight. People always have issues. But what they do is they go amongst you, right? And they look for the Judas and they sponsor the Judas. They intermeddle with your politics. If the problems you have with, what's the name? With Nigeria, just give 10% of it to the UK. The UK cannot last 6 months. Sorry to say this. I hope they don't flag because of that. Yeah, so people are in Delta. That Delta you mentioned, for example, is a completely English name. It just means it's a geographical description of land and topography. It just means where rivers part. And you will see somebody, hey, you are an Igbo, Ugbo Uku, ancient people. This also helps. Thanks for the engagement. So the battery of one of the mics just got low, so I just changed. I got to change to another one. Let me also turn on the monitor so I can constantly hear. At least. Thank you. So you see I'm a Delta boy. If you can hear me now, confirm you can hear, please. So see I'm a Delta boy, I'm a Delta girl. Doesn't mean anything. I'm a Port Harcourt boy. You know, I'm a Port Harcourt boy. Okay, thank you, Addison. I'm a Port Harcourt boy. Port Harcourt is an English kind of construct. It does not mean anything. I'm a Port Harcourt boy. What does that mean? What does that mean? And let me tell you something. The more a threat a people are to, the more you are a threat, the more they will divide your land. Interestingly, so apparently the southern, basically the Igbo people, are so much of a threat to the Western world. And they've transferred that job of further dividing. Now, I can't, what's the word? I can't castigate the government for keep dividing, but they keep dividing those southern lands. You check our Nigerian map. See the northern states, they are big land masses. They're just existing there. But as you go to the south, they are further just broken into pieces. Borders that don't exist, only exist here. You say I'm a Delta boy, I'm not Igbo. Oh, Delta has nothing to do with Isobo people. Isobo has nothing to do with. Look at Isobo here. Usobo. That's Benin. That's Kingdom of Benin. Igbos, Benin has nothing to do with Igbo. Come on. If you say that you don't like Igbo people, that's understandable, which is wrong, by the way. But at least I understand what you're saying. But to say, oh, let me turn on the map view. So if you say you don't like Igbo people as a Benin person, or as an Igbo person, you don't like Benin people, I understand you. Okay. But say I don't have anything to do with Igbo. Come on now. That's too myopic. That's too narrow. The same thing when you go to Kenya is even not maybe as strong there. What's the word? Tribalism you have there. Kikuyu, we are Kikuyu. We don't have anything to do with it. Come on. You are one people. And the hypocrisy is exposed when you see the same person, see a white person come around, you start shaking everywhere. Then you walk with white person as though that's your God that just arrived. I'm not saying don't respect people, but then you raise them above your brother. Why? On what grounds? The way you treat someone that looks like you is a strong indication of how you feel about yourself. You see people that look like you and you hate them, you treat them badly. You see, it means you yourself don't like yourself really at the end of the day. So that's the kingdom of Judah there, where they took the slaves from Badagry, where you have close to Benin Republic there, close to Togo there. That's where the prophecy was fulfilled. They took them by ships and scattered them all over the place. Tell me, out of the Ashkenazi Jews there, this is the Akani in Ghana, the Akans in Ghana. They also have connection with Ileife. This is Akanese. This is 1707 map. This is the Ashanti. Ashanti is Ashan tribe in the Bible. Ashan people, rather, not one of the 12 tribes. But Ashan people, they are there. They still do Mwato today, right? They still do their festive things today, which is just what they got from the Torah. And someone's Nathan what? That changed his name to Luke Hebrew. So we know what we're saying when we say these things. We know what we're saying when we say these things. So let's check the other reason why we put, I think this is reference O. The next one is reference P. Why we are telling you that Euphrates is in West Africa. Let's reference P pop up and we check that one also. Check the map, you see many other places like that. Many other places. Look at the kingdom of Benin here. So now this does not mean Benin is not about, oh, Benin, you see, Benin is big on this map, it's greater than Yoruba, it's greater than Igbo. That's not the point. That's not the point. Kingdoms and dynasties and empires expand and shrink over time. It's a principle. Look at the desert of Seth here. Do you know who Seth is? Do you know who Seth is? Desert de Seth. Do you know who Seth is? Seth is the third person from Abraham. In fact, the second. Yes, Adam said, man said man. Yeah. Seth is the second person from Adam. This is a desert. They call it desert of Seth. The Caribs and Toa, the left Sub-Saharan and remnant goes never speak of mass from me. Yeah. Desert of Seth. Let's push it up to 15K because the like should be commensurate to the number of viewers. And let's do another F1, please. Thank you, guys. 40 F1s. You see, we are not here begging for coins or give me rolls. Give me the rolls that these European countries will take from you before it enters your account. So the least you can do is do F1, follow the account and share the content, and we check these things. If you have more information, give it to us. We would acknowledge you. We would acknowledge you. It's not about we would acknowledge, okay, we got this from such and such. We got that from such and such. This is the desert of Seth. Seth is the second man from Adam. Adam gave birth to Seth. Seth gave birth to Enosh. Enosh gave birth to Canaan, to Mahalalel, to Yared, to Enoch. Enoch is the seventh from Adam. You see? Yeah, some tribes became the Sadducees and Pharisees. Let's type F1. Let's get like 40, 43 F1s and let's push this to 15K. In the next 1 minute, please. This is 11:14 here. Between now and 11:16. Let's push some F1 and go to 15K likes. Just type F1 once and push to 15K likes. And maybe 5 more shares. There's just 5 shares there. You can also follow the account. Thank you. So this is Desert of Seth. It's not like oh, Yoruba people want to claim the Bible, anything they want to claim it. Or Igbo people, like Africans, why do you have low self-esteem? You want to claim the Bible, you are enough without the Bible. Nobody's claiming anything. We're just checking proof, checking what is going on. And we are seeing connections. And like I said, this thing starts from discrepancy. You begin to think, oh, maybe it's a mistake. Oh, maybe the Seth they wrote here, maybe it's just somebody's name, one of the European names. Or maybe the Benin here, maybe it's this. So you keep thinking it's discrepancy. But the more you search, the more you see, then you are still making excuses for your enemy. And you say, oh, maybe they made a mistake. Or maybe they thought we are Niger, so they now call us. Maybe. So you go from discrepancy, now you are sure, no, this thing, I'm sure somebody's making a mistake somewhere. But then when you now begin to see the reason why the person potentially could have made those so-called mistakes, then you are very sure that, hey, this is not a mistake. This is not discrepancy, right? This is not discrepancy. The Mizraim is the Hamites. One of the Hamites is Mizraim. That's Egypt. I'm responding to K0's comment, KO. So you begin to realize, because what you begin to think first, let me turn on the camera so you can see my face. So what you begin to think is, you begin to see these things. What's going on? Everything is connecting. I'm seeing this. I go to Josephus. I go to a map, 1300, you see something. A map in 17 or something, you see something. You check the Bible, you see it. Then you begin to think, maybe it's discrepancy, but later you see that, no, there's an error. Some people have made this big mistake. Let me go and correct them. You see? Let me go and correct them and correct what they're doing. Or by the time you now begin to see the potential reason why they would have made those so-called errors, then you come to understanding that it's not a discrepancy. You are not dreaming. You know what you're saying. It's not even an error. In other words, it was not a mistake, but what you're dealing with is a conspiracy. And it's fully intentional. In your own sincere, honest, innocent mind, you'll be saying, no, maybe they don't know. Maybe they are confused. Or maybe I'm the one not saying it well. Maybe I'm just being African, Afrocentric. Maybe this, maybe that. But when you see the reason why they would deceive you like that, because your land is the land flowing with milk and honey. That is it. There's nothing in that desert land. Nothing. They have to recycle their water. They have to do heavy irrigation. That place was as good as part of Egypt before. It's just a little border from it. You can walk there from Egypt. There's nothing on that land. How can scripture say it's taking them from a spacious land, rather from Egypt, to a land that is too spacious? Exodus says that land is too small for them. I'm taking you to a land that is more spacious, right? And a land that is more fruitful. And it took them from a 1 million square kilometer, that's even today's Egypt, by the way, and took them over to a 25,000 square kilometer land. It doesn't make sense. That land was formed in 1917. Palestine Mandate. Go and Google it. Let's follow this account. Follow. So that you don't forget. When we come live, we don't have to manually start calling after you. So please, let's just follow real quick so we don't forget that. It's not for anything. It's just, to be honest with you, let me not prophesy it in the future. They might still block this account and close the thing. That's why we have a website. Okay? So they might still block the account and take. So just to follow so that when we go live, you can see. Very soon we'll have a backup account, which you already do. So we'll go with that. If they do anything to this one, we go on that and we keep pushing the messages. And download that chat fraud app. One day we'll be doing live on that app, not here. That app is owned by Africans. And those guys are doing wonderful works. I'm literally just working with them, partnering with them. And they should be paying me anyway, by the way. But they're not paying me anything for this publicity. But then I understand the vision. In fact, if I have any money, let me support them. That's the way this thing should be. It's not about money. Money does not exist. Money is not real. Forget it. Anyway, where were we? So when you begin to see the reason why they are potentially, potentially making the deception. They want you to keep going there for tourism. To keep going to a fake land for tourism. Okay? And you leave your own land. They caught a guy in southern Nigeria some weeks ago. Apparently, someone from British Army, but of course, the British denied it. You wouldn't find it in mainstream. Apparently, someone from the British Army who was taking ammunition into southern Nigeria. Check the people taking ammunition to northern Nigeria with helicopters. Now the terrorists are having more sophisticated weapons than the people of the land, than the actual military of the land. And they check the people in the helicopters. This is their skin color. This color, not this one. This one. That's their skin color. So they want to choke the land, choke the people out. The same thing when you take people out of slavery and when you conquer them, the way Shalmaneser did, the way Nebuchadnezzar does, they will take away the top of the notch of the land and leave. The name of the app is Chatroad. Chatroad, you can tell them your app thing so that they can download your app. So they take the top of the top people of the land, take them by slavery, take them by force, take them by visas is basically the same thing. Just the same devil wearing different clothes. Wearing different attires is what it is. So they take and they leave the basest people of the land there. And then they give those ones lands and they give them houses. They give them lands and they give them houses. So if you that were poor, hopeless, homeless person, maybe you're even a thief and you're just living on the street, they came to ransack your land and they gave you a whole house. You will do the person's bidding and they make you a president. Now, that's not to speak to anybody personally. But then they make you into leadership. You would bow to the person that put you there. So they conquer your land. They don't come there and rule. It's be obvious that someone looking like this is looking someone that looks like this. They have gone past that stage. That's slavery times. Gone to colonialism. Now it's neo-colonialism. You see. And it's done by proxy. The same people. And like I used to tell people, all we needed to do is that mainstream keep telling us with one mouth that the Bible is a myth. The Bible is a religious book. It's just, no, it's just that. That's a history, right? So we have history. By the way, with the same mouth, they're telling you that there's a nation of Israel, which is recognized in the United Nations, recognized everywhere. So which is it? UNESCO, United Nations, educational, whatever. What are you telling us? Is the Bible a real story or it is not? If you say it is not, why do we have a Middle East Israel there and the guy quotes scripture in United Nations and you accept him as Israel? Which one is it? Is the Bible real or is not? You got to pick one. You see, you got to pick one. So they tell us in mainstream there is a history, there's no people for it, and there's no land. The land there is apparently not real. Okay? So history, no people, no land. But then there's a land and a people in sub-Saharan Africa. You can't hide them, you can't suppress them. They've used marketer projection of map to make them look small. The people and the land, no history. There's a land, there's people and a land without a history, and then there's a history here that doesn't have people and a land. We discover they are the same thing. I've said that many times on this channel. Same thing. Two sides of the same coin. The Bible history, no land, no people. Some people have even lost their faith by going to that Middle East land because it doesn't make sense. And then here you have a people, you have a land. They tell you they are monkeys. They are closer to apes. They are negroids. They are useless people. They don't have a language. We put clothes on them. They are stupid people. They are less than humans. They don't have any history. Their history starts from slave trade. You see, they are hunters and gatherers. No history. Land, people, no history. History, no people, no land. The same thing. But they separated it in your mind. When we tell people about Bible, they say, I don't discuss religion. Okay, tell people about what is going on in the world. I don't discuss politics. You see. Let's go back to that. So, so let me show you that. So this is Benin here. So kingdoms expand and contract over time. Royaume de Benin, that's the kingdom of Benin. Okay. So Benin, of course, is a kingdom. Of course, was a kingdom. Okay. So it's not about saying, oh, Benin is greater than Yoruba. Oh, no, this Yoruba is greater than, oh, Igbo is the greatest. That's not the point. That's what they want you to do. Don't you get it? That's what they want you to do. So these kingdoms expand and they shrink over time. At this time in 1707, also based on what the cartographer saw when he came, this whole area was influenced by Benin at that time. This whole area. So don't see this map and take it to some Yoruba group and argue with Yoruba. Benin is greater than Yoruba. Yet your king is called Oba. Or you take that to an Igbo group and you say, you see, Igbos, we are your fathers. No, that's not the point. That's not the point. But anyway, one of the points really is this is Benin, and that's 1707. That's 1707. But then we are here. Apparently I'm speaking to you even in their language right now. But it's what we have to do at the moment. We have to start from somewhere. Okay? And I won't be surprised if this Araba is probably even Yoruba, the guy wanted to write, and wrote Araba here, but irrespective. See? So that's your Euphrates River there. Let's go to the last reference on Euphrates. Then maybe we'll take one or two more guests, or we'll continue teaching if there's no questions, or we'll take questions. So Hebrew, we are all fathers. Sounds like Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah, you have this map. Thank you, Lakadis. So you can get those maps from us for free. They're on the website. Knowledge is supposed to be free. So that's what we've been doing in school. When you don't know these things and they tell you your father is a monkey and you came from tadpole in the river and you became a monkey, you're gradually changing. No, tell the white man that let me not sound how can someone tell you? That's even insulting to your ancestors. When somebody tells you that, tell him that he's the one who came from monkeys and rats. Okay, let's go to the last reference for why we put Euphrates in West Africa. Then later we'll go to Tigris. Okay, I've opened that map twice. So let's go to why we've put Euphrates in West Africa. The other map was in 1707. Let's see. Follow the account if you're just passing by so you don't forget. Follow the account. Follow the account so you don't forget. So when we come live, you can easily just pick up. Now, this is National Geographic Magazine. This is 1918. That's 200 years apart. The other one is from Guillaume Delisle. Excuse me, a completely different person. They probably don't know each other. But this is National Geographic Magazine, 1918, sorry. Volume 32, page 395. Look at what this person wrote. By the way, look at what it's saying about the cities. This kingdom contains 8 great cities. That is in West Africa, by the way. You soon see what he's talking about. 8 great cities is what it contains. Cities, not villages. Let's read. In the kingdom of Amenuan, there enters a branch of the river Euphrates. It spells the Euphrates with an F. Okay? Yeah, the educator has to feel less than we should. Yeah. Yeah, greetings, Ikamani. So, yeah, people with big platforms. Yeah, you don't even need a big platform, but yeah, it's understandable. But if you can reach some of them, and let me say something real quick. Thank you for that comment. Let me say something very quick, especially now that we have at least half full house, maybe not a full house. But when we do videos, if there's anybody that needs to hear these things that have some level of platform, I want you to be mentioning them in our videos. Sorry, yes, in our videos as a comment. Okay, because somebody said figures who have big platforms are not allowing to talk about this information. Yeah, so when you go on our videos, as you share them, thank you for that. But also mention people. Let's say somebody is Mr. ABC. So you say at ABC, let them come and see and understand those things we are discussing. Please don't forget. I don't know if some of you take notes or you are someone that work with reminders, put it on your reminders somewhere. Okay, we have nothing to gain from this, but our people must rise. The time is now. The time is even past already. Time is past. We are literally behind schedule. That's what Ibrahim Traore is doing there. Pushing. So when you watch our videos, you can even go back to the past ones, please. For those of you that you don't mind, go and mention anybody with a so-called big platform. Okay? But please don't say anything abusive about anybody in those accounts. But at mention them and say at Mr. ABC. What do you have to say about this at Mr. Just because our research covers, yeah, the awakening is long overdue. So our research covers a fairly wide, very, very wide area. Covers languages, peoples, lands, and timeline. Okay, so just at mention them. At mention them. Princes, pastors, leaders like that. At mention them so that they can know. Some of them sincerely do not know. You can't expect some of them to be on TikTok. We ourselves, we make some, sacrifice to put aside some things to be able to come here almost daily, in fact, literally daily like this, 10 o'clock every day. So some of them sincerely do not know. Some of them know and they're not sure. They don't have the time to do that research. So when you're leading people, it's a very time-consuming task to lead human beings, very time-consuming. So our own ministry is more evangelistic in that sense. We don't have a church and have people around. Of course, we've got a team. Talking about team, by the way, we're looking for social media, video editors, managers, and things like that. Just contact us for that volunteer role. So when you lead people, it's a very, 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 very busy task. So at mention people. So let me proceed. Like someone is requesting. So put it on your reminder if you need to. Okay. So look at this. In this kingdom of Amenuam, there enters a branch of the river Euphrates. Let me answer this TikTok thing, so I don't cut the live. And I hope it doesn't do like yesterday. It should go through anyways. Okay. It's kind of slow. Let's refresh that. So let's tap this thing. Let's push to 25. I don't know why it's slow like this. It's brought up this puzzle thing, and I don't know why this thing even exists. So let's clear that stuff. Or in case this live goes off, please just follow the account now. In case it goes off, so we can, because we are still on for another 2 hours or so. So in case it goes off, just follow this live so that we don't lose the flow of our talk. So they always do this after every 1 hour or 5 hours or something like that. Okay, it's popping up. So follow Chatrod and download Chatrod app. So one day we'll be going live on it, or we project our live to it or something. Okay, let's see if this is responding. Okay, let's hope this goes through. Okay. Excuse me. All right. So we've cleared that. CPU under locking detected, improving computer performance. Okay, so both just follow this live. Let's type F1 so that we keep this live alive and don't end it. If you have not followed, it is the time to follow in case this thing goes off, in case they take it down. So okay, I think we should be, yeah. So at mention people that you think need to know these things, and so that the knowledge can go far. In this kingdom of Amenuam, there enters a branch of the river Euphrates, and it tells you the name Niger, because they've renamed it by then. The Freya, that means the person moving around is not confused. He said the Freya does not confuse this with the Mesopotamian Euphrates. Now this person even still thinks Mesopotamia is Iraq, but we forgive him because that's what he knows. It does not confuse this with the Mesopotamian Euphrates, but assumes two rivers with the same name. You see why we put Euphrates in West Africa? That's Niger. Now, in case you still think maybe you are confused, maybe it's not talking about Niger, look at it, tells it here. When I crossed this great river, I first made a long journey along its banks, which are very, very populous. There's a lot of people there, referring evidently to the river Benue, a tributary of the river Niger. You see, and it says that is Euphrates. So that's where we know that Euphrates is here. So that's the next reference there. So that's how to use this map. There's a video on how to use the map. I mean, literally spoon feeding. But like I said, for some reason, people still like to hear you live like this, and they want to hear you just talk. But it's okay. You can start. You can start from somewhere. But wish you yourself can go check these things. Most people like to be believers than they like to be knowers. Because believing really actually takes a lot of work off of you, honestly. So, but then you are stronger if you're a believer that also knows whatever it is you are believing in anyway. So that makes you stronger. And also there are some things knowledge can handle anyway. It's got to be faith. So yeah, I know. But really, Richard Craig, I know you wish you can record, but well, you can record, you can screen record. I think I can give you the permission to do that, except we are seeing very sensitive things, which we can't. But what I've done is, on some of our YouTube lives, we screenshot where we take some of this live and we project it there, and we just stream it on YouTube. Or you can screen record if that's okay. Knowledge is better than belief. Yes, having both is great. True. So so Roland, is it Roland? Richard Craig, yeah. So you can screen record if you need to and repost it wherever you want to. Except, of course, we're discussing things that are quite sensitive. So there are things we intentionally see on TikTok Live because it's not easy to capture like that. But we know it's true, but we don't want to say them out in the open like that. So after we show you Tigris, then we'll take questions and guests. So let's see. So Tigris, that China where Nimrod was doing all that he's doing is the same place called China. It's called Sinar. It's called Susa. It's called Shusha. Same place, 4 names. And these are the proof why we know that China is in Sudan, or at least part of where it spreads out, is part of the territory. The references are B2, D, K, L, and H6. You can go down and you check. That's how to do that. But this is River Tigris. It's the same thing as River Nile. Like I said, names of places change over time. Kingdoms and empires shrink and expand over time. That's why the River Nile can still be the same thing as River Tigris. So why did we say this is River Tigris? The same principle. Go to reference I, reference S1, reference J, reference B1, reference M1. They are just down there. But in order to move fast, let me just, there's also Tigray here, which tells you why that is called Tigris. Okay, and they still speak, what language do they speak here? Tigrinia. You see, so all those things are connected like that. So that's the real River Tigris. And when they were crossing, the Israelites were crossing, they did not cross the Red Sea. Eritrea is the Red Sea. Okay, this is not where they crossed. What they crossed is the Reed Sea, and the Reed Sea is the Nile. So you see, this Nile has several names. Even within the Bible, they call it Hiddekel. You see, so they crossed the Reed Sea. The Nile is where they crossed. Yes, they say that African map is turned upside down, but that is usually by elevation is what they mean most times, and maybe symbolically. I've heard that several times also. And if you turn African map upside down, you are going to have to turn the whole world itself upside down. Okay, which puts South Africa at the top, which makes sense because this River Nile does not flow from north downwards. It flows from south upward. It's from this place that this woman went to name Lake Victoria. How can a lake be Lake Victoria? You see a lake this big, you call it Lake Victoria because you are from England. Anyway, so the river flows northward. So symbolically, this is higher in elevation. In fact, they call this place Upper Egypt and they call this north Lower Egypt. That's what people mean from what I've checked, that the map is upside down. Yeah, so they crossed the Sea of Reeds. Yeah, Hallelujah scriptures will show you that. So how much distance between Egypt and the Red Sea? Yeah, so not so much. So it is, yeah, the water is going to flow. It's going to flow that way because the elevation is, yeah, like this. Elevation is it goes up. That is why Genesis 13:1 says Abraham went up out of Egypt. Let me show you. He was going to the promised land, right? In Genesis 13:1. And some of these things you have seen them all your life, but you may not know that's what is there. Look at this. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife. This up is talking about elevation. Okay, the place he moved to was higher in elevation, but let's see the direction. And his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. That is where the promised land is. It's in the south. So it left the Ur of the Chaldees, also went south into the land of the south. But the Hebrew word for south is Negev, modern Hebrew word. So what these guys did was to go to a land here and call a land here Negev. Seriously. As though Negev is the name of a place. No, it's not. It's just the Hebrew word for south. So they say Abraham went to, so the so-called modern translations now would then take this word and they will say Abraham went to Negev. So you would start, oh my God. So you start looking for Negev in the map and you take it to the Middle East. You say, you see. Yeah, so south is up, north is down. So that's just because, but don't get yourself too hung up on that. It's just elevation, which we also showed in this our world history map. So this is a legend for elevation. These are lower elevations, these are higher elevations. So you see, as you go towards Ethiopia, towards Kenya, like that, the mountains are higher. You see, there's higher elevations as you go here. So this is Upper Egypt, and that is Lower Egypt at the top. So you see, this water is getting closer to lower elevation as you go there. You see. So South Africa is, you see, is also red there. So these places are higher in elevation. That's why they tend to turn the map upside down like that. And also symbolically, these guys should be, as you go further deeper in the south, that is higher. The Nile literally gets its life flow from here. You see. So if Euphrates is here and Tigris is here, that makes this place Mesopotamia, between two rivers. So this is where your Mesopotamia is. Not these places that have been terribly renamed. Iraq refused to get another name. They are in trouble for it today. They won't let you progress if you don't follow their dance to their tune. But Jordan has been renamed. Lebanon has been renamed. Syria has been renamed. This is not Syria. This is where Syria is. How can you want to give a land? This is the land of Ham at the top here. Into Mitzrayim, Egypt here. Into Sudan. And this is Ethiopia, which is Cush. So that is the real Hamites. Okay? And it says the land of Ham is hot. And this is also must be part of Ham. This is not the real Arabia. This is Saudi, is a name, is a family name. Saudi Arabia. That is not Arab. The real Arab is here. This is where the real Arabians are. The sons of Ishmael. They're here. How did we get that? Just check the sources. Let me see where we put that. Just check the sources. After this reading, then we'll take questions as we move forward. While we're waiting for that to load up. So you can start requesting ahead. No, I won't be there to pick it up. Just let's be done. Those mean that Nigeria will be the north and northwest. Yeah, but like I said, scripture still follow this regular map, but symbolically, South Africa, Southern Africa is higher in elevation, you see. And with the Mercator projection, they've been able to shrink Africa. Okay. So, so let me read this, then we'll start taking some guests for questions, etc. Now, background for this. This is Josephus, the lady or the man, whoever commenting funny things has gone. So please follow this account like right now, sorry, so that if and when we go live, it will just pop you automatically and we're not looking for you all over the place. If and when, or if rather they cancel this account, then we can easily move to another one. So it's not about followership. There's nothing to do about it. It's about information. So if you have not followed this, I can follow it like right now. Okay, so that we can move. So yes. So anyway, the book of Josephus, another book of Josephus called Antiquities of the Jews, okay, is in book 14, chapter 1, paragraph 4. Now, a quick background. This was around 60 AD, 70 AD, thereabout, conventional timeline that we know. The Greeks have influenced the Hebrew people so terribly, the African people so terribly. The same thing with the Romans. So they were beginning to have Greek and Roman names, okay? So, and there are battles, of course, between them and the Arabians. Arabians is just at the north of this blue line, just above the Sahel. So, but you'll be hearing Greek names, you'll be hearing Roman names, but they're actually Hebrews, okay? So, one guy is promising another guy that when I come into power, I will give you the lands that I've taken from the Arabians before, vice versa. So that's the background and the context to it. YouTube channel is Kunle Ministers. What's the YouTube channel? It's Kunle Ministers. You can go search for that. Someone can type it for him in case. Sub-Saharan Africa is south, and that makes south down and make north up. Yeah, let's leave this up and down story so we don't miss the point. But Southern Africa is higher in elevation than Northern Africa, like we've shown you. But they don't care about your elevation; they just want to destroy all of you, really. So, so that's what that is about. So let's read this. So that's the YouTube name. You type that name, Kunle Ministers, on Google, you'll find just about anything you want. That's if you have not started putting it down on Google also. Anyway, so Hyrcanus promised him. Moreover, Hyrcanus is actually an African guy, okay, but a Hebrew guy. But then they've given him that. He's gotten that name, just like some of you bear, African names today. Please, Monica, which country is really messing all things up? This person is asking, like, tell me, let's go blow them up. Which country is really messing all things up? Is Illuminati. You know Illuminati, then you know the country. The country that has the same birthday, the same birth year as Illuminati. Let someone tell him what country that is. And also the country that, the language in which you are speaking. So those are the countries that are messing things up. But I tell you, 60% of the problem is with Africans themselves, unfortunately. I understand there's pressures from outside, but if they don't have any Judas to bribe, they will have very little to do. Someone tell me. Someone tell him Illuminati. What year was Illuminati formed? And what country was formed in the year that Illuminati was formed? I'll say it in quotes like that. Because I think someone is trying to screen record, for good reasons anyway, but trying to screen record so they can post on their channel or something, which I allow you to do, but we have to speak in codes if you're doing that. Okay, so let's see. So Hyrcanus, like some of us bear, you bear Alex today, you bear Smith, and you're an African man. That's been happening for a long time. So moreover, Hyrcanus is an African man, is a Hebrew man. Promised him that when he had been brought there and had received his kingdom, he would restore that country and those 12 cities which his father, Alexander, his father also had a British name, had a Roman name, you see, European name, had taken from the Arabians. Now, what are the cities that the Israelites took from the Arabians? Let's look at those cities. Which were these? Medaba, Nabolo, Libya, Tarabasa, Agala, Athone, Zoar, Orone, Marisa, Ruda, Lusa, and Oruba. So what we did was to search these names on Google. Okay? So we searched this name on Google. Yeah, somebody is saying Otabrugon. Yeah, so and that's an African proverb, Hebrew proverb, literally, because I just spoke Paleo Hebrew to you. And that's the Yoruba language, by the way. So what that means is that if the enemy within your house does not do anything against you, okay? If the enemy in your house does not do anything against you, the enemy outside cannot do nothing against you. That's the meaning of the Tiota Leba Pani. Tita Olivian Shenkokan. You see, Sankara, it was his brother that brought him down. Is it Kwame Nkrumah? It was an insider. Is it whoever, any other Pan-Africanist? They are insiders that brought them down. Ibini, you're welcome. So they are always brought down by insiders, always, almost without exception. You know, Patrice Lumumba said it that if he's ever going to be killed, that it will be a white man that will put his hand in the hands of a black man, put a pew in the hands of a black man to kill him, and that was exactly how it happened. Oh, Ibini, just a minute, please. Tabati Kylie, was okay. Slow. The TikTok is the studio is quite slow, so I'll bring everybody up, including Ibini, shortly. So it's always totally about money. So it's a 60% problem, internal African problem, is 40% external Africa, European problem. Great pressure, by the way. Like I said, if the pressure that is put on Africa today is put on the UK, they can't last 6 months. Like, let me describe that to you. Okay, after I do this short description, we'll read that writing, then we bring up guests for questions and for etc. submissions. The pressure you have on, let's say, Nigeria today, put 10% of it on the UK. They can't last 6 months. Okay, and this is what I mean. Just look for some arbitrary country, one, whose currency is about 1,000 times the great British pound. Okay, get that country to begin to bring ammunitions to these boys in UK that are already stabbing themselves in the classrooms. Bring ammunitions for them. Let another person be bringing drugs for them. Okay, and that country has like 1 pound is like, 1,000 pounds is like 1 unit of that country's currency. All these streets you have here, all this A1 Express, A1, M16, M1 Express Road, the boys will first take the guns and block those roads. Is it in the UK where police women use lipstick and they paint their nails? Yeah, they will blow off your head in a matter of seconds. Where do you want to stand it? Then they'll start looking for their military and let that external country keep pumping and intermeddling with their politics. Go bring, excuse me, go look for some opposition party, raise some guy from the slum and start giving the guy platform, giving him money, pushing him. The guy is a drug cartel, is giving everybody drugs, is keep pushing that on the UK for 6 months. It will become a shadow of itself. That's the kind of pressure you have in West Africa. That's how Buhari's, oh dear, I don't like mentioning names. But the Boko Haram thing was definitely, it was a fight from inside that was sponsored from outside, and then it was blown out of proportion. Bring back our girls, US White House, bring back our girls, pressuring the then president, and they began to sponsor the opposition party. You see, bring that kind of pressure on these people. Just bring that pressure, just 10% of it, and see if they will survive. So it's not fair. The game is rigged. It's terribly rigged. So I'm not saying this to excuse Africans. Like I said, if they don't have a Judas to pay, there will be nobody to betray, as it were. There will be nobody to. But then when you have so many Judases also just waiting, but then how won't you have Judas when the people are hungry? That's why they want to keep you poor. When you're hungry, you take just about anything. The people that need this information the most, they can't access this because they don't have data. I'm back on them again. When they have data, the next thing they want to watch is just useless things. Go on TikTok live now. Some guy can just be there. You can wear a woman's blouse and start dancing like a fool, and they'll push that live. People will keep tapping on that. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? So you have information to quickly check 1 or 2 things. You first go check foolish things. So it's a compounded problem. It's from outside and also from inside. But I still put, to the best of my knowledge, I'm still putting the greater responsibility on the people, right? I'm still putting the greater responsibility on the people. If you guys don't betray each other, they will not have a way to get in. But then because you're hungry, that's why you need faith. And that's why those who are teaching faith, especially Christians, and you see people keep mentioning Nigerian pastors, is because the power is really with them. Honestly, that's just it. Without gainsaying, Islam doesn't have as much influence on the young people as Christianity does. Point blank. There's no point in trying to say imams and pastors, they are not on the same level, sorry to say. How many imams has private jets? You can say the pastor stole it, but let imam steal his own. So Islam is getting very, very extinct. Sorry to say. And I respect Muslims. There's very wonderful Muslims, but they know. But they're just working with that. I mean, they've got some social political support and framework from the religion. So they keep it and work with it. It's fine. Okay. So Roman Catholicism also is really a mess. So it's not like we're trying to stay. I'm just telling you fact and what's it called? Statistics, what is going on. So the Christian church has a higher influence on the younger people. So that's why that's one of the things they teach faith. You can't change the government overnight, yes, but you teach people faith. You are hungry, you are battered, you are tired, but they will give you a pew and you will decide not to go into kidnapping because you have God inside you. They have taught you spirituality and you wait on God by faith. That no, I may be hungry. It's better I die hungry than I go prostitute my body. It's better I die hungry than I go take pew and go kidnap people. Check those kidnappers when they are arrested. You see a guy, you can tell this guy has never seen 100,000 in his life. Yet he's kidnapping and is asking for 10 million ransom. Where is he spending the 10 million to? He's not the one spending it. He was sent. It's just common sense. It's just common sense. You can tell the guy, this guy, look at them. They array them. They have pew with them. I don't want to mention the name because of TikTok. They have pew with them and they ask for 10 million naira ransoms, 15 million, which is equivalent of about 10,000 pounds of ransom, right? And they collect these ransoms and they keep having weapons to use, they keep having things to use. And you look at this guy is not doing okay. So he is being sponsored and being sent. And that's why we have fathers of faith, which is what we do. That's why we still preach Jesus till today, okay? That you walk by faith that, no, I'm not going to do this. I won't sell my body as a woman. I will not go carry a pew and start kidnapping people. No, I will not do blood money because there's blood money. The Satanists are still working on their own angle too because there's an evil spirituality. That's why when you say you're practicing spirituality and you say everything is uniformity, you are one with universe. There's no wicked devil. It's just, oh God, they are wicked spirits. Spirituality has a clear, distinct areas. And that's where most of this thing is coming from. But we don't want to teach from that angle lest we begin to sound religious. That's the real core of the matter. So you say, no, even though I'm hungry, even though my children may be hungry, I will not compromise and go and kill another person. Because what's the idea when you literally cutting your own arm to eat it? You bleed to death before the arm you have cut off is done to eat, before the food digests and gives you strength. Understand that that's what you do when you begin to fight your own people because you want to feed your family. You are killing your brother to keep your other brother alive. It doesn't make sense. So there is a God, and when you cry to him, he will hear you. Act in faith, act in truth. And that's what these ministers should be doing, and that's what we are doing, at least the true ones. So so that's that. Where were we? So that we can have people come speak also. So it's not just me saying stuff. So now, and it's a Sunday, by the way, a good time. And those who are really listening to that God of heaven, they will preaching the right things. You need faith because everything is not going to be smooth. Okay? You need faith to stay alive. You need hope. And that's why I'm bringing this message of hope, as it were. And it's not any strange message, strange movement. It's just scripture and opening things up and opening history to the people. Don't see a white man and start shaking. And everything, when you come to the UK or you come to Canada, you act as if you are in heaven. You have come to the land of your enemies and they will hold you bound. How do you stay on a job? They're telling you for you to get their papers, you have to first do some 3 years or do 5 years. Within those 5 years, you're also taking your children to their school. Your enemy is literally raising your kids for you. Okay, you don't understand what you're up against. And you think you're in the UK, now you're in heaven and begin to live anyhow. That's when you should begin to fast and pray. If you know any spirituality at all, begin to engage it and stir yourself in your spirit. You have come to the land of your enemies and your children are literally being raised by your enemies. And I'm not saying every person that looks white is evil, but I'm saying that the way Satan has deceived the world, you can get the most well-meaning human beings in the world to carry out the most sinister agendas with their pure church mind. And they will not know because of the depth of the deception. All you need to do is just put them on a so-called job. If you want to get, watch this, if you want to get everybody to unalive somebody in a very neat way, just break down the task. And that's what Satan is doing. It's called 1,000 points of light. Just break down the task, right? Break down the task of unaliving that person into like 15, 20 steps. The task of the first guy, and all of them are doing their jobs. The task of the first guy, receive a phone call from this person and send him an Uber driver or a driver. So the job of the first person is to receive a call. The job of the second guy is just pick him up from point A, drop him at point B. When he gets to point B, the other guy's job is just to open the door and give him a form to fill. He will fill his blood type, etc. And that's his own job. He'll collect his 15 pounds per hour, 20 pounds, $20 per hour. The next guy, his job is to just take this guy, give him water to drink. That's another guy. His own is a server. She's a server. That's their work there. The third guy, your own is just to take a blood sample. You are a microbiologist. The other guy, your own is to give him medication. You are a pharmacist. But you don't know what is in the water that was given this guy, and you don't know what's in the test result. Your own is just to administer drugs. Next, the other guy, his own job is just a medical practitioner. His own is to carry out surgery. And you will not know that that surgery is directly connected to the very first thing that has been done. Before you know it, this other guy, next following year, they task him to take a vaccine. And before you know it, it begins to decline. And everybody is unaliving everybody unknowingly. So when you come to these countries, your children are being raised by your enemies. And you cannot stop it. They will always be bullied. They will always be discriminated in those countries, in those schools where they're at. It can affect your child over time. By the way, most times Nigerian children are always topping their class, by the way. So you get the most sincere people to do the most sinister things, and they don't know. An average person that looks like this skin color does not know what we're talking about. Same thing with us anyway, except, these revelations. So they don't know. They don't know. So let's share the screen again. I can't even remember the other thing I wanted to say. We'll soon pop people up now. So moreover, Akenos promised him. So yes, so he has taken the land from Arabians. Now these are those lands: Medaba, Nabolo, Libya, Starabasa, Agala, Afune. So we just searched for these names here, okay, and we found Lusa in Bauchi. We found about 10 of those names literally here. Lusa is in Bauchi, Agala is in Katsina, Ruda Hill in Niger, Marisa in Mali, Guinea, Oron in Akwa Ibom, Nabolo in Ghana, Oruba in Lagos, Atani in Abia State, Nigeria, Sotere Marisa, Sao is in Cameroon. So now we didn't just find these names that are in this book of Josephus, which is supposed to be the Israel-Arab border. We didn't just find them scattered all over the world, no. We didn't just find them in Africa, scattered, still not, no. Yeah, somebody can, so let's find the name of the land. Yeah, you can search for them. And it's literally in Google here, actually. We screenshot it and we find it. It's literally in our, what's it called? One of the TikTok videos. So these are those names. Now, for example, this Soa is started with a Z there, but we do it with an S. We found it in Cameroon. This Marisa is literally word for word. This Oruba is word for word. This Nabolo has a double L, so there might be slight different things like that. So you can see, I think the person is screen recording already, or is screenshotting, whatever, which is great. Anyway, so we didn't just find it scattered in the world. We didn't just find them in Africa scattered. We find them along a straight line, almost a straight line. Potential borders, because when these ones are winning the battle, the borders push southward. When these ones are winning, the borders push northward. Almost along a straight line, along the same place where it tells you the northern kingdom of Israel is in Samaria. And like I said, like I like saying, it's not like it is Nabolo Babin Salon, or it is a Ruda shopping mall, or a Ruda pedicure shop, because Google can pop up things like that. This is Ruda Hill. It's a hill. You don't name random places like that. Atani in Anambra. Yeah, like someone said there. So you don't name hospitals and community schools after somebody's pedicure outfit. These are landmarks right there. So just to tell you that the real Arabia is here is what we are saying. So, and then of course that puts, the real Mesopotamia here. So download those maps and work with those things. You would, I think this thing is doing much better. So you will see that. I think it's time to take guests so that people can also come speak. Yeah, so the first thing is you need to be completely decolonized. Don't see a white person. Respect a white person. Respect someone that is from Europe. Respect your enemies, in fact, if you put it that way, of which you can't really engage your enemy if you don't respect them. You must know the true value and the true strength of your enemy to know how to engage them, or otherwise, So, but don't do that thing. Now, don't hate, but you must let your self-esteem, your God esteem be intact. Very, very important. That's why we're pushing these things. You are the real people. Your land is the real land. That's why they will never leave the land. They tell you your land is stupid, it's empty, but they're not leaving it. They keep staying there and keep taking resources. Why can't they just leave? I say, no, we want to help you Africans. No, don't help us. Just go. Do us a favor, which is that don't do us any favor. Simple as that. So let's fill up the guest panel so we can get people come give their submission, etc. So once it's full, then we start taking everybody one by one. So we'll do maybe 2 batches. So please request already, so that we can have it come up. And we might give preference to 2 kinds of people. Number one is those who have a different opinion to what we are talking about, so we can learn from them. There might be an angle that they have seen that we are not aware of. Is a high possibility. We're not saying we know everything. In fact, we want to learn more. And if you tell us something that we don't know, we're going to acknowledge you. You can mute if you're just coming in. You can mute. So if you tell us something we don't know, okay, Ibini, I think it's you. You can mute, Ibini. Okay, I think. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm looking at not very responding.
Hi, good afternoon.
So I'm trying to mute you. Okay, let me disconnect him actually. If that's not working. Sorry, guys. He's having a nice time. Oh dear. Oh yeah. So when he requests, he's gonna come back up. So let's request is easier that way. So the live, it should be going higher than this. I don't know, it's 44. Sometimes I think we get to 70 sometimes. This is a work-free day. Sunday morning, good time to gist, etc. And to do whatever worship or anything you want to do. So let's get once we have 6 guests, then we start giving people the time to speak, 2 minutes each. So we give, like I said, we give preferences to 2 people. Number 1, those who have never come up before. Then number 2, those who what's the word now? Those who see a different perspective, and we want to learn, right? If you tell us something we have not heard before, we're going to acknowledge you, and we might do a follow-up video with it, okay? And we say, okay, we heard this from such and such person, and we put that together, and tell us something. We'll go read it. We've read quite a lot, and we just put the sources there. All right, so let us see. There's one person requesting. We need one more request so that we I know Damoche is there. Damoche is one of those guys. So Damoche, if you can take time to come out, tell us some things, so we can also learn from it. People are listening, they're atheists, they have different ideas than we do. So please, by all means, come up and speak or drop a comment, we can respond. We don't want you to feel intimidated in that sense that there's so many people who are discussing going after a certain direction and that they might overwhelm you. So no matter how unpopular your idea is, or it doesn't sound smart, we'll just at least listen to it. Then we can learn from it or just modify and things like that. So I think is it full now? Okay, I think we can start with these. So we'll start from I think we'll start from the top is how it's going. Start from Saliu. Let's start from Saliu. Saliu, are you ready for us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, Saliu, let's go. So you can start from where you're coming from, where you first heard about our channel, and say that very
Okay.
briefly, quickly.
I think this is my fourth time joining you on live.
Great, great.
Yeah, I'm in Nigeria who lives in Germany.
Great.
Yeah. So, and I think we have a little bit 1 hour time different. This is a 1:09.
Okay.
I believe Nigeria should be around 12:09.
Okay. Yes.
So, yeah, and normal. Not that I really have so much question, but one thing, according to what I've been watching, the map you have been reviewing, the names and everything. Why is it that we don't have people who can confront these colonizers, like who can take these things to the United Nations so that we can gain our original? No, I'm saying this thing so that we can get our original names, our original lands, because these things were done by the United Nations who called themselves, because the Israel we are seeing today was actually created by United Nations. According to research, Israel was created by United Nations. So not naturally, geographically, Israel was not really in the map. It was created by these people. That was after the World War. So why can't we, our leaders, come together and confront these people so that we can really confront those colonizers, so that we can get our nations, our African back, our continent back, the names, the geographical map and everything. We can get it back. We can do away with this their useless name that they gave us and all those kind of stuff. So this is why can't we? And I will also, my last one is that, will it be possible, because these things is like we are very minor who are hearing these things. You are doing it. This is a very great research, because I don't know, I've seen a lot of big pastors who have different degrees and everything. But if they know about this thing, if they've actually done research about this thing, why are they not speaking it out? People who have billions or millions of viewers in their platforms and everything, why are they not speaking these things out? Because the white men, if they know that, okay, Africa now, they are beginning to realize, they now know where they are from, they now know the original things. I believe these colonizers and this whatever the United Nations have done, we can undo them and gain our place again. Because I'm very sure that we are the genuine Israel. Why did I say that we are the genuine Jewish? Sorry to say, the reason why I said that we are the genuine Jewish, because the Bible made the measurement of the Jews. They will be scattered all over the world.
Yes.
All over the world. Look at all over the world. There's nowhere on earth you will not see an Africa, and even in Nigeria, to be precise.
Yeah.
No place on earth. Yeah. So this is it.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Now, so yeah, that's right. But let me show you something. Thank you for your submission. Sally uses Sally. Yeah. Thank you so much for your submission, Sally. Now, look at this. Now, with due respect to all of us and to those of us who might also want to ask this kind of question, you will see that this is part of where the effect of staying long under colonization and neo-colonization does to you. The question that I have is, why do you even have to go to United Nations in the first place? Why can't we do things from the central here, and irrespective of what they call you, that's even if you show up at their meetings, why do you need their approval and them giving you another name for you to now say, yes, they have acknowledged my name as Al-Kibulan before you know your name is Al-Kibulan? Do you go to somebody on the street and you tell them no? You go to every document in their house and you tell them to change your name in the document in their house before you know that's your name. You just ignore them. And that's exactly what we should have done as much as possible. It may be difficult to do it like that, but then, I mean, you are who you are. They need your resources. They need your land. They are the one who needs you, really. If and when Africa cuts off from Europe, Europe is going down. And I'm telling you, that's potentially why there's power outages in Germany. He's called in from Germany. There are power outages in Spain, in Portugal, across Europe, because they are sanctioned, what's this guy's name? Putin, for whatever their own reason. Eventually, they end up shooting themselves in the foot. So they end up sanctioning themselves. They do that. It blocked the Nord Stream 1 that goes through Germany. Essentially, you're calling from Germany. Nord Stream 1 gives them gas, fuel from Germany. They've blocked that up. So they're going down in gas, no power anymore. And Traore has kicked them out. No more uranium. The Sahel has kicked them out. No more uranium, no more resources to take from that part of the world. So they have to turn back inwards to look for energy, and they're beginning to go low on energy. And they say, oh, the reason is because of some ionic compression and the pressure is high and it causes a diffraction and then the potential level. No, Oga, it's not potential nothing. You don't have fuel, but they won't tell the truth on the media. So to answer that, just leave them, let them unite whatever they're uniting, and just leave them alone. Trump left the World Health Organization some months ago or last year, thereabout. Just kick them off, right? I don't think Traore attends their meeting. I think he sends somebody there, at least just to kind of a little bit acknowledge them. But you don't need to go to them to get a new name. Just the same thing with the civil rights movement. Why do you need to go to somebody to obtain your right to be civil? Seriously? That means you're still enslaved to them. That's why you went for the civil rights movement, to go and obtain your right to be civil. Why does the definition and the point of reference of civility have to come from a certain people? So, but that's a very strong one. The thing has to flow from inside out. Is how the thing has to be. So thank you so much for your submission. Thank you for following our live. So, but yes, but then if we go to them and when we go, they will not acknowledge it. They will try to dance around it. You see. But all you need to do is just cut them off. Then they will start to beg you. You will notice that they offered 2 seats, I think, to African presidents. They said there should be 2 or even 1 representative from the African nation to the United Nations as an observer. They brought them to the council to come observe. Seriously. So why did they start doing that now? Because they saw the Sahel is turning away from them. So they want to just bribe you and say, okay, just come. Let's have an African nation. Africa has 52 nations, if I'm not mistaken. So they said send 1 representative to come here. So when he comes, he will just come. By the way, he's not even coming to make decisions. He's just coming there to sit and look. And I'm so sure some African man will go there with his clothes and everything and go sit there because they'll give him pounds and dollars that he will give to his children, and I think will be wasted in 1 generation. You see. You will find an African man that will go there. I'm not sure how they finish that matter anyway. So, but thank you for your submission, brother. It's nice to have you. Let's have, I think Coach is having a meal. So let's have Efroko once again. I think he's been here before. So Efroko share, yeah. Efroko share, let's have you again for 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, brother. I mean, that's a very strong submission from the previous guy, you know. But the reality is, I mean, just like you said, why do we need to ask permission from them before we can be who we are? You know, if we are able to discover ourselves, it's an awakening. You know, it flows from inside out. We need to wake up to who we are. And then they will see us for who we are. We don't need to go rub it in their faces that, oh, this is wrong. No, we need to find who we are, stand our grounds. Then they will recognize us. Until then, this will all be audio. You know, it will all be audio. But until we awaken for who we truly are, we let them know that we know who we are and we no more fall for your gimmicks. And then they will recognize us, because in this life, it's all about power. All right. So if you have nothing to bargain, they will take you for granted. If we are able to amass a united African front, imagine that. A whole Africa united in unity, one currency, because we are all the same people anyways. We are all the same people, just different tribes. We are all this, the whole Africa is one big land mass. So if we are all united, but that's going to be almost impossible as of right now. You know, I always tell people this, that you see in the Bible, when the people were taken from Egypt to the promised land, there were a group of people that had to be unalived before the new generation gets there because of their mindset. All right. And the people who are leading us now, their mindsets are so warped. It's a leadership problem. Okay. That's why I'm very happy with what's happening in Burkina Faso right now with Traore. It's a mindset problem. So if the people with the colonial mindset are out of the system, then the young bloods with the revolutionary mindset will wake up. And they will not take no for an answer. They will not come, come to our country, dig our gold and mineral resources, and then give us a meager 5%. It doesn't even make sense. Even my 6-year-old will not agree to that. But that's what's going on in Africa. For generations upon generations, it has gone on for a very long time, to the extent that we think it's normal. Now everybody thinks it's normal. Just like the point you raised about, coming to Europe, you go to church and people's prayer point is, oh, I pray God has blessed me with a visa to Europe. I say, really? Really? Like, seriously? If you live in Europe, you'll understand that it's more than slavery. But of course, people who have different opinions and different views, so I leave them to it. But like I always say, the awakening is for a selected few. And then if you find yourself feeling these sentiments and on this path, then you need to work on yourself to fully realize your potential to the fullest. Because the God factor is within you. And until that one is unlocked, there's nothing you can do. You can't do nothing. There's nothing. We will just talk, and die and go. But it's time to work on ourselves and be grounded and connected to our roots. Then our power will come out. Then even we have 2-3 people speak, we can speak to the storm. You understand?
That's very true.
When we say no, it's a resounding and echoing no.
That's true.
So it's about awakening. We must find who we are, and then the God factor within us must arise. We must ascend beyond this third dimension that we have been limited to. These things, when we start talking about it, we can go on and on and on. But I'll just leave it for someone else to chip in something. But may the Lord help us. That's my prayer every day. May the Lord help us.
Yeah, thank you so much. So thank you so much for that. That's a brother from Ghana, from the tribe of Dan, the Ashanti, Gadangbe. Thank you so much for sharing. For Koshi, yeah. So yes, that's very true, and again, a little balance is that it's not completely about age. Now, age is part of it, because you see even what happened in the Torah, how a whole generation had to just live and unalive until a new set came. You see, before things can really start to move forward. Just 2 people in the whole generation were able to pass through. So it's sometimes not about age. You see people who are young, but then they are just not really helping matters with the way they're doing things. Like I said, go on this TikTok now. If this live ends, it will suggest you another one. It probably will bring you 300 views, 500 views, 1,000 views. I mean, live viewers. Now we have less than 100 here. I've been speaking for almost 2 hours, So I don't know if that's TikTok's fault, but most times it's always 2 ways. Most times it's 2 ways. It's the fault of people also lusting after things that are ephemeral, that are empty. Okay, so I think the first step, we are converging already, we are awake already largely, and some are still waking up. But the first thing is, let's keep pushing this information out. Like I said, if you have contrary views, please come up or do me a DM or send us what's that thing called, a mail. People have been sending things like that, and I check it. Okay, this is not that way, that is this way. Okay, I update this way, then we push out an updated message. All the videos are there on our website. If it is wrong, we will not take away the wrong one. We will do the updated one and refer to the wrong one. So if anybody wants to go that wrong route again, they don't need to go that direction, because somebody has gone there and has found that is not accurate. That is how you advance knowledge, not by hiding the knowledge or fighting somebody who has a different idea than you. Things won't go that way. Those who came to attack you didn't function that way. If they did, they will not be successful. They record every single thing. My God, I've been to countries, especially in the Western world. Everything is recorded. Literally the lampstands on the street lights, they have numbers. They have serial numbers. Come on, the difference between so-called global north and developed world and so-called underdeveloped world is just record keeping. That's an order. You see, one of those 2 things. Both of those 2 things, record keeping and order. Let me let some more people talk. So the first thing we need to do is just push out information. It's not about pushing a platform, pushing a person. Okay? So someone said, no Lord to help you, you can help yourself. God has helped us and is helping us. by giving us brain, and we use that brain and we acknowledge him and give him thanks for that. So that's how we do it. So push out the information. It doesn't have to be our own. If you see a brother doing some of these things, send their contact to myself. Myself and those brothers, we do collaborations and do interviews together. Okay? And we see views, and we don't have to agree on all the things. You see, there are different opinions, fine. We move around, we understand each other, and we push the information. You are in Islam, that's fine. Okay? There's some things you have seen that keeps you there. Okay, you are in Christianity, that's okay. Okay? But there are some things that Christianity will not wait. Islam will not say because you are in Islam, you have not eaten for 3 days, then your stomach will be full. It will take special miracles. As miracles are usually very difficult to control. I know based on my experience. And even God does not want us to function by miracle consistently. He wants you to function by blessing, by principles. That's why I put this word here. A time came, the manna stopped when they entered the promised land. The manna we said we saw in Angola. Glory ways, you're welcome. So the manna stopped. Why? There is principles. By engaging the power of principles today, it is easier for me to eat today with principles than it is to pick manna. If God was still raining manna now, I probably won't, if I'd be disturbing the roads because we need to drive. That's how powerful principles can be. Miracles can be wonderful, it will excite you, and I'm not ruling that out. This is very key to the African psyche, what I'm telling you now. Whether you are even a traditionalist and you engage in spiritual, supernatural things, and you are seeing results and things like that, that's wonderful, okay? Either do it by whatever means. Although I believe that the legitimate route into the supernatural is through the name Jesus Christ. That's what I've tested and seen. Okay, that's why I'm speaking like that. But the power of engaging principle is so powerful that if God was to rain manna now, I probably won't go out to pick the manna. Not because I'm disrespecting God. We'll look at it, we'll take pictures of it. But you are probably quicker ordering Uber Eats on your phone. They'll bring the food to you, a warm, hot meal with a drink. Why? Because you engage with principles. And people see that and say, you see, manna is stupid. This is no. They had manna because it was, for you to engage in miracles, to have miracles, you have to be in a desperate situation. That is what it is, the impossibility and the difficulty that qualifies you for that miracle in the first place. And if the situation going on is not a desperate situation that is an impossible situation and a situation that is out of hand, then when the solution comes, you will not even call it a miracle in the first place. So an impossibility is the seed for a miracle, you see. But then when you engage the blessing that God has given you, engage your mind, engage your hands, engage your words, engage your environment, right? Till the ground, put soil in it. If you are a Muslim, Buddhist, you are the evilest man in this world, you are a stupid man, you are a lame man, your hand is cut off, take a seed, even if it's of your mouth, your hand, limbs are cut off. Put that seed in the ground. That seed will respond to you. The earth will grow to you. And that is equity. Unlike the fake equality that these guys are trying to pull up and they say equal, gender equal. No two people can be equal. It's not possible. But equity is more realistic and more practicable. So put anything in the ground, that ground will yield for you. That is principle. So when you work principles, you generate results beyond even sometimes what a miracle seems to be able to do. So, but then there are times will come when you will hit the bottom, rock bottom, or the hard steel ceiling top, and you have worked all the principles, but someone is using a higher power against you. Then you go higher and engage supernaturally. Now you are talking. You see. So miracles and these things, they don't antagonize each other. God just suspend the laws of nature to help you in a moment. You see, to get you through that miracle at that time. But after that miracle, it will still bring you back to the level of the blessing, where you engage principles to get your solutions done. Let me not talk too much. Let's have Aikamani speak. He's been here before, so we'll just give him 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes. Aikamani, are you ready for us?
Hi.
Yes, let's go. Good morning.
I just want to actually, as I've been here before, and I spoke about the leadership aspect of this issue, and someone just raised an issue about the leadership problem. And I've always thought that that's an issue that have to be addressed, because no matter what you do in life, I personally have been in a situation where I know that if I have just few moments before I went on saying what I wanted to say, someone that was going to be on the platform contacted me and said, don't say this. There are people on that platform that want to record what you want to say and go and play to other people to hear it, just to get me involved in their nonsense that they were doing. So if leadership is not involved, information like this, regardless of the fact that it's very informative and it's awakening, people will not see it that way. They see it as a threatening. It's threatening to a lot of people. So I think when the leadership of our people start to grasp this information and make use of it, maybe we help people more to accept this information, because the acceptance of this information is what I see that is the main issue. Because when people are in several issues, they have several issues in their life, people can come online and listen to all these things and make all manner of comments, and you think they are grasping what you are saying. But first thing tomorrow morning is on Monday, the issues that they have is what's going to start taking life, and life start to get them involved in all manner of stuff. So it is when leadership start to really handle this matter and push it forward, I think it will help. And just to add, because there's a document I've also introduced in another platform, it's called the Kaabo Chronicles. This document where the people of Kaabo were explaining to the earliest Europeans their origin.
Please, the name again, sorry, brother. The Thebe.
Kaabo.
Okay.
You know the Kaabo
Regular
state?
Kaabo, Benin Kaabo, Kebbi.
Yeah, Kaabo Chronicles. It's called Kaabo
Chronicles.
Chronicles.
Okay, Chronicles. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think though I've just tried to throw that so for people to anybody that's having doubt in their mind about who we are. I personally, where I come from, I can't even mention things like that. I know how dangerous it would be to my state of well-being, because people in that part, they will never, I know it, I will put everything I own on it. They will never accept the story. You know, so the colonialism and everything have so eaten deep in our life that it is painful to see that, even as regardless of the fact that how much information is out there, it is painful to say that some of our people, you want to, before you can convince them, you show a white man saying this thing.
Yes, exactly.
You show a white man saying this thing before he will believe you. And it's become very, very sad to know that. So hopefully, I thank people like you. There's other Yoruba guy online that's also saying this. I've also made comments and congratulated him. I've tried all these things for quite some time. I'm tired, but I'm trying to use other means of which I know I can reach out to a wider audience, mostly our leaders. I'm trying to focus on creating something that you can put in front of them. It's now up to them to go and work with it. I'll be honest with you, as somebody I've tried to contact me with the Oni of Ife, because I think it's the only one that's quite, I don't want to say open-mindedness, but he has spoke about some things that concern information that I know about. So I think people like him, if this information can get to people like him, and maybe can forward it to his peers and they look into it, and maybe we can get somewhere. You know, that's just what I'm trying to say. Thank you very much for what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So yes, we've said it multiple times even before you came also, that we need to, if you guys, and some of these leaders are listening, some of you have access to these leaders. I'll be speaking to some of them later today or tomorrow, but you know, like I said, what God has sent me, it will involve me speaking to princes and palaces, to speaking to preachers in the pulpit, and to peoples in public places. This is a public space. There's some things I will not be able to say here. I'll need to say them to the princes. There's some I won't say before princes. I'll say them before preachers. You see, depending on the situation. And of course, it's not like you're managing truth or you're being economical with the truth or you're telling people different things. It's just knowing what angle to tell, because what God has revealed to us is very big, you see, and we have to show them the angle that they can begin to relate with. But like we said earlier, go on our videos at mention people. Okay, some of them are listening here. Some of you know some leaders in some thoughts. Share them these videos. Tell them to contact us, because the way many of us are, we're like sheep, and that I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but we are like sheep. That's how we are. People just like bandwagons, right? They just like things that are trending, because not very many people are capable of original thought, unfortunately. And that's partly because of so-called modern Western formal education. That thing has literally damaged a lot of people. That's why some people call PhD permanent head damage. Well, it's not a bad thing. I mean, I'm educated myself and I've done more than one degree. But then it doesn't teach you how to think, but it tells you what to think. You see. So someone says some preachers are source of our problem. Maybe not. So they may be sincerely ignorant, you see. So if you know some of these people, tell them to contact us or send our videos to them. They don't even have to call us. It's not about having a platform that we should speak on, but let them know these things. Then they begin to modify, because there are some people that would never listen to you if their Almanjiri Alaji tells them, go this way, that's where they go. They will not listen to you, you see, because they're not capable of that original thought, you see. And another thing is, there's some people that will not, if the pastor tells them this way, I'm in that area of things too. Okay, that's fear also myself. So it's just the way people have been trained. When the pastor tells them that, that's where they'll go, you see. And understandably, and they have reasons why they are like that. So at mention people in our videos. If you are listening and you are there, share this video to such people. You know, tell them to contact us. We are not, you know, we would have conversations with them, and you know, we can move these things forward. So this thing can remain this way. Most people just listen. They just keep listening. For some people to get it, it may take 5 years of going live like this. We don't have 5 years. That 5 years to some of those people's lives, I mean, they're already in the later half already of their life, you know, lifespan as it were. So, so if you're listening to us, you know such people, tell them to contact us or send their contact to us or send our videos to them so that they can begin to teach the people these things. You see, when there are people still acting this 21st century, still acting movies, and you're using Jesus as a white man, and you're an African man acting that movie, what are you saying? You see, so it's a full blown attack on the minds, on the culture, on the language, on literally spiritual attacks on the people, bewitching them in every angle possible. So it's a great job, and we need the thought leaders to be there. I'm working within my own sphere of influence, but there are people that I have access to that they will not have access to. There are people that they have access to that I can never reach. You see, I can never reach them. Not because I'm not having few followership or have a website and a few things like that, but because they're just not within my sphere of influence. You see, and I can't have global flow of influence from one angle. Is very, very likely. So we can, and that's what our brother is saying. We can talk here from morning till night. 90% of people listening here are at a certain level of influence and ability to change things and ability of consciousness. They will hear these things and they'll forget in 24 hours, and that's not derogatory. It's normal. But when you've got children pulling you here, you've got 9 to 5 to do, which I've said on this platform, no human being is ever supposed to pay rent in this world, ever. In this present world we're in, no human being is, not to talk of being hungry. The amount of land in Europe, for example, or even in the world that is occupied by way of resident, that is residential, and people are living in, is less than 2%. Less than 2. That's the amount of land that is occupied and are used as residential apartments. So, and I'm just trying not to exaggerate. It's probably 0 point something, but I can't remember that figure. Someone can even look it up and put it to us. So nobody has to pay rent. The houses that are built here, you see on the top of the house, 1907, 1874, 1923. The amount those houses were built, the rent you have paid on it has made his money many times over, but they're still paying rent on it. Why do you enslave human beings like that? And dogs don't get to pay rent. Cats don't. So it's a spiritual warfare at the end of the day. But we would not get anywhere really if we don't get these thought leaders to come around. Okay? Tell them to contact us. And some of them are listening. We are not. You can see the way we, do our engagement and all that. We have. Yes, let me just give you 5 minutes. If you come back up again, I think the thing keeps knocking you off. I've accepted it like 3-4 times now. So we need the thought leaders. Connection to which has been blocked or tampered with. I've been seeing you on. So come on one more time. Then I'll just stop and push you 3-5 minutes so you can do a quick talk. So if you know these thought leaders, pastors, religious leaders, traditional rulers, tell them to contact us. Send their contact to us. We can, or share them the videos if you can. Okay, or whichever way. Excuse me. Only that the videos are so cover so many angles, they may be getting the wrong angle and they think it doesn't connect with them. But I tell you, this is literally the masterpiece, of the literal conspiracy, right? The grand conspiracy of the world for the past 300-500 years is this that we're sharing with you. I know that sounds outlandish almost, But then I mean, all humility, it covers many areas. You're not allowed to request. Maybe because of the last flagging that they did for you. Let me try to invite you instead, Ibini. Okay, I think it's just a network, Ibini. I don't think it's. So if you know those leaders, bring them up. Not bring them up here, of course.
My brother.
Oh, good morning. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah. So bring them up, connect us to them, and that's the way we can move forward. Let's let Ibini speak, partly because of his network situation. And Nigerian leaders, by the way, many of them don't know.
Thank you. I apologize. I just wanted to support. Okay, so I just wanted to support the live. I think that there's something wrong with me connecting on your page. I connect everywhere else easily, but anytime you're live and I come on, I can't even hear what you guys are saying. I can't click on request. I can't join into the live. They're blocking me. This is evident, you know. I've been thinking it was my network. I have all the networks. I have Airtel, I have MTN, and I can't hear anything you guys are saying. It's almost as though I'm blocked from this page, and only this page. I can view anything else. My YouTube is working. My other TikTok pages are working. But when I come on your page, I can't get a sentence in.
Or maybe it's the flagging.
So
like
they're
I said,
obviously
there was somebody
that has been. There's no doubt about it.
There was somebody that flagged you. Or I'm not sure if it was you that was flagged, but I think you were the one speaking at that time when TikTok sent me that notification. So maybe there was somebody I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it's that Elewedu person. If you can remember Elewedu guy, some Elewedu guy that's,
Elewedu,
but I can't.
The guy that just
but I can't prove it. Yeah, but I can't prove that. So, but it was during that time you just spoke with him that I saw that one of your guests has been flagged.
I
so
know.
maybe that's why that's. But let's run. Let me refresh your time. Let's go.
You mentioned it live. You mentioned it. I remember you mentioned it. Okay. All right. So this is it, right? For fear of being flagged again, right? This is it. We need to continue to speak online. It's not useless speaking online. It's not useless having this conversation. Every soul we win over is very, very important because we're all interconnected. The most important thing, though, is for the people that are listening to also reach out. Each one, reach one. It is not this on your own page. People can think and begin to think. I wanted to say, I don't want to be flagged, so I'm not going to say much.
Yeah, that's it. Though it was failing a little bit, but then, I mean, the message is clear. I was able to catch it. So let's just share it. Yeah, it's lagging a little bit, so it might be a mixture of a few factors causing all of the lagging, etc. So, but then this failing, I think, is a network situation because we're already up now and it's just failing. So yeah. So from let's just share these things. It's not about one person. Like I said, it's not about. You can see I'm just a young man. I'm on my t-shirts having fun. It's not about. I don't need the TikTok. You can see I don't even mention coins. There are coins, by the way, still by this same, what do they call this thing? Colonized situation. If you're in Nigeria, for example, you can hardly monetize your TikTok. I don't know if they have changed that. So you go on TikTok business at a point and you want to search, you want to click the country you're from. Nigeria is not even on the list of the countries. Yet when you check Nigerians' content on TikTok, you can imagine how vast, how much content you supply to that platform. But your name is not on TikTok business. Your country is not even there. So anyway, I've said that to say that it's not about these coins that they've got here. It's not about all of that thing. If you send that, that's beautiful. We'll receive it. We appreciate you. But the information, the message is important. Sometimes more than the messenger. In fact, most times. It's like you're trying to compare which is more important. Is it the bottle of Coke or the Coke inside of it or the drink in it? You see, although one can exist without the other usually, but then the message is very important. So push it out there, share it. There is no hard feelings. If you've got something else to say, we bring you up, we check and we learn from it. So let's have the next speaker, Yusuf. I think Yusuf, are you ready? Is it Yusuf? Let me be sure. Is the Yusuf? Let's go 2 minutes.
Hello, sorry, I was he come before me here. I was here for some time now.
Okay. Yeah, Abdul. Let's go with Abdul first. I'll refresh your time. Abubakar, sorry. Abubakar, yeah? Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question.
Okay.
Yeah, where do you think the temple is?
We're looking at two places. One we have literally found is a place called Lost Kingdom of Kalahari in Namibia. Okay, but that place seems too far. But we have two references pointing there, but we still put it on that our general map, which I will show everybody right now. Okay. Let me see. What's your second question while I'm looking for that place, please?
Also, that Kalahari where you said, did it fit biblical description?
It fits it partly, but then it's looking too far from West Africa. If Samaria is starting from, except there was an expansion that happened at a point. So this, if you can see, that's Jerusalem there. I don't know if it's showing in the screen. Okay, so it's a little too far from West Africa. But then, of course, it can't be Middle East if that's what you're asking. Definitely not Middle East. That's a 1917 construct, which they tried Uganda in 1903 and Uganda failed. Okay, for the Palestine mandate to come up in 1917, it was going to be a Uganda scheme in 1903. So all the archaeology they are popping up in Middle East today, they would have popped it up in Uganda. Okay, so this is reference F3 and reference R10. You go down, you go check it. It will show you where those places are and the maps we got them from. Okay, so but it's a little too far. So there's a place called Lost Kingdom of Kalahari where they found something that potentially could look like that. And that's the third reference, by the way, which we have not put here. Okay, so but by way of distance, honestly, it's probably going to be in West Africa, west into Central Africa. Okay, so but then I don't know if that touches your question a little bit.
Yeah, but for me, my belief is that Yiha in Aksum is the temple.
Okay, where is that?
What do you say about that?
Where is that?
Yiha in Aksum.
What country, present-day country is that?
Ethiopia.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting because I know that. Just a minute. I know that let me add 2 minutes to your time again. I know that the real Judah, because Ethiopia was not colonized first off, then also the tribes of Judah, I mean, reportedly are still alive there, right? From Solomon, you still have the descendant there. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's interesting. Tell me more about that.
So, because Yiha, it fit all the biblical description.
Okay, please spell the Yiha. Let me type it down. Y.
Y-A-H-A. Yaha.
Okay, Y-A-H-A. Yes, next.
Yeah, because
okay, that's just the name. Is it a place in Ethiopia? Sorry, brother.
It's a temple.
Yeah, but is it where in Ethiopia? Is it in Addis Ababa?
Aksum.
Aksum
Tigray.
Empire. Tigray.
Great.
Aksum in Tigray. Because that's where you speak Tigrinya and Giz.
Yeah.
Tigray. Great. Go ahead, brother.
Because the Bible said Jerusalem is supposed to be surrounded by the mountain. So in that, I think Kalahari may not fit the description.
Okay.
And also the proximity of Egypt and Ethiopia.
Why not?
Proximity of Egypt and Ethiopia, yeah.
I think also that also should be considered. Because biblical time, Ethiopia border with Egypt. And according to the Bible, Moses did not leave the territory of Egypt.
Okay.
So
actually, quick one, brother.
When Moses left, when Moses left Egypt, had Moses left Egypt, he will have entered into the promised land direct.
Okay.
So that's why I think Yeha is the temple, and Aksum is the city of David.
Great, interesting.
And also like Genesis 10:13, where it mentioned Gihon as the Nile.
Okay.
And also 1 King chapter 30 verse 32. It stated that the city of David is located by the Gihon. And 1 Chronicles chapter 30 verse 32 also.
By the river Gihon, right?
River Gihon.
Okay, great.
It says the city of David.
Minister, please, you need to listen to this guy. This Abubakar is saying a lot of facts. I was going to have this conversation with you later on, right? He's so close to the truth. It's unbelievable. The land is not far from Egypt. It's not. I'm sure that you and I would have time to talk about. Very correct.
Great. See, this is
that 2 Chronicles chapter 30 verse 32 says the city of David is located at the west side of Gihon.
Just a minute, just hang on, brother. Let me type down the references so that I don't miss that. Okay. First, are we following each other? Can you follow this account so I don't lose that?
I apologize, my network
it keeps going back and forth.
It's crazy.
So 2 Chronicles.
No, this is something that I wanted to do, right? Where the land.
Oh, you keep fading, Ibini. You keep fading.
Genesis 2:13.
Yeah, that's the it's Ibini, if you're hearing me, I think it keeps fading. I don't know.
Yeah, Genesis 2:13 mentioned Gihon.
Okay, yes, I remember.
Also,
okay, sorry. Genesis 2:13. 2 Chronicles, please go ahead.
32. 14:32.
14:32. Okay.
Yeah, and also 1 King.
Yes.
30:32.
Yes, 1 Kings 30:32, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mention the city of David as located at the west side of Gihon, the Nile.
Okay, beautiful. West of Gihon. Go ahead, please. Next, please.
Yeah, that put the temple not far from Egypt,
yes,
the territory of Egypt. Because according to this verse, is Ezekiel 29 verse 8.
Ezekiel
says that
29:8. Okay, please go ahead.
Says that Egypt ends at the border of Cush, Ethiopia. So if you leave Cush, you have entered into the Holy Land.
Okay,
at the south.
Okay. South of Cush, straight into Holy Land. And Ezekiel 29:8, I got it.
And also it says that as Moses is at that area, he stood on top of the mountain, Mount Nebo, and he can see the Holy Land.
Beautiful. So Mount Nebo, what scripture, what verse is this particular that mentions Mount Nebo, please?
Mount Nebo, Deuteronomy 28, 42.
Deuteronomy 28, 42. Great.
Yeah, 42 to 48.
No wonder, because, well, keep going on, brother. Next, yeah, go ahead, brother.
Mount Nebo is Nuba Mountain.
Nuba, N-U-B-A, yeah?
Yeah, Nuba Mountain in southeastern Sudan.
East Sudan, okay.
Southeastern Sudan. That place is not far from Aksum.
Mountain, Aksum Empire, great. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, and also this place, in that region, the Bible mentioned, I know many people take that place as a desert. It's not a desert because the Bible said the Israelites left with cows, cattle, camels, and those cows and cattle are supposed to drink from fresh water.
From fresh water, yes.
Yeah, millions of, and the Israelites also used to drink from the Nile. They used to take sour from the Nile. They used to take cooking water from the Nile. They depend on the Nile during their 40 years in that area. So that area is at the border between Egypt and the Holy Land.
Great, wonderful. That's very true.
So that place, had Moses left that area, he would have entered into the Holy Land. But while he is at the Nile.
I see the point. I see the point. So of course he kept going round in circles. He couldn't enter the Holy Land as such because Moses, where was he born? He was born in Egypt. So he didn't enter throughout. And there was a time Moses was a king of Cush, actually. Right? Am I right, brother? In the book of
Yes.
Joshua, he was a king of
Yes.
Cush. And
Yes, everything.
most of the 40 years, after the 40 years of Moses, when he left Egypt, he was reigning in Cush as a king before he came back
Yeah.
at age 80. That's great because by the time yeah, go ahead, sorry.
That's a city called Kassala
Kasala, let me write that down.
in
Kasala, okay.
in southeastern Sudan. It's Median.
Okay, is it Kasala? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, ALLA.
Kasal.
Kassala.
Okay, double SALA. Wow, Kasala.
Kassala.
Wow.
That Kassala is the Median of the Bible.
Is the sorry what?
It's Median.
Media, right? Median.
Yeah, Median, where Moses fled to seek
Yes,
refuge
Jethro.
from Jethro.
Great.
That
And
place is Kassala.
Kasala, wonderful. So I'll say
Kassala.
Kasala equals median. I'll just put it as an equal. Wow, wonderful.
Yeah.
And that makes absolute sense because even I suspect, when the Yoruba say Gesi, if you understand Yoruba, type it there. They used to say Gesi. I've not said it in public before. We've not put it in the videos. But there's this thing we say Gesi. The way we call English, rather than saying Englishy, we say Gesi. I suspect that Gesi is geese they're actually referring to, which comes from Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. That's great.
And
So
also,
yes.
that place also is not far from Sinai.
Okay, yes, I would think that's where the real Sinai is.
Yeah, when Moses just come from there, he was going back to Egypt. He stumbled on the mountain of God. Genesis 3:1.
Yep.
And it's where Moses went back again with the Israelite. Genesis 3:12.
And by the way,
Exodus 3:12.
Exodus 3:12. Do you have any mountain there with a burnt? Is there anything like that there where you have burnt?
Yes, it's there.
Great.
They call it Alta Ale.
Tell me again, brother. Sorry. Al what?
Alta Ale.
Alta
volcanic mountain.
Ale. Oh yeah, and I think, and I think it's the mountain. It's written in the book of Jubilees that there's a mountain that brings forth fire. I think that's what he's talking about. So
Alta Ale in Danakil region.
What's the name of Dana? What?
Danakil Desert.
Danake.
Yeah, in Afar region. Danakil Desert in Afar region.
Okay, Afar. Afar. Okay, but that's a lot.
That's where
go ahead, please.
That's where they call Salt Sea in the Bible.
Salt Sea, definitely. That's where Abraham killed Nimrod, overcame Nimrod, which is because they were fighting battles with those 5 kings towards the Salt Sea. Great.
Yeah, towards Salt Sea is the overthrown city of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes, that's where there's a lot of salt there apparently. So Sodom is around there. So let me so Danki Afar, what's the Afar again, sorry?
Afar region.
Okay, Afar region. Afar is AFAR, right?
Yeah, AFAR is a tribe. It's a tribe living in that area. So they call the region itself Danakil Desert.
Okay, Danakil Desert. Okay, although it's not really a desert like you said.
It's a salt sea in the Bible.
Yes, salt sea. Yes, it is. Salt sea. So that's Alta Ale. How do you spell it? ALTAALE?
Yeah, Alta Ale.
Good. Great. So let me share my screen so that I can keep showing people these things that this brother is saying so we can see them first and full capture. Because I think there's something so powerful about Ethiopia for them to have not been conquered. So it's literally one of the highest places in Africa. Where is Kilimanjaro, brother? Kenya?
Yeah, Kilimanjaro is normally known as Zion, Mount Zion.
Beautiful.
It's Mount Zion.
Mount Zion. So I'll just type that down. Kilimanjaro.
Kilimanjaro is there, and also this one is Mount Kenya.
Okay, Mount Kenya. Is Mount Kenya same as Kilimanjaro? Not really.
No, it's a different. Kilimanjaro is at the border between Uganda and Kenya.
Okay, great.
But Mount Kenya is inside Kenya.
Okay. So which one would we say is
the second highest mountain in Africa?
Sorry, say that again.
Second highest mountain in Africa.
Which is Kilimanjaro, right?
No, this one, Mount Kenya.
Oh, Mount Kenya, okay. But which one can we say is the Zion based on what you've seen?
Zion is this one, Mount Kenya.
Okay, Mount Kenya is okay.
Yeah.
Wow, great. So are you guys seeing the screen? I don't know. Are you able to see the screen from there?
Yeah. I'm seeing the screen.
Yeah, it was wonderful. So look at Ethiopia, guys. That's one of the highest places in elevation there. Very high in elevation. Very, very high. And check our map also. There are some of these places we have put there. So from some of the things he said, all I need to do, we'll get the references, then we'll update this map a little bit, put the references, we put it back there for you on the website to download. You see? So that's why we've put Tigray here, like he said, Tigrinya, you see? And the Soa I mentioned, which is the small nation Zoa that this guy went to. Lot went to. He said he went to a small nation. That's a Soa. That's his Sodom and Gomorrah. Yes, and we have references for this thing also. I'll just get references from him. Is what
overthrown cities.
Yes, overthrown. They were overthrown. But then you see
that
some.
Place was it turned to desert, salt sea. They called salt sea. Because God rained sulfurs there, sulfur and acid water in that area, so it becomes salt, entirely salt. It's like a desert of salt. So they call it salt sea in the Bible. Yeah, from there also, it's not that place is not far from the Alta Ale, the volcanic mountain, which they call Horeb. Horeb means a glowing mountain. Yeah, like when Moses was going back to Egypt, he can see that place at the distance. He thought that there's a light there. So when he went there, it was not a light. It was not a light. So it's just a fire. So that area is Alta Ale. It's called Alta Ale in that, and also there's a place called Tabra.
Okay.
Like Numbers 11:1.
Numbers 11. Okay.
Yeah, Tabara. They call it Dabyahu.
Okay, Tabara Dabyahu. What's there?
Dabahu Fisahu.
Okay.
It's where like the Israelites who rebel against Moses, they want to go back to Egypt.
Okay.
So God opened the earth and it swallowed them.
Kibriot Hatatava. That's like the place where they were contending.
Yes.
Okay, we put it a little far from there, so we see where we put it a little far. But tell me, that's Tabara. That Dabyahu, it sounds like Hebrew. It's like something about God.
They call it Dabahu Fisahu.
Dabyahu Fisahu.
Yeah, Dabahu Fisahu is there in that area of Alta Ale and also Danakil Desert. In that area, that place is located there.
Okay, is Tabara? Is that the way they call it? They call it. Is it the
Bible? Call it in the Bible Tabara.
Okay. Do they still call it Tabara in Kenya, in Ethiopia today?
Ethiopia is called Dabahu Fisahu.
Okay.
Dab means fire.
Okay.
Fisahu means God, fire of God.
Okay, Dabu Fisahu, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Dabu Fisahu. So Tabara is the same thing as Dabu Fisahu. Wow. So where can we get some of these things? Do you get it from oral history from your parents, or because I don't think? Okay.
Ethiopian, they have it there in the oral history. That's a. Even when you go to this one also, the man who make this video, revisionists also talk about it.
Revisionist, right?
Yeah, revisionist.
Is that the name of a YouTube channel?
Yeah, revisionist official channel.
Okay, official. Okay, official. Wow, that's wonderful.
Revisionist official channel.
Official channel. Yeah. Wow, that's great. So, so most of these things you're telling me are more of oral history, right?
Yes, in Ethiopia.
Wow. Wow, that's great. Now, the names you've given me, the ones that are not in scripture, that Dabu Fishau, is that Tigrinya or is that Gez?
It's gaze.
Gez. So Dabu Fishau, it means fire of God. So that means we
Yeah.
need to check out, put Gez in bracket there, because sometimes when we have those translations, we can easily make them into references.
Like gaze.
Okay.
Now it's just I don't know, like the preachers.
The preachers.
They are the only one who understand it, but most of the Ethiopians do not understand it, so they use Amharic.
Okay, so the Gears is the language for the aristocratic.
Yes.
That's those who are in leadership. The priests only the priests understand Gears, right? Okay, so the priests understand Gears and the other people use Amharic. Yes.
Yeah. They are similar.
They're very similar. I noticed that because it's from the Amharic we got the word Samai, for example. Do you know Samai means heaven?
Yeah. It's very similar with gaze. Some are saying even gaze is the original Hebrew.
Very, very possible. Because there's so much similarity from the things we're picking up.
Yeah. Now, if we apply this logic, since Moses is in Egypt, now how did the Bible get to Ethiopia?
Because the
It's
law.
Israelite who took it there. It's the Israelite who took the Bible to Ethiopia, because it was not revealed in Europe, it was not revealed in Arabia. It was revealed in Egypt. So it is the Israelite who took it there, and the Ark of the Covenant also is there.
Okay, Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia. Beautiful. And of course, that's what the Italians must have been trying to get.
Yes. They tried, but they couldn't get it.
Sorry, say that again.
There's many artifacts there in Ethiopia, which are closed from public.
Exactly. And
many.
They are closed from public, right? You don't allow them, yeah?
Yeah, they don't allow it to be in public.
Good. Do they allow, in what, do they pay, if you pay, would they allow you in or?
Yes, sometimes, yeah. Those who go there, they pay, they allow you in, but they will not allow to take video there and also to take camera, to take photo from it.
Great.
You can go and see it, but you are not allowed to film.
Good, great. Because if Rome, Italy, had gotten into, and that's how they got Eritrea, if they had gotten into Ethiopia then and colonized it, they would have taken that to Rome.
Yeah.
And they will tell you that's where it is found. I hope you guys are listening.
Many artifacts, even some of them they even took some of them to Italy, but they have also agreement with this the Ethiopian government about this relocation of the Holy Land into Middle East.
Okay.
Yeah, the Ethiopian authority have hand in it.
Wow, that's the government of the day, right?
Yes.
So for them to stay hush, to not tell the people.
Yes.
You see. So guys, hope you're hearing this. You see.
So it's where that region of northeastern Sudan, Eritrea, and also Aksum, that region, that's a Moabites we are living there, the Midianites, and also the many of these biblical nations we are living in that regions.
Yeah. So and look at Moab here, guys. It should be somewhere at the east. You see why we put Moab plains here? So you see that I've not contacted this brother, but I'm telling you Sinai is probably here. Moab plains. Sinai is also in Ethiopia, right, brother?
Yeah, it used to be in Egypt because it's 1988 when the British divided the borders between the nations, so it now entered into Ethiopia.
Oh, I see.
But historically it used to be in Egypt, but now it is entered into Ethiopia.
Oh, so it must be slightly to the north.
Yeah.
Yes, but look at where, and we now in our ministry, we just out of research, etc., we just put all these things together and we put it just somewhere here. You see.
Exactly, it's correct.
And you see, that's Moab right there. Moab.
Yeah.
You see.
Yeah.
Hope you guys are listening. If you are still listening, type yes. You guys are just quiet and taking in information for free.
Tap the screen, type yes, let's know you're there. So you see that your government has a hand in this thing, and they just give them some money, give them whatever. I don't know what they give those people to let them take their heritage like that. And the government is
complicit about everything there. Everything's going on there.
Accomplice to it, and you keep quiet. They stole your heritage like that. What can you be ever paid to steal your heritage like that? But then we may blame the government, but some of us do these things on a micro level. You know, we are chatting now, we are discussing. Somebody else, you know, the other time, about an hour ago, who just came on live and started saying stuff they don't know. That's the kind of things we are talking about. So it may be easy for us to blame government, and that's why it's like we preach sometimes, you know, it's as if we are preaching at you. We are not preaching at you. As the same way we are blaming government, we do some of these things on a micro level. We must not be so. Yeah, governments are corporations. So we also do some things like that on micro level. And we must avoid that. Look at Sodom and Gomorrah there. And I have not even spoken to him, but from our research, we just check the thing back and forth. So if they go now and excavate, we won't even let them in Ethiopia in the first place. But all the rubbish, whatever they say they're discovering here, they are there. They are there. It's just here.
Yeah.
And
Sinai is now in Ethiopia, but historically it used to be in Egypt, ancient Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
But due to colonial borders, it now entered into Ethiopia. Yeah, but where you put it is a real place. Is where it is now. Because when Moses went there to receive Torah, Moses did not violate the ban on him to enter into the Holy Land.
Okay, that makes sense. Because he's been told already not to go beyond that Cush land.
Yeah.
So he didn't go too far south. So the place where he received the Torah, the mountain must still be within the land of Cush or Mitzrayim or the land of
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Makes absolute sense.
Yeah, it's the colonial borders which make it now enter into Ethiopia, where they should supposed to enter.
Mm-hmm. So Ethiopia, the present day Ethiopia now is a borderland between Cush and Israel and the real Holy Land.
Yes. It's between Mitzrayim and the Canaan.
Mitzrayim and Canaan, exactly. And then, like you said, I can see some of the references you've told me, which I've written down. David did a party at a point, or probably Solomon did a party at a point that stretched all through Israel to the border of Canaan into Egypt. It got to the border of Egypt, close to that river Gihon,
Yeah, in that area.
Mm-hmm. And anything beyond the rivers of Ethiopia like that, it stretches that way into Canaan land up to the west.
Up to the west, yeah, it's all Canaan land.
Great, wonderful. So I'll just look up these things. So let's see, Yaha Aksum. So that temple, is it still standing today?
No, it is destroyed. It is destroyed.
Oh dear.
It is destroyed. But now people go to Lalibela for pilgrimage instead of Yeha. Because people don't supposed to go to Yeha now because God have cancelled it now because God banned them from the land and scattered them to the four corners of the earth.
Okay.
And now people now change to Lalibela to go for pilgrimage there.
Lalibela, can you spell it? L-A?
L-A L-I-B-A L-A
Lalibela.
Lalibela Aksum.
Aksum Empire.
Yeah.
Let's see. Aksum. No wonder they were fighting to overtake.
Yeah, Lalibela Aksum is a rock huge church. It was built upside down. Yeah, they built it.
Down.
Yeah, like they cut the mountain on top and build it up to that. It doesn't mean they carve it from down to up. They carve it from up to down.
Okay, who are the people that built this?
It was the time of Solomon.
Oh, I see Lalibela. It looks like one of these temples in India, carved from the rock, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was built by King Solomon.
Great.
But now they like during time they were repurposed. When the kings come, when any kings come to power, they will name themselves after these ancient places. So some people may think that it was built by those people. No, those people just repurpose it. They name those places after themselves. There's many kings who ruled in Ethiopia after the destruction of the temple. So those ancient places, so kings will name those places after themselves. They call it Church of Lalibela, Church of Abalibana, Church of Dabri Basin, but they are actually built during the time of Solomon.
I hope you guys can see the Lalibela here.
People still go there for pilgrimage. More than 200,000 used to go there for pilgrimage every year.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, but Yeha is the ancient temple itself, Yeha.
And Yeha has been broken down. Let's spell that. Y-A-H-A, right?
Yeah, Yeha.
Yeha, what's the name of the city?
It's still Aksum.
Aksum. A-K-S-U-M, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's read it up again. Is this it?
Yeah. This one it has been destroyed.
Wow.
You know, if you go to Isaiah 64:24.
But I think it's the Romans that destroyed it, wasn't it?
It's the Roman who destroyed it.
Now
they hide the Roman part of it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like the Roman part of it now, they hide it. They don't want people to know whether Roman were present there or not. But the Roman were occupying this place called Abdullah.
Okay.
There's a port in Eritrea which was under the Roman control. They call it Abdullah.
Okay.
Yeah, that port was controlled by the Roman during the biblical time. So the Roman were present in the land. Yeah, but that area of the story have been removed from the story. Because that one they may use it. Some people may tell you that now how did show me the presence of Roman in there, but those places were under the control of Roman. Abdullah ports.
Okay, port in it.
Yeah, in Eritrea.
I see. Wow.
Yeah, it's an ancient ruin of Eritrea, ancient ruin.
And that's Red Sea, anyways, isn't it?
Yeah. They control the rest, the trading road. They used to control it.
They control it, of course. Until now, the Romans are still trying to control it. That's why they want to stay in that place, call it Middle East.
Yes.
And that's Suez Canal, so they can take their ships from China through there.
Yeah, it was ancient port. It was controlled by Roman. The Roman were present in Eritrea and Ethiopia, Canaan.
See. So the last bit now. This totem. What is this totem in Aksum? This palace.
This one Stele.
Stele, right? Can you spell it?
Yeah, Stele.
Okay. So is that part of the?
It's in Aksum. It's in Aksum. It's part of the Aksum Empire.
Okay, but what does it represent? Although it's not quite looking so much like totem as such, or those phallus in Egypt.
No, this one is a burial ground of the kings.
Burial ground of kings.
Yes. Those are sign of a burial ground.
I see.
When the kings pass away, they used to build a stele on their grave.
Okay, makes sense.
As a symbol of a grave.
I see. I mean, the same way you have smaller gravestones on people's graves, regular people.
Yes. Steles are ancient burial areas.
I see.
In the Bible, Absalom built a stele for himself because he have no son who will build it for him. That's a Bible verse we talk about that. Absalom.
I see.
Absalom built a stele for himself because when he died, he have nobody behind him who will build a stele for him.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so he built it before he died, so that he, as a symbol of his grave.
There's a scripture that says about 7 pyramids was built for one of the Maccabees.
Yes, and also Absalom also talk about it.
Okay, but the only mention of pyramid in the Torah that I know, I think it was, or not Torah, in the Apocrypha, I think it was for Maccabees. They built a temple on the tomb of Jonathan Maccabees or something like that. I don't know if I've read, but it's like they built pyramids also in.
Yes, but there's many huge temple there. There's some temple which are built 9 feet on top of the mountain.
Okay.
More than 4,000 temples which are built on top of the mountain in Aksum. More than 4,000.
I see.
And those things, people don't know how they were built. Because of the way they built them, people still cannot understand. They were built during biblical time.
So I think this is part of the ruins of the temple. Yes, ruined great temples, one said here.
Yeah.
This is Yaha.
Yeah. This is the temple.
Wow.
All this is located in Aksum, including Lalibela also.
What's Naribela? Okay, I think you've told me that already.
Like the confusion where many people get it confused is that, like, people say, like, Queen of Sheba went to Jerusalem to meet Solomon, and then he took the ark to Ethiopia. That is the social media narrative.
Okay.
But actually, Queen of Sheba came from Yemen.
Yemen, okay.
Yemen, and he came to visit Solomon in Aksum.
Okay.
That's why there's some tribes in Ethiopia who come from Yemen.
I see.
Many of them, they come from Yemen to Ethiopia. Because Saba is an empire itself.
Wow, that's Queen of Sheba. Yeah, she's
Saba is empire, and the name of the queen is Bilqis or Makida. So that cannot be Aksum.
How come she got buried in Nigeria, in West Africa? How come she got buried in West Africa? We were told she was buried in West Africa.
It could be because his people, all of us people now transfer into Africa instead of being staying in Yemen. They now come to Africa.
All of who?
Sorry. Since that time, those Yemenites who came to Saba and his people who come to visit Solomon, they later migrated from Yemen and come to Africa.
Oh, great.
You see, he could be buried there because she was already in Africa after having a relationship with Solomon in Aksum.
I see.
Yeah.
Great. So that is making sense with the burial ground we have there's a place called Ijebu-Igbo in Nigeria where they found the grave of Queen of Sheba.
All those tribes are within Africa. All of them are within Africa. Within sub-Saharan Africa, all of them, you could find grave of any prophet, any biblical figure, any countries around sub-Saharan Africa.
Wonderful.
Because it's where the entire story of the Bible took place.
Wow. So definitely, guys, all that third temple crap they're saying in the Middle East, you see why it is just a joke. They don't want to bring the third temple in the Middle East. They're just... Wow.
Just part of the propaganda. To keep people's mind under control. Queen of Sheba, he come from Yemen and settled in Ethiopia. Yeah, but like the way they put it, like he come from Ethiopia and we visit Solomon in Jerusalem. You know, Jerusalem itself in Hebrew means a place of peace.
Yes, city of peace, yes.
So where is the place of peace in the world?
I see.
You can name any place Jerusalem.
That's true.
Any city which, even the capital of Tanzania is called Jerusalem. So it's just a name. You can name it anywhere you want. But because since they use media to popularize that area, when you say Jerusalem, everybody's mind will go to Middle East. Not knowing that Jerusalem is simply mean a place of peace.
But then we understand that the southern kingdom should be the kingdom of Judah. should be south of Samaria, correct?
Yeah, like the southern kingdom may be northern inferior, and the northern kingdom will be Aksum.
Sorry, say that again, sorry.
The southern kingdom is northern inferior.
Okay, northern Eritrea, okay.
Yeah, and the northern kingdom is Aksum.
Okay.
Yeah, those areas.
All right, we'll talk more in private. I've intentionally kept the conversation here so that people can see. I've literally not met this person, I mean Abdul before. I've not met this brother. Yeah, go ahead.
Like Israelites, when they move to a place, they carry the name they used to refer to their place. They carry that name to that new place also. When they are in Southern Kingdom in Imperia, and they were banished from that area. So where they go to settle the next place, they may carry that name and name that place also the same place.
Makes sense. Absolute sense.
So those who flee from that area to West Africa, they may refer to that place also Samaria. Because they are the same people. That is their old place.
Makes sense.
So they may decide to keep the name.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that could happen it could happen that it's in West Africa because of the same people.
Movement, yeah.
Still the same people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the original land have been scattered from their original place. They have been scattered from there, and then where they go, they may still keep their names there. Yeah, that could be in that way, south, west, east. All those names can be found there.
That's very true.
Yeah.
So, Abubakar, just send me a DM, because with the things you're telling me, I would modify and update many things. I'll do fresh videos to update those things there. I mean, and as our people are listening, we just want you to open your mind. The first thing is decolonize all your Christianity, whatever religion you're doing, or you think you're doing Islam. You decolonize all of that. Even Muhammad, if he existed, which he probably did, I don't know, he was dark skinned. It's not the white Saudi Arabia you have there, you see. So decolonize. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, even this one, like where they call Jordan, is actually Tekeze.
Tekeze, yeah?
Yeah, Tekeze is also a branch of Blue Nile between southeastern Sudan and Ethiopia.
Oh, Jordan is around Ethiopia also?
Yeah, around it's Blue Nile.
Okay, the Blue Nile. I think that's like.
But the branches of the Blue is a branch of Blue Nile. They call it Yardim.
Yard.
Okay. Yardim in Ethiopia.
Oh, Yardim, yeah. Oh, Yardim, of course. That is Yarat. Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Jordan.
It's inside. It's inside Aksum also. It passed through Aksum and crossed the border between Ethiopia and southeastern Sudan.
Yeah, you see. So that's Ethiopia. That is Sudan, and we put Jordan here. So you see, guys, just get this map, and we're about to even further make the map more detailed. You see, so
it's inside Aksum. It passed through inside Aksum. They call it in Aksum Yardim.
Yes,
Jordan.
Yeah, that is that of course, because there was no J, and that Yardim means to ascend. That's what it means. To go up. Is that Gez? Is that Gez or Amharic?
Gez. They still use it today.
Great, Yardim. So they call it Yardim in Ethiopia, right?
In Ethiopia, yeah.
Great. That's why we have Jordan there.
Yeah, it's branches of Blue Nile. Yeah, they call it Yardim.
Blue Nile, and then
it passed through Aksum.
Great, and that is why when Abraham left Egypt, he said he went up out of Egypt into the south. You see. It came here. And that up there is the word Yardim. That same Yardim.
Yeah, it's where Yardim is. The part that border between Egypt and Ethiopia, that's the area Joshua crossed to enter.
Because Moses could not go beyond there.
Yeah, when you cross that area from southeastern Sudan and Ethiopia, biblical time, you have left Egypt. You have now left Egypt. You have entered into Aksum.
Yeah, you have left that into Kush. From Kush, then you enter Israel straight, Canaan land.
Yeah, Canaan. Yeah.
Wow,
It's the biblical border between Egypt, between Misraim and Canaan.
Wonderful.
And from there also you have the Salt Sea. That if you cross that Yardim, you have Salt Sea there also.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think there's Salt Sea on our map. Did I put it in the south?
Salt Sea is the Tekese. This one, the Nile Desert, where I told you.
Okay. Yeah.
But the Nile Desert, it is translated as Salt Sea in the Bible.
Okay, I think we put Salt Sea a little far. See where we put Salt Sea here. It's a little far, so we still update all of these things. Wonderful wilderness of sin. So we talk. Just do me a DM, Abubakar. Just send me a DM. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
So we'll talk more, and I'll try to merge some of this knowledge and put them in one flow, so that we get more updates. Because I mean, like I said, I am from Nigeria, and I have seen the wall of Benin, but I didn't just go there and just put there and say, you see, the wall of Benin is the wall of Jerusalem, because I didn't have proof. Even though Benin is looking like somebody from tribe of Benoni, which is Benjamin, they could have come there and things like that. But I'm like, okay, let's get proof before we just
also what could be the case is that when the Israelites were scattered, they may still adopt the names.
Yes, like you said, and they take those names to those locations.
Yeah, they may still adopt those names and keep them.
Absolutely.
So that could be also the case in the case of West Africa and other places.
And does it tell you the full extent of what goes far beyond the west of Jerusalem, far west into West Africa, based on scriptures? Because
like as you said, from the river of Egypt to river Euphrates, which is River Para.
Pra. Where is Pra? Ghana, isn't it?
Yeah, all of them is land of Canaan.
Beautiful.
All.
So Ghanaians are already feeling afraid whether we have caught them out. You can hear the name of your river there.
Yeah, all of them as long as.
This is Red Sea. Eritrea is Red Sea. Eritrea literally means Red Sea. But what they crossed, they didn't cross this Red Sea. They crossed the Reed Sea. What they crossed. Yeah, which is basically still this Nile, correct?
Yeah, they crossed the Reed Sea to the south. When they leave the territory of Egypt, they enter into Canaan, which is Ethiopia. From Ethiopia upward, it's all part of the Holy Land.
Great. So, brother, we're going to talk. Just send me a DM now. Try to tap my account. So that prior for Fokoshe, I've discovered that's Euphrates. So tap, and then I believe our other brothers, Edom, is further south because there's Mount Seir. Yeah, we still have our brothers from Edom, from Moab. Moab is to the right there, but this is Seir. We believe Seir should be somewhere around here where you have Edom plains. Wilderness of sin. It's okay, we're going to talk. Have you sent me a DM? Try to send me a DM so that. So guys, we have tried for today. We should let's read the book of Enoch, maybe 1 or 2 chapters before we close for the day.
Even when the Bible said these places were located at the center of the earth, the entire like Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, all of those places fall into the equator.
Equator, exactly what I wanted to say.
All of them fall into equator.
Yes, and so of course.
Mount Zion, Mount Sinai, and the Garden of Eden, they face each other.
Yes, based on what Jubilee says.
Yeah. So you have Zion in Mount Kenya, you have Mount Sinai in Ethiopia, and also you have this one also, Lake Victoria, the same area.
Great, thank you. Let me see, Lake Victoria, and it says those 3 places are precious to the Lord, and one Victoria came to give her name there. Victoria, Mount Kenya, because that's the book of Jubilees. I remember that. And Mount Kenya is in the navel of the earth, so that's literally the center, the equator. Mount Kenya, and what's the third one now?
Mount Sinai.
Yeah, and Sinai, which is
they call it Dabr Sina.
Oh, Dabr
Sina.
DBRE.
Yeah.
Sinai. That Sinai is
Sinai.
SEEN.
SINA.
Okay, Sinai. SINA.
Yeah.
So, but that Dabra, DAB what?
DABRA.
DABRA.
Yeah.
Dabra Sinai.
Dabra Sinai in Amharic it means Mount Sinai.
Wow, exactly. Beautiful.
Dabru means mountain in Amharic. Sinai means Sinai.
Yeah, that gaze. How about gaze? Is it still Dabra?
Yeah.
In gaze also.
Yeah,
Great.
Dabra Sinai.
Great. So there's that scripture that tells you that the Garden of Eden, which is this so-called Lake Victoria, because that's where the rivers of Egypt flows to the north. That's where those rivers come from. And Mount Sinai is here, and Mount Zion. He said the three of them are probably form a straight line, correct?
Yeah, they form straight line. They face each other.
Face each other. Beautiful.
The same region.
Exactly. Because when you take three dots away from straight line, it becomes a triangle. So for them to face each other, they have to be concentric like that. Linear. Beautiful. Thank you so much, brother. So these are the kind of things you're talking about. You see that everybody was listening. I mean, I was going to set time for him. I've forgotten about the time. So if you have, and there are things he said that disagree with what I thought, because look at where I put Jerusalem before, and like I have told many times, I think we even look at it here. See.
Yeah, these people they
renamed it
for so long. They have tricked us and overthrown us away from truth, far from truth. So we are searching for the truth. So anybody, you have something which I don't have. I mean, have something which,
exactly.
Everybody have a piece somewhere. Yeah, but to puzzle the pieces together, we have to keep the conversation.
Exactly, keep it going, and that's why I started suspecting that this is too far from Egypt. Is too far from the river Euphrates. It's too far from Judah. So it's just these two references. So I just keep it there, but I put a footnote here. We put that footnote and said Southern African references FR and U are from similar sources of renamed places. You see. So
if you look at the distance, like when Jesus flee from Herod to go to Egypt, so the distance may not be that too long to south. Yeah, due to if you look at that journey, it's not that long distance. Just he just left Aksum and enter into Egypt immediately.
Literally walking distance. And when you walk for 8 hours, you cover about 40 kilometers really, even if you walk steadily for 8 hours at 5 kilometers per hour. So it's in walking distance. And he told
Aksum
them
is not far from Egypt.
And he told them
it's not far from Egypt.
Yes, and he told them that he's actually closer by foot, but he doesn't want to take them by foot so they won't be afraid of battles and come back to Egypt. That's why he took them to cross a part of the Nile. And also part of the reason of crossing the Nile is also a judgment for Pharaoh, because Pharaoh is to kill the Hebrew babies in the Nile. It's also another way of judging Pharaoh to destroy him and his entire government in the same place where he used to kill the Hebrew babies. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
It's also part of his judgment. Yeah, that's why God chose that area so that he can destroy him there as a judgment for him killing Hebrew babies in the same Nile.
And people say
that's why God chose that area.
And some people said, they've checked this Red Sea. They have seen chariots there. You can see chariots anywhere. They say they have seen chariots there. It has 5 spoke. It has 7 spoke. We analyzed that video in the part 2 of my interview with 91 podcast. But we checked this. It has 5 spoke, 7 spoke. Check the Nile. You will see 10 spoke if you need it. So there's many things in the Nile. But if you are checking the wrong place for so-called evidence, you will find whatever you need to find there.
Even when you check between the distance between Egypt and Red Sea, doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
That's true.
And the Red Sea used to be called Erythraean Sea before.
Yes, that's what Eritrea literally means. Red Sea.
Yeah.
Red
Sea. So they just change. They removed the sea of the reed, which is mentioned in the Bible. The reed.
They change it to red.
One E
in English.
Yeah, in English. So when you drop one E, it becomes Red Sea. But if you look at the Bible, Moses' mother put him in the reed, the basket of reed.
Yes, made from that Nile River. And reeds cannot grow in the Red Sea because it's so salty.
See? Even though when you cross Red Sea, where do you go? You go to Saudi Arabia. So so.
And they're trying to force this land. This is just Egypt. This land is under control of Egypt. So tiny. It's still part of this bloody old place. It's still part of Egypt.
It used to be part of Egypt before. And there's no water body there which Israel will cross to get there. There's no water body in this area where they put Sinai here.
Exactly.
There's no water body.
Except they want to force them. So that's why they try to put a Sinai in Saudi Arabia, so that when they cross this one, which is too far to cross by foot, but then if you cross this one, then you enter Saudi Arabia, so they put a Sinai there. So the idea is they are still forming the law somewhere around here before they now move north to Israel. That's upside down.
You see? But still now they keep this place Sinai. They still maintain it.
The fake Sinai, they still try to put it there.
But there's no water body. The problem where they have problem is that there's no water body where the Israelites will cross to get to that Sinai. That's the problem. That's why they change it to Red Sea. Because if they want to maintain there, people will see it. Where is then Pharaoh will catch up with them.
Exactly, because there's nothing to cross here. I mean, you can easily just...
Pharaoh will pursue them and catch up with them. So that place doesn't make sense for them. So they have
another thing. And there are many things that they did. Another thing is the word desert and wilderness. They mixed it up together, especially in recent translations. There's a difference between wilderness and desert. Yeshimon and Midbar. Midbar is desert. Yeshimon, Midbar is wilderness. Yeshimon is desert. But they mix the two as if it means the same thing. Of which...
Now, if they translate a wilderness to a desert, where will these thousands of cattle eat?
Exactly.
And where did they drink? They have to answer that one also. And also, when God told Moses to build the tabernacle, he said he should cover the tabernacle with goat sheep and cut and with goat skin and sheep skin. And also, he should cover the tabernacle with badger skin, badger.
Where is he going to get all that animal from?
Where will he get it in the desert? They were they settled by the Nile, where they used to drink, where their cattle used to drink, where they used to depend on during their 40 years.
Yes.
By the Nile River at the southeastern Sudan.
Same thing.
That's where everything took place there.
Same thing.
When Moses left in that region, he would have entered into the promised land. That's why he could stand on top of Nuba Mountain, and see the Holy Land. So even though where they put Nuba Mountain in Middle East, that place is part of the so-called Holy Land. It means Moses entered into the Holy Land.
Wow.
That's what they want to say. The Bible says Moses did not enter into Holy Land. But for them, they say Moses entered. They say Nuba Mountain, they say Mount Nebo is in Jordan. So if Moses stand on top of that mountain in Jordan, it means Moses have already entered into the Holy Land.
Exactly.
So it doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense at all. Because
but the Red Sea is the problem. It's where they got people. It's where they got people.
Yeah.
If they don't use the Red Sea, everything will fall.
And now they are naming this one Lebanon. Just name this
and
one
even
Syria.
though
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like you can name like Abuja. You can name Abuja, Lebanon.
Yes.
you can name Lagos, Jerusalem.
Of course.
You can name Kaduna, Bethlehem. These are just names. You can name any place after this.
Exactly. And that's how they went to
This
name.
should not be a big
Even the
deal
whole
for-
Nigeria was just called Nigeria. Just meaningless.
Look, this should not be a big deal for researchers to know this is a fake.
But most researchers that are
That's
researching
not
in
even
mainstream,
Israel first
they are
place.
paid.
Israel. You know the purpose of creation of this land?
Yeah, go ahead.
It is meant for tourism.
Exactly, money.
They use these places for tourist attraction.
Yes.
That's why it's a taboo for a public figure to talk about this.
Oh, really?
Because they are getting billions out of tourism every year.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. But it's not
So
like
that's why people
is
try
it, but
to
is it
side with them.
official? Is it
Using these
official?
terms, Lebanon, Jerusalem, those places, they start mentioning those names. No, if you want to know the true Holy Land, you have to look for the description of the land. How did the Bible describe the land? That's how you can identify the Holy Land. Not these names, Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Jericho, Bathsheba, Jordan, Lebanon. No, those are not. You don't go by those names. If you go by those names, you will be confused.
You can name anything.
You will never find the truth. Yeah, but you have to look for the description of the Holy Land. The Holy Land, like Jerusalem, is surrounded by mountain.
Yes.
And this one also, Mount Zion, is a high mountain. High mountain. There's no high mountain in Israel.
There's just hills they've got there. And
even when the Bible says Solomon's palace is surrounded by ivory. So where ivory? Yes. Now where is
ivory? Ivory is the elephant tusk. Yeah.
Yeah, elephant tusk. Where will Solomon get elephant in Israel?
In Israel, Middle East.
Middle East, and also David used to wrestle. David killed a lion, and we know lion eats this big prey, the buffaloes, antelopes, wildebeest, and elephant, giraffes.
There'll be nothing for
That's
you to
what
eat
lion
in the
used to
Middle
prey on. Nothing. Lion will. So where did David encountered lion in the Middle East? And also, what did lion feed on in the Middle East? And the Holy Land also is a land of mountains and valleys and waterfalls and streams. It's well watered. It's well watered.
But then they will tell you that it's climate change.
So what about the mountain? Did the mountain also disappear?
Exactly. I asked them, did the land also shrink?
Jerusalem is supposed to be surrounded by mountains. Look, and the Mount Zion also, where they say it's Mount Zion, it's not even a mountain. It's a small little hill.
Exactly, it's a hill, and they
Did
force
the
it
mountain
to
also
be
disappear?
mountain. So they just pick one hill
So
here.
even 10-year-old boy can scroll on it where they say Zion. And Zion said, the Bible says Zion is a high mountain. Also, these tribes which are mentioned in the Bible to live together with the Israelites live together with the Canaanite and the other tribes.
So where are the other tribes?
They in Middle East? The Bible said Joshua did not get rid of those nations.
Some of them, yes, they are still there. The Canaanites are still
Second
there.
Chronicles chapter 8, verse 7. And you go to Judges also, Judges verse 2, 21. It says Joshua inspired many of those nations there. He never get rid of them.
So they live together.
So where are they? Where are they? And they do not flee. They're still in the land. So it means that there's a lot of things they cannot explain. So what they will do is to prevent people from talking about it because it will expose.
Exactly.
That's the only way they can keep that land there, to scare people from talking about it. So when people are talking about the Holy Land, they only go by Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Jericho, Jordan, Lebanon. Those are the names they only go by because they have captured people's mind that those places are the real place.
And just rename them like that.
Yeah, so everybody will go by those names. Jesus went to Jerusalem, Jesus went to Bethlehem, Jesus went to Lebanon. So when people hear those names, they will automatically say, okay, Lebanon is there, Jerusalem is there, Bethlehem is there, this place is there.
And
they
stop searching.
They stop searching. That is childish. What if you call cities in Africa also these names? You have to go look for the biblical description of the land. Otherwise, you will never find the Holy Land. You will never find it.
Exactly.
That's what we are doing. We go by the biblical description, not by these names. These names are, they are just fake places, they created purposely for tourism. Even plants which are grown there, most of them are imported from Africa.
Yes, including they have tried to
They
force
import a
even
lot of.
papyrus there.
Yeah, they import even last year they import more than 300 Bible tree from Kenya. But you know, Bible tree is called a tree of life in the Bible.
Baobab, okay.
Bible tree is called tree of life,
Hmm.
and there's no Bible tree in Israel. So what they do, they import them so that it can fit with the Bible.
But then, do
So,
they still do
so when
animal
you look,
sacrifices in Ethiopia as part of this their worship?
everything, all the cultures they keep it there. All everything is they keep it still today. Everything, everything is still intact. But since people's mind are in Middle East, they will not see this. How can you do any research when you believe in lies? You already
Guys,
believe in the
let's follow this Abubakar account at least, so that and you check some of the things it's supposed. Now these are pilgrims, right, Abubakar?
Yeah, yes, more than 200,000 pilgrimages to
Per
go there
year.
every year. They walk 1 month from their villages, some 2 weeks, to go to pilgrimage here, because it used to be a site of pilgrimage since biblical time. So they still keep it.
Exactly.
But since people's minds are taken away from that area, so nobody concentrate there again. They use this. Everybody's mind is somewhere else different with the Holy Land. So, but the truth must come out one day.
Yes, it's already out. It's already out. Today is the day.
Yeah. But
So
the problem is that they suppress information.
yes, they try to suppress it.
They
So
don't allow it to come.
and that's what we call if you know, you know. So these are the kind of people we want to keep coming to our life. Not everything that I would know or say, so that we can also learn. And when you have people like you see, today's life is long, and I'm not stressed in that sense because somebody else has been just doing the job, and I've been here without stress.
If you look at that, what is the blessing of the land? The blessing of the land is the resources.
Yes.
Gold, diamond, uranium, even the Ezekiel prophecy that the nation will be fighting over the resources of the Holy Land. Who is fighting over any resource in Israel? Nobody. Because they are not there. There's no any resource there. There's no gold, no diamond, no uranium, no bauxite, no nothing. Nobody needs nothing from there.
Except that name.
So it contradicts everything in the Bible. Everything. The Bible said the Holy Land is land of milk and honey. And these people, they don't know how to call them. They say the land is barren. The land is barren. It's caused, I don't know, climate change. So it contradicts everything in the Bible. Bible says it's rich and fertile, and they say it's barren. All the mountains disappear. All the nations who are living there disappear into heaven. And the people were able to live there, according to them, the Romans were there. They don't die.
The Roman Empire was bigger than what they tried to paint it. It got into Ethiopia, definitely. What I've been telling.
Instead of debating color problem, just go and search for the true Holy Land. You will be easy from this all kind of a confusion.
Yes.
That's a shortcut. You cannot convince people to say these biblical characters are black, and you locate them where there's no black person living there. It will be difficult for you to convince anybody.
Exactly.
What people see, that's what they believe. They see people there who are different with Africans, and they say it's where the Holy Land is. They will see those people the same as those who are living there. So you have to search for the true promised land is the deal. It's where everything is. If you can locate the true Holy Land, it's finished. You are done with this confusion. You are done with debate of Solomon is black, Jesus is black, Moses is black, Job is black. You are done with it.
That's the end of all the contradiction. So, like I tell
Yeah,
people,
one of the contradiction because there's no white person native to Africa. Hello.
It's not possible.
There's no white person native to Africa. So they are automatically African. So they are African. So you can call it that way. Abraham is an African. Jesus is an African. Moses is an African. David is an African. Solomon is an African. These are kings who rule in Africa.
Tell me, what was happening? What was happening in before we start taking more guests? Okay, let me let you. Don't worry, we'll talk, Abubakar. But
the search for 15th
yes,
for 15th century Ethiopian Bible. Search for it.
15 what?
15th century Ethiopian Bible.
Okay. I'll also search for that because it's. Oh, sorry. Please unmute, Abubakar. You're muted. Unmute. Sorry, I was going to mute somebody else. I muted you mistakenly. Yes, 15th century. It contains the 88 books, doesn't it?
No, not the canon. On the canon, that's a specific Bible that which they found on the ground.
Okay.
If you search for a 15th century Ethiopian Bible, that Bible have a lot of information there.
All right.
Yeah, they found it on the ground there, but the Bible was stolen.
Okay.
Within a few years, when they found it, it disappeared. Nobody know where it went. They stole it.
Wow. When was it found?
It was found in Aksum.
When? Time?
Around when they were excavating a place around 90s, so they found that Bible there.
Like 50 years ago, 19 something?
Around I think around 50 years ago, but they keep it in library.
But Hope is in safe hands now as we speak.
Now I think they stole it.
Wow. I would look for it. I'll search
The book
for
disappear. All of a sudden it disappear. But if you go to YouTube, you can see it. 15th century Ethiopian Bible. It depicts David.
Exactly.
In there, we having Ethiopian style of hair.
That's the Afro, the one they call Afro.
Yeah. They have Afro hair, and also that's a type of hat which we used to put in Africa.
Is it okay?
Yeah, crown. Ethiopian style of crown on his head. Yeah, the book depicts everything there.
See.
Ethiopian style of crown, the king's crown, like Haile Selassie, the type of crown he used to put on his head.
But then, when you begin to say these things, they say, hey, yes, come on, you are talking about Janjaweed, talking about taking marijuana. They think you want to.
The same crown Haile Selassie used to put on his head is the same crown King David also used to put. Exactly. Many artifacts there. Many
so let's take a few. Hope you are still around, Abubakar.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just stay on. So let's do our regular 2 minutes each. I mean, you guys, what do you think? And that's why we've been calling people to come on this live. Tell us what you know. If I have taken the whole pain for years to do all this, and you're keeping what you know. Now, if you don't know much, it's fine. Stay back and listen. But if you know, you come up, right? And the truth will always make people free. But if you find yourself, you are in a place where you're beginning to earn from people's ignorance, you should find a way to resign from that place. God will help you. He will protect you. He will provide for you, right? If you find out you are working in TV licensing company, chasing after people to pay for the air, you leave that kind of place and come to where there is light and stop working for that kind of situation. Otherwise, you'll be an accomplice to the devil, is what it is. So I can just stay close. Let's fill in those 2 more spots. I don't know why people keep going up and on and off. So let's fill in those 2 more spots. I will turn on. Okay, I think Abubakar had to leave. So I'll chat him up. You guys can chat him up. I'll chat him up also. So I'll take some of the things he's learned and modify some of our resources there, especially the map. We'll put more details. There are some things I've been doubting, and then now I've gotten, like I said, when I see a location, I wait until I see up to 4 references or minimum of 3. before I put them together and say, okay, this is this place. So because of that, Jerusalem in South Africa, I was not sure. I will put a reference beside it and say, hey, this thing is likely it has been renamed, but then just still put it there. So I'll get what is said. If it is oral history, I mean, put it there as oral history, put a few references, and we know where the information is coming from, and people can check it. And people are just free. People are just free. They think, no, if people are free, they will do evil things. It's not so. If people don't work 9 to 5 and they're tired and we work them like slaves, if they are free, they will start destroying the earth. They're not animals. How about you who think you are governing them? Did you get another head from somewhere? People are not that stupid. If you give people free time, they spend their time having parties. Leave them alone and let them have their fun. God that put them on the earth knows that, okay, there are boundaries to things, and he has set those boundaries. You see, he say if people don't work for money, you don't make them suffer for money, the whole world will go haywire. It's not true. It's not true. We are not animals. We human beings are not animals. You see, so the fact that people must work. Now there are people that are naughty, of course. That's why we have law enforcement when it's done in the right context. But then you don't mean you then enslave the whole of humanity because you want to create some kind of order. No, let people get their God-given talent from inside and not bind them down. Let's take one guess after the other from the top. Olu, are you ready? Olu Derapo. Let's do 3 minutes each for each person. Olu Dera, are you ready? Yes, I'm trying to work on bringing up the timer myself. I mean, the past almost 1 hour or so, we have been taking guests, and Abubakar has spoken for like 40 minutes or so. I've had enough time to rest at least, rather than having to speak all through. So it may potentially help us to go longer on the live. Okay, so I think Oludera is not ready. Excuse me. So we'll do 3 minutes each for each person, and we'll let it go around like that. Okay, Oludera, you are muted. Are you speaking? So let's download this ChatRod app, follow this live account so that when we go live and when we bring people up, follow them, because when they are live, you can also see that we are live or something like that, okay? Follow this host account. If they destroy or block it, we'll open another one. Follow ChatRod, or really just go download the app. We need that app to be going live soon. Amharic, Tigrinya, Swahili is one of those nations, and Yoruba language. These are some of the top 5-6 languages being spoken in Africa. But anyway, I'm telling you already some of the things that ChatRod are working on, but get that ChatRod app and follow them. Download the app rather, so they keep moving. So if Oludera is not ready, let's have a beginning. Okay, so we're setting the time for everyone, so we move.
Okay, thanks for having me again. I'm grateful. Yeah, I listened to a lot of what Abubakar had to say, and he's right on the money. He's right on the money. There's a lot that he said. There's actually a website that has all these accounts. Some gentlemen from that area have done a thorough research. I think they have like 12 videos, and they put this out almost about 5-6 years ago, and it's something worth listening to. I'll private chat you the URL so you can go and check it out. It is so detailed. Now the Nile River is called Nahor, Nahor. You can confirm that.
Yeah.
It's Onoihoiri. Onoihoiri. The reason why they call it that was everything pertaining to life was around the Nile. The leads were going from. So you'll find that from Nubia all the way to Egypt, their agricultural success was as a result of the Nile. So irrigation was easier around the Nile. So people channeled their own mini rivers around the Nile. So the Nile was known as the path of prosperity for anybody, which was why the Egyptian deities, they worshipped the Nile. So he's right on the money. There's so many things that he said. The Jebusites, they lived 1,000 years in the city of David, in Jebus, because nobody could conquer them. It was a city that was upon a hill. It was a plateau. It's like living in Jos. So you had to climb the hill to get. It was a plateau. You had to climb the hill to get there. Now look at where they're calling Mount Zion. It's almost like a toilet. I apologize for saying that. It's not big enough, is what I meant. Yeah, it's so small. David had 600 horses, 600 stables, 600,000 horsemen. He had 600 stables or so in that same place. It's impossible for you to put 3 stables in that place. Johnson, so the topography is completely wrong. But what I wanted to say to Abubakar is this. I'm not even to Abubakar, to you is this, Minister. Can we get Abubakar's details? Can we have a longer conversation on a more secure environment where we can hash these things out? Because there's a guy called Chika something, from an Igbo guy called Chika something, that comes to your life regularly. Can we get like minds and let's do a Zoom meeting and begin to talk about these things? Because if we will believe these things are solid, and if there's unison in what we believe, if we all come up with what we know, and that which is not supposed to be, we cut it off, and we hone up a consensus that is scripturally backed, I think that we can make a massive impact. Somebody someday is going to call one of us, and the entire body can attend that meeting. If it's with the Oni of Ife, I don't know. And we can impress them with these things that we said. I was so impressed with Abubakar. I was so impressed. I didn't want to say anything. All I wanted to say was, can we have a discussion privately? Minister, thank you for all. I'm just here to corroborate what he said.
Yes, thank you so much, Evening. You're welcome. So, and people feel, like I said, there's a large portion of people that just, these things are literally in the open, okay? And we just need to keep coming on live like this and do some other things to generate more information in a more organized way, that as we've been doing, like you see on our website also. So the information is out there. So people just need, someone to just keep reminding them to keep, and that's how the Bible says that you should read the Torah to the people, lest they will forget. You see, and that's probably why God has, called us to come out like this and to keep saying it almost every day. It just needs to constantly be said. You see, constantly be said, and that's why you see, you think you are a smart man, you're a businessman. Now you have some money, you pay for some subscription. Then it used to be cable TV or DSTV, then now it's Netflix, Amazon, whatever. And then you pay for CNN and you turn on your TV, you think you are now a businessman who's got all that. And they tell you about Israel every day. This bomb there, that there, all the people there. You hear about it every day. That's how we talk. And when you come here and I will tell you something different, it sounds like we are talking upside down. You see? That's because they make you hear that Israel narrative every single day. You keep hearing it and hearing it and hearing it and hearing it. Very, very powerful. You see? So we need this to be seated properly. When it's seated properly, we now move to timeline. That's the slippery place, but we don't want to touch on time yet. Otherwise, we'll get people too scared and everything is scattered. So then after the timeline, we'll now move to another next 5th dimension again. But we have to take this thing step by step, so we don't scare the general public. Although it's not like the way they say it, in almost an insulting way, as if everybody's stupid. But then, like I said, I don't like waking people up. I will try to have somebody. You want to wake up the giant of Africa? Have anybody tried to wake you up from sleep? Do you know how annoying it is when somebody tries to wake you up? It's annoying. You are angry. You can punch the person, and you're telling me to go and wake up the giant of Africa. I won't join you in that mission. When the giant is awake, then I can talk to the giant. Maybe when he's awake and he's scratching his head, I'll not talk to the giant of Africa. This and this is what is going on. But for me to wake up a giant, no. The giant can punch me in the face. So I'm not going to wake you. I'm not going to wake you up, Africa. I only talk to people that are awake. Because if I'm waking you up, I will irritate you. Waking you up will irritate you when you're waking you up. Wake anybody up from their sleep and slumber. Sleep can be very blissful. Ignorance can be very blissful. So I won't wake you up. Holy Spirit can do the awakening. When you're awake, then we can talk. But I won't wake you up. No. No way. Thank you, Ibini, for that submission. So we have private conversation also, and it's nothing private. So people won't start feeling, oh, they're hiding. There's nothing hiding. Most times they're hiding this from us, hiding that. It's because you are not researching. There's nothing like, especially in these days, this day and age, there's no such thing as they're hiding this from us. That thing is now, see, phrases like, what's that word? Conspiracy theory is now an outdated, phased out phrase. It doesn't exist again. Conspiracy theory is only people that have, it's only ignorant people that use that phrase nowadays. It's a conspiracy theory, something that was created in 1999 or 1998 by the CIA. You know, so that phrase doesn't exist anymore. Conspiracy theory. There's no theory anywhere. There's apparently a conspiracy. The next one that is about to phase out now is they're hiding this from us. They're hiding that from us. They're hiding. Who covered your eyes to hide anything with the internet that you have? Nobody's hiding anything from you. If Ibini and I and the rest, maybe Abubakar, Chikazo Media, we are having a meeting. There's nothing we hide. There's nothing we can say that can be open. In fact, our conversation can leak out on WhatsApp or whatever. So nobody's hiding anything from anybody anymore. It's just your laziness that is covering your eyes. So there's no real Infinity said he's laughing there. So there's no hiding. It's conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory is even the most. There's no theory anywhere. It's conspiracy. Those that are even deceiving you, they know they're deceiving you. So the next one now that we're about to phase out. Yeah, Aldera will bring you up shortly. So the next idea we're about to phase out is, oh, they are deceiving us. Oh, hey, they are deceiving us. They are hiding. Nobody is deceiving anything. We have a full website here. Some of you have not visited it. You say, they're hiding from us. They're hiding. And you do a video. You have not read one book. You have not opened one website. You have not even watched a video. Just sit and watch a video. Just say, hey, they're hiding from us. Look at the sky. The sky is dark. They told us it's blue. They're hiding everything from us. That's why some people even continue saying conspiracy theory, because what you just said doesn't make so much sense. Sorry. But it shows you have not read anything. They're hiding everything from us. And when you're done with that video, you go back to go watch tap, like for like, follow for follow. You go watch things that are meaningless and don't develop your mind. You see. So there's nobody hiding anything from anybody again. It's the thing is, like they will say in Nigeria, it has cast. They don't cast. So, and I think they mean that by saying when somebody casts a screen on something, when you cast screen on your device, something like that, it just exposes everything that is done. So there is nobody hiding nothing from anybody. Before you hear we are having meeting with some president or somebody and say, oh, they have gone to hide meeting from us, or they are saying something from us, or Ibini has collected money, or he's not telling us all the truth again. There's nothing he can hide. There's nothing Ibini can hide from you. Or does he have none of us has a monopoly of knowledge. So I'm not going to wake anybody up, but lest they punch me in the face. I'm not ready for boxing. So when you're awake, then you come, we'll talk. If you're not awake, just continue to sleep. Get somebody else to wake you up. Let's go, Olu there. So the first thing is just share these things like this. Go to, we have mentioned some pages here. Share them. Share. And share them. We have been wasting time in school. How do you go to school? You're learning applied microcomputing. And after that, you are walking on the streets of Ghana looking for jobs. Walking on the streets of Kumasi, streets of Lagos looking for jobs. You see? Walking the street of looking for, you have studied applied and computerized mega computer computing, and then you are hungry. Somebody said the reason why the reason why people are educated in Africa and are still hungry is because English is compulsory and agricultural science is optional. English is a compulsory subject. So there are a lot of people, well-educated English-speaking people that are hungry. When you make agric science optional, how can you make that optional? One of the batteries have gone off. The camera battery, I'll just replace it in a minute now. So it's just not smart. You've just been wasting time in the so-called university, sorry to say, and school. I've gone there myself, but no, you can't just stay with that and say you know something. No, it's just to help you understand. Once you can understand English language, you can add 1 + 1 = 2. You know arithmetic, communication, right, and how to relate with people. You are literally on top of the world. You don't need to learn complex geographic, Fourier series, and you're learning Maclaurin series, and you're learning Schrodinger equation. What do you need that crap for? Just learn the application of it, apply it, move forward.
Move forward. So it's funny. So nobody's hiding anything from you. Go search things. It's your laziness that is hiding whatever from you. So let's have who's the next person? Oludera. Oludera, are you ready for us?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Give you 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to appreciate your effort. Thank you very much. What I just want to say is that the Old Testament, all these things, all these findings are in the Old Testament and not in the New Testament. Yes?
Okay.
Now, that's whenever we are on the pulpit preaching the gospel, there's a confusion, that comes up. The Old Testament era has gone, it has been abolished. Now we are in the New Testament. The New Testament is not being published to wipe out our history, to wipe out the Old Testament, to enslave us the more. Because the Old Testament is talking about Jesus Christ, talking about the Italian, the Greeks, the Romans, the Turkish.
I see.
But the Old Testament, now we are meant to believe that the Old Testament has been abolished. That now we should do away with that we should embrace the New Testament. This New Testament of a thing now, hope that is it not another way of being enslaving us, or should we embrace? When we should drop the New Testament. Let us drop it, because it's not part of our history. It's out of our history. It is written out of our history to contradict, to go against our history. But the New Testament, the Old Testament, they ask us to drop, tells us more about our past, our history, where we are coming from. There we can see the Jebusite, the Perusite, the Habia is being mentioned in the Old Testament. Right? How can we balance the two? How can we, I was once a minister, I was once a pastor, but now, all these things has been coming to my mind for a very long time. I just dropped the ministry, dropped everything, looking for, thinking, making research on my own. Yet, but thank God I jammed this platform. Thank God I jammed this platform. But let us reason together. Let us reason together.
Thank you, brother. All right.
Because this Jebusite, I believe is it the Jebu people, the Perusite, is it yes. Is it the Iperu people or whatever? Look at when they tell us about our history. When they tell us about our history, the traditional ruler, we always scorn them, we mock them. Oni of Ife said the Ark of Noah, the Noah ship, the Ark of Noah is still at Oni Ife. He tells us, but we mock him. They are talking rubbish. You see, but we thank God that we the Christians we are doing our part. We are doing our part to liberate our generation from the slavery. But our brothers, which are the Muslims, in Nigeria now, they are enrooting themselves into that slavery. I believe they want to use these people to wipe us out from there. I don't know what to say.
I know. All right, let me respond to that. Now, I'll be very plain with people. I've discussed with some people. We have discussed in enclosure, and like I said, there's nothing we're hiding from you. It's as open as the heaven and the sky is open. If you can even search for yourself, but there's many layers to the things we are opening up. I've discussed with Ibini also, and today I'm going to open up 5 of the dimensions, as it were, 5 of the sessions. I'll just mention them, but we cannot go into them right now, okay? But if I can mention them, those that know, those that have the wisdom, those that have revelation can even open up to the 7th one or wherever they want to open it up to. I'm going to mention just 4 of them. Now, he's mentioned the New Testament, and I'm going to answer his question. So the first and the lowest, well, is fundamental, really. It's not that it's low. I mean, you can't spell a word without knowing ABC. Doesn't mean ABC is a stupid thing to learn. So the first is the language, okay? That's the lowest part. The next with it, and that's the foundation, very critical. The next layer that needs to be opened up to people, and most people are seeing the language now. We're showing you the Yoruba is in it. You are hearing the Amharic also, the Ge'ez, right? You're hearing the Igbo, you are hearing the Kosa part of it. You are hearing in the Bele, you're hearing in Shona, but that goes into our other brothers there, which is the Moabites and etc. Okay, and the Ammonites, okay, and down into Mount Seir there, but then they're still Hebrews. So that's languages right there for you. The next on top of the languages is the peoples, telling you the cultures, the traditions, the skin color, the hair texture, the things that they do. That's the next level. Most people are quite flowing along with this. The third part, which is getting more difficult, from the previous one, is to show you locations. Is to begin to show you locations that this one is here, that one is there, this one is here. Most people are getting more resistant to that. But somebody else that I've never met before today has been on live for like over 30 minutes, just constantly, and we're talking, and I'm showing you the map on real time, right? I mean, and you're seeing it right there, real time. Okay, so that's locations, languages, peoples, locations. The fourth one, which is very slippery, and we can't open that up fully right now, which we have opened part of it on our website, but it's only for those who can search for it. You see, and that's why they say these things are esoteric in that sense. It's not like in this case, in the case of light, in the kingdom of darkness, they hide it because it is lies they have there. But here we open it up. Just go search, you will find it. The next is the timelines, to show you what has been messed up in the timelines. When these 4 are on, I'll just mention one more, which is where he's trying to hit now, this brother, because he's being very sincere. He's been a pastor before, he's been a leader, and he's checking all these things, he's not matching up, and he's sincere. He just backed off a little bit. I'm like, you know what? Let me hold on this thing and work on my life, work on myself, we work on these things. It's not a very easy thing to do, I tell you. It might be a greater hero than maybe some, sorry to say, popular religious leaders that you may know, because it's not very easy to back off like that and say, okay, you know what? Let me back off from this thing. Let me learn this thing a little more. So the next one will be on the areas of doctrines. Okay, that's very, 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 a very volatile place, right? Area of doctrines, very volatile. Very, very volatile. Areas of doctrines. That's the 5th one. Very volatile. We're just dwelling on the first 3 of these dimensions, as it were, of these levels. We can't touch timeline very much. It will get too volatile, too slippery for people to work with. And like I said, it's not a derogatory term to say you guys are too stupid to. No. I mean, it's something that I had to fight through for years. And you learn more in isolation than you do in, well, it depends on what kind of learning we're talking about. But there's a kind of learning you can only learn in isolation by yourself, So I went through all this part, and I can show people gradually, yeah. So the doctrine aspect will be explosive. It will be too much. So, and that's, some people have tried it. They just start from the 7th level, and they just start saying things and doing things, and people misunderstand them, and then they're gone in oblivion. Maybe not necessarily gone in that sense. Okay, So is a step. He's come now very, very sincere. He had to leave the church thing. Okay, just hold on. I mean, he's not gone wild. He's just okay. Give it some space. So, but to answer your question, brother, you are generally very right. It's I would say it this way, because this is still public places. Like I said, what you say with princes is different from what you say to priests when you're with priests. You know, in within the temples, and what you say in the palace is different. Okay, and what you say in public places is different. But then I said one statement on this platform, yesterday, it must be yesterday, you know, that someone was asking, should we still do Sabbath? Should we still obey the law? And I said, if you, by your logic of grace, think that God will forgive somebody who is a fornicator, right, and who is stealing, and God will forgive him by grace, then in that same logic, God should be able to forgive somebody who practices the law and keeps the Sabbath. So that was how I answered that question. You see, someone said they left church in 2020. That's 4 years ago, 5 years ago. So it's not a matter of should we still keep the law. In some churches today, in some gatherings, of which the church is closer. I mean, like he said, the church is definitely closer to the truth in that sense than Islam is. Okay, it's just a plain statement. Those who have been taken over, and some of these doctrines, wrong doctrines, get embodied and personalized by devils and demons. And, you know, I don't want to be, like I said, I don't want to use some terms that may sound either derogatory or like I'm sounding conventional mainstream Christian, which I can, and I do that. I preach myself. We still had the conference last month in the United Kingdom. Okay. So, but then some of these wrong doctrines have devils that now sit on top of them. So people who have got those kind of devils already working through their life, you speak about Islam, then they want to kill you, right? Speak about Islam, they want to kill you. Something else has taken you over, we don't know. And sometimes there's a thin line between behavior, character, and when spirit possession has come into it. You see, very thin line between those things. Very thin line. So so there are some people that would rather have a church member who sleeps with another person's wife, who is a what's that word? He cheats people, is an extortioner, all right? They would rather have a member like that who's a thief, he steals, he kills, he destroys, and he does all sorts of perversions, and they'll keep encouraging him by grace. Than a member who says, what if I follow the Torah and I say, let me keep the Sabbath day holy, right? Let me not call the name of God in vain. Let me not do this. They will fight that guy more than they fight the other sinner. Maybe not even because of money, but because they're entrenched in that doctrine. And of course, those Satans and devils come in nice names. So that's a very slippery plan. That's just the level 5. You see. So thank you, brother. It's a good one. The New Testament. Now let me see another dangerous one, which is that the New Testament has been overemphasized, and it has been blown out of proportion. Okay, the new so-called New Testament, which is just a continuation of texts, really, but it's been blown out of proportion too far. Christians wouldn't like what I just said. They will think this, you know. But you will notice how God so suddenly, all of a sudden, moved from a potential African father in a Old Testament, as we call it, and he became a European father in the New Testament. Have you not noticed? It's like you are talking about two different people when you hear a so-called Old Testament preacher preach or so-called New Testament. It's like it's a different God. Like he's a schizophrenia and he's just flipping his personality all over the place. You see, because it sounds contradictory. It moved from an African dad that would correct you and say, that thing is wrong. Listen, I am your father. Sit there. If you don't sit there, I will spank you. That's an African father. But now it became a European father. No, just do whatever you like. You're all right. You're all right. And you'll be knocking your child's door. Is it daddy, get out? I don't want to see you. That's a New Testament daddy. He's a different person. You see. So you can form an idea of God that you like and you worship that God. So everything flowed around that. Everything just kept flowing around that. So just understand that statement like that, you will get it. How did the personality of God just so flip so suddenly? How did it flip
May
so
the
suddenly?
Most High bless.
Sorry, I've muted you unknowingly. But then I don't.
May the Most High bless you, Minister. May He
Yes.
bless you for what you just said.
Amen.
May He bless you. I'm not going. I don't have anything to say. May He bless you for what you just said. That's all. I'm going back off. May He bless you. He that has an ear, let them hear what the Spirit is saying to the churches. This is the most sensible thing. You've spoken so well. I honor you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So he finds it difficult to hold himself. Just declare what he wants to. So if you now come and start from that level 5, and there's still higher levels, but just come from that level 5 and just start saying things, you would cause troubles. They will kick you out of the churches, some sincerely. So it goes deep. So just understand that how he just automatically just began. He just became a European dad, and knock and say, "Are you all right, Charles? Are you there? Daddy, go away. I don't want to talk to you. All right, whenever you're free." Your father. You're a joker. So the whole thing changed. You see, it came with the culture, and it's so deep. And I mentioned about, our ladies putting on, European hair, trying to bleach their skin, trying to be slim by force. It's because of the idea they've been fed into their minds. Like I said, we human beings are like sheep. So much like sheep. We just flow with things. We are not so many people are capable of original thinking. Not everybody is called into that. And it doesn't mean they are less of a human. It just means maybe their ministry, their workings, their internal fabrication is different. The way they are wired is slightly different. It's not so many people that is called to teach and to lead and things like that. Not everybody will be capable. Most people just follow. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So Cello, now I understand that God became merciful because of the intermediary of Jesus Christ. Yes. But also when you read the scripture of Jesus, when it's said in the book of Revelation, he mentioned it. He said, "I will kill that woman who teaches my servant to fornicate. I'll kill her children with death." You see, he still spoke about this thing and he didn't come to, yeah. So let me leave that topic. It's not time to talk about doctrine or even timeline. So let me leave that for now, okay? Excuse me. But just note those two things that I've mentioned, that there's different levels to this thing. Then number 2, just notice and ask yourself, how did God, the Yahweh we know, become so quick from being an African father and became a European father in the so-called New Testament? Then the third thing is that I've said quite a few things, so just watch on those, and it will help you see what's up happening. So thank you so much, Oludera. You're quite generally on the right path in that sense. So so that is it. I can't touch on doctrine. When people bring doctrinal matters or matters about timeline, I usually don't touch it for now. Okay, but if you can go deeper into our website and search, our website is most of what we have seen is there. Maybe not all, because that's still public domain, but most of the things are there. You see, most of the things are there. So let's have thank you so much, Oludara, for that. Let's have wisdom before we have Benny again. Let's have wisdom. Wisdom, are you there? Wisdom for life or something. Yeah, at the bottom of the page. Yes.
Sorry, I'm here.
Yes.
I'm just going to stay in the comment section and listen and learn.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I know the scripture says that is let's be quick to hear, slow to speak, and slow to get angry. So that's literally quite understanding. So someone is saying in the comment section, I think it was meant to be the way Yahweh happened to be one of the Elohim entities. Okay, I understand where Timothy is coming from, that maybe Yahweh is one, then that's one of the gods, then the God in New Testament is a different one, and one God finished his face, he handed over to another God. It's not so. The real God is just one. If you're an African, you will know that there is one God. That idea is coming from, the website is kunleministers.org. So that idea of many gods ruling humanity for different ages and one God created human beings is the same thing as Oromila, which is many of these are mythical stories which has some truth in them at the background, but then by this word, what's it called? Chinese whispers, something like that. That goes over the years, it became stories that can't hold water at the end of the day. Excuse me. So it is what you have with our oral history in Africa. So, but then it holds a whole lot of truth. A whole lot of truth is what you have there. So they tell you about one Oromila did this, one did this, that. So they hold some truth, but it's not the full thing. And like I said, when those people are conquered, they take your scribes, they take your leaders, they take your priests. And usually there'll be something you guys are doing wrong before they're able to overpower you like that. Okay? So someone said it's a powerful representation, but why do we still use God, Jesus? It's step by step, right? He said, why are we still using God, Jesus? It's just like the word Olodumare, okay? Some people say it's an idolatric name or something like that. The same way God is the name of a European deity, okay? It came from a European deity, but let me turn off that timer. It came from a European deity, and which makes sense, because there must be some deity who were the Europeans calling God before they met Yahweh, if you get my point. So we still use those names, God, Jesus, because that's what people are familiar with. Okay? We use that to start, to begin to explain these things. Lord means Baal, exactly. But then if you're a Yoruba man, you know that Baal is Baale. It's not a bad word in itself. That Baal is the same thing as Baale or Baale. So superstar Simon is saying Lord in Hebrew means Baal. So if what you've got is just language, like we said, that's level one. Like I said again, it's not a derogatory term to say that. We're just saying that is foundational. But if you're a Yoruba man, that Baal is Baale. We have Baale, lords of the lands in Yoruba land. When there is, what's the word? Contention between lands, you call the Baale to come and attend to it. Please elaborate on that Elohim concept of meaning of many gods. I'll touch on that, Bengesman. Yeah, so you call the Baales to come resolve that matter. When your husband, you call him Baale, is a Ba, the Baba, okay? And you don't Balorile. There's no need for that etymology, but the point is, that's what Baal means. It's not an evil word in the sense, say, oh, that's Baal. Lord means Baal. Lord is just a descriptive term. You can be the Lord. I'm the Lord of this life, for example. Does that mean I'm a Baale, or I own any land, or I'm Baal in that sense? No. Excuse me. It's just a descriptive word, okay? And it's probably even more technically accurate than saying God. Because from what we can gather, that God was the name of a deity. It used to be the name of a deity before. But Lord is just to lord over things. Now, the etymology of Lord, I'm not sure I've checked that up. That's Lord in English language. Okay? We might have come from some Germanic roots. But the point is, those are just languages part of things. In the spirit realm, you operate by the encounter and your engagement with that spirit. Okay, not just the words. These words I'm speaking now, they are spirit, according to scriptures, they are spirit and life. So in the spirit realm, you transmit by telepathically almost. You see, is how you transmit. These words are just a breakdown of some higher concepts, and then you it's like modulation and demodulation, the way you call it in telecommunications. Okay. So you get most of the concepts we're describing are from a higher place that it is encoded, but then through your mind you decode it and you put it in human language, which is of course much lower. Okay. And then even languages have strata, because English can be lower than this, and maybe Yoruba can be higher, and all of that, the kind of vibration it releases, or all of that kind of stuff. But the point is, the real concept is not something that can be expressed in words. Words are just to communicate. So in the real sense of it, you are dealing with real substance. This world you see here, this is just physical dimension, and the spirit realm engulfs this whole thing together. Okay, but if we start, imagine now if I start today's live by talking about dimensions and how we are living in essentially a spirit world, and the physical world is a subset of the spirit world, and the real world is a spirit world. You guys are going to be like, just scroll away. So those things have to be taken step by step. when you study Yoruba Bible in its original Hebrew and Greek, you will understand where I'm going, where I'm coming from. Oh yeah, Temitope, just like Ibini also usually says. So yes, so that's that. Elohim, you have Eloha, and Yoruba you say Oluwa. We have touched on some of those things, and they're just there on our TikTok page and on our website also, which I've told you the name. So so that's that. There is one God. There is one. These are the things, we need to hear. So, but then when, like I said, if it's in public like this, there are many different people in different levels. You can make a statement, somebody will just get offended and they go, which is fine if they have to. Jesus did the same thing according to what we read in Scripture. He said something and he did it intentionally. It appears to be intentional to get people off, to cut them off, so that, because there's a difference between when you don't understand something and when you get offended. If you are feeling offended, well, then check and confirm what is going on and modify it. And when you understand, then you move forward. So let's have Ibini once again, or maybe we take Ibini. You wanted to say something the other time.
Yes, I wanted to. Can I be heard?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I wanted to, the gentleman that talked about Elohim being plural. Well, then again, the problem is that the people that wrote the scriptures were not original Hebrews. If they were original Hebrews, there's nothing plural about Elohim, and I hear them throw that into the atmosphere. For example, if you and I were going somewhere now, and Abubakar would ask us, Niboni in-law, where are you going? But in the plural sense, right? Because there are two of us going. If I was going by myself, they'll say, Niboni in-law, where are you going as a person? So we use that singular version for the young man, Niboni in-law. Now, when we're going together, it changes to Niboni in-law. Now, what you notice is that when an elderly person, when your uncle is going somewhere, you don't say Niboni in-law, you say Niboni in-law. It's a singular person going on the journey, but you are giving him the same honor as you would have given two young people. That's where they got it wrong. It's just a mark of respect in Yoruba to act as though you're talking to many people when you're talking to an elderly person. Now, to buttress that, when they were talking to Abraham, when the sons of Keth were talking to Abraham, they said, you are like Elohim to us. Did they mean that Abraham was three persons? It doesn't make sense. When David was speaking in the Psalms, he says, you are Elohims, but you shall die as men. There was a part of the scripture where it says that to whom I think in the New Testament, to whom the Spirit of the Most High came to, they were called Elohims. They were called gods. The word God is Elohim. Well, we know that it was from the word God actually is from the Syr.
Oh, I think it's broke off a little bit. Yeah, you were talking about the etymology of Elohim. Oh, is it timer off? Okay. Oh, is it hanging? I need to keep this alive. I think I might still be heard. If you can still hear, let's tap F1, please, guys. F1. Real quick. It's been a long time we did that. Type F1. Follow this account. Share the live. Follow the account, share the live. Let's tap F1. Can anybody still hear? Please, if you can hear, type F1, please. The thing is season off. That came to me today, that I'm learning also today. So we should keep those things on like that. Is it on? Okay. So you can re-request. So if you, let's do the F1s. We should have like 50 F1s right now. Then let's share the 17 shares should go up to, okay, let's do 25 shares.
Hello? 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 Yes, yes. What I just want to contribute is that those names of God that we have, the Yahweh, the Elohim, the Jehovah, all those names, none of those names are name of God.
Okay.
Because I'm in a spiritual class. I'm in a class. I'm attending a class now. And when an angel, it is a name of a particular angel,
okay,
that appeared and walked and was at work at a particular time. When an angel appeared to somebody in the Old Testament, the name of that angel at work at that time, that is the name given, that I am Yahweh, I am Elohim, I am Jehovah.
Okay.
Because I'm in a class now that is all about the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
It's Holy Spirit. But the founder, the professor in the class is a Yoruba man, but a Muslim. If you listen to RMQK, that is causing problem in Nigeria now.
RMQK?
Yes, that is causing problem in Nigeria now.
Tell me.
Their main purpose is about the Holy Spirit. The man had an encounter with the Holy Spirit, and I'm attending his class, and they are teaching us step by step who the Holy Spirit is.
Okay.
You know, in the class we were being made to know that none of those names mentioned is the name of God.
Okay.
But the angels that walk at a certain time, at a particular time, within an era, those are the names that have been mentioned in the Bible.
I see. That's interesting.
And the Holy Spirit said they themselves have not seen God. Even up to now, that they have not seen God, but they receive command, that something is giving them command. Do this, hold meeting, destroy, minister, bless. As we receive command, as something is telling us within that, okay, go and pray. I dream, I do this. As we are receiving commandment as a man, they also are receiving commandment, but they have not seen what is giving them the commandment.
Oh yeah, the angels, yeah.
The angel, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit now, the Holy Spirit that is being promised.
Okay.
That, so if anybody claim to have seen God, that person, even be it a prophet, that person should come out and say it. Even them as angel Raphael, angel Gabriel says it, that they have not seen God. The Holy Spirit said they themselves have not seen God.
I see.
Up to the present
That's
moment.
wonderful. So, two things. This person is in Nigeria. I've not heard the QMR came before. Or is it Abuja or Lagos?
It's Abeokuta, man.
Abeokuta, okay.
No, there's something hidden. There's a mystery about that Ogun State.
Of course.
There's a mystery,
of course,
about that particular Ogun State. That man is a Muslim. And he said he had an encounter with the Holy Spirit in the 90s, when he was about 20-something years. You're right? And he was the one telling us history about Yoruba, that he had Yoruba history of 50,000 years backward. He can tell us the history of the Yorubas 50,000 years backward. But most people will not believe. He said he has trained pastors, he has trained this Baba Abbalist, he has trained the Muslims, the Afars. But none of them are coming out to preach what the Holy Spirit has taught them. Are you with me?
I see.
This RMQK man. But their teaching is not about religion. They say take out religion because it made us know that religion is a scam totally. Religion is to mislead us. We are not teaching about religion. We are teaching about going back to our root. That the Holy Spirit said, it is now our time with the black. This is our era to claim back what we lost. There are many things will be being revealed. That is what I believe. That what you are doing, it has been written that you will liberate we the Christians. You are liberating us now. You are doing that work. You know, when I was about 20 years early, I was preaching to people that the hellfire is a, you know, I told them on the people that it was a scam. It is a scam. Nothing like hell, not like hellfire. They thought
that's level. They will kick you out. That's level 5.
they are just, you know, as a young minister, they said they thought I'm stupid. That what do you mean? I said everything you ask is on here on earth. So I don't want to go far. Those names of God, you know, none of them is name of God. None of them. They are the name of angels. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Just do me a DM. We'll talk. So, like I said to people, the way we have categorized it in our ministry, that's more like a level 5. You can't just jump on that level 5 and begin to tell people things. You would be in trouble in a very short time. You know, even if you are not someone that they can put in trouble or to kick out of church or what have you, they will not listen to you, and they will just hear you for the respect's sake, is what they will do. You know, they will just hear you for respect's sake. So these are some of the things that we see. So let's see. We can request as guests those that are. Let me refresh this timer. So it's not just like we're reading the book of Enoch. You know, I told you Salma Yaja. I've forgotten the name. No, let me not mention. Let me get it the accurate way. You know, we've been reading the book of Enoch. Okay, and Gabriel, was called a different name there, but then the angel Gabriel appears when God was talking to Noah. He sent the instruction through Gabriel. You see, he sent the instruction to Gabriel. Just finished speaking, spoke about truth, trying to share. Yeah, I get it to Mutope. So, thanks for the one. And just push it to 50k likes, and let's get to 25 shares. Just 3 more shares. So these are basic things, and they can be said. I was telling you how we're reading literally how the angels sent message to Noah. The angel that went to Noah to give him messages was written there, right? But then you read it, people say God was speaking to Noah, was correct. And God told that angel that he should go in my name. Okay? So those truths can be balanced. You don't just run away from it. If you find out it's overwhelming you, it's getting too much, take a break. Right? Take a break. We ourselves, we didn't get here today just like that. And I don't mean get here, there's no way we got to. I just mean in terms of knowledge and studying. You can study to a point, it begins to stress you, begins to stress your home. If you got bills to pay, it's what this world has put you under. Still knock that off a little bit, get your bills paid, but use your break time for something that can profit you. Spend your time less and less screen time. When a minister came the other time, some years ago in Nigeria, and was calling the television the devil's box, there's a reason why he was speaking like that. Some of us will know that minister, we generally don't like to mention names. He called the television a potato, and he had a reason for speaking like that. He was probably accurate, but now it's not the devil's box anymore. It's the devil's tablet. It's in everybody's hand. You see. Then he sounded like an extremist, but it requires quite a lot of wisdom to dispense wisdom, to dispense knowledge. You see. So it takes. I'm trying to receive a guest, but it's hanging up a little bit. So if you're someone that's requesting right now, just cancel and re-request. Cancel and re-request. So those things need to be dispensed systematically and put it in a structure. So if you discover it's stressing you, it offends you, just put it somewhere. We say it in Yoruba language. Okay, you just put it at the back of your mind and keep it somewhere. So when it links, then it will make sense to you by then. That's how it is. But like I like to always say, especially towards the end of our broadcast, although we're not ending now, but the whole essence is, at least on a general level, is that you should love your neighbor. As simple as that. Simple as loving your neighbor. If you can learn that, you will not need all these mysteries necessarily. Because how do you explain all these things to a market woman, for example? Or to, just a Joe Blow person on the street? You will just be stressed out. Okay? So, if you can love your neighbor, learn to walk in that love, walk in truth. Don't see white and call it black. Let's request right now. I've got that panel open, so it's easier for me to accept guests now that he's responding. So, request now if you want to say something. We can bring you up so that it's more of an interactive situation. So, that's law of cast out fear. Fear is the reason why so many of our leaders in Africa are doing what they're doing. Now, that's not an excuse, but it just explains it. It just explains it, what is going on. It doesn't excuse it, it explains it. Okay? Many people are not ready for this discussion because we vibrate at different frequencies. Okay. So, but it's not that complex. Sometimes I don't like using those terms. I've used it a little bit today, but I don't like using those complex words. But it's very true what he said, what Tim Dapper said just now. So you can request it right now if you want to speak. If not, and then I'll just continue. Then we listen. Okay. I don't know where he's not. Okay. Apologies. Yeah, it's okay. Ibini, are you back up? Okay, not yet. So that's how we learn. That's how we learn. Someone who, it's only a matter of time. Someone who has 60%, 70% of knowledge and is closed-minded. It's only a matter of time. If there's another person who has 10%, even 2% knowledge, but is open-minded, it's only a matter of time before that person with the 2% knowledge overtakes the person with the 70% knowledge. And sometimes some part of knowledge can be dynamic. So it keeps that person locked up in a place. So don't stop. I still go to church myself, by the way. Okay? I still go to church. Maybe you should just hear that for the first time. I've said it many times. We still host conferences. Okay? And we still do those basic things. All right? So the next solution may not be to just necessarily just kick out of your church and abuse every pastor like some people are doing. That's not the right flow of things. That's not the right flow. Even your culture will teach you not to speak to elders like that. Okay? They might have gotten it wrong. Put in your mind and think, they might have gotten some things wrong. Okay, what if they didn't get that? What if that? What if this? So don't just come out and say, okay, you are leaving church, leaving everything. You might, in an attempt to get yourself off the left side of the ditch, you might fall on the right side of the ditch. Is the problem. So, and it's not any better than where you're coming from, if not even worse. So, it's like that. Let me, Oludara, by the way, I don't know, do you know this? It's still back and forth. So, Oludara, do you know this? I think one prophet Ezekiel have contacted me. Do you know any prophet Ezekiel within your class?
Prophet Ezekiel.
Mm-hmm.
In my class,
I mean, within the RMQK, what's your RMQK stuff you mentioned?
Yes, you know what? We have online class. What I do is online class.
Okay.
I'm in UK. Some people, they are those one in Nigeria. They do, physical class, and they are more benefit, benevolent. They benefit more than we, because in our class we do practical. Some animals that are not in existence, that have gone, the Holy Spirit will give us the pictures, bring it. The angels that appear to Elijah, how big he was.
Your network is also failing. Can you still hear me now? Oh, I think, okay, let's just keep,
and this,
okay. Oh, please request again. I think it's gone off. So balance is very important, like somebody said in the comments. So you can't, in an attempt to come out of the left side of the ditch, and you fall on the right side of the ditch. You see, balance is quite important. So, but then you are doing a research, you're getting stressed up, it's making you touchy, you don't have time for your family, then cut it a little bit, spend some time, then just balance it. You see, very, very critical. Very, very critical, because so that you don't lose touch and things like that. So it's this balance that most people fail to achieve, and that puts them in quite a lot of trouble, and they, things are messed up.
Hello.
Is that how it is? Oh yes, you're back. Go ahead, please, brother.
So what I'm saying next is that the Holy Spirit that is being promised now,
okay,
that we are talking about, they are already, we already know the Holy Spirit already.
Okay.
They are the angels. The four cardinal angels.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, they are the one that has been promised in the according to the New Testament, that have been promised. Now the channel that the Holy Spirit now come into us, we don't want to accept it.
Okay.
Because we are expecting the Holy Spirit to come from the Israel, or from one big white man stuff or whatever. But the man that had that Holy Spirit came through now, even the Muslims, the so-called Muslims that that have direct contact with the Holy Spirit, everything. We want to know what happened. They show us what was the design of Noah's Ark in the practical. But the so-called Muslim don't want to accept the source. They don't want to accept the source. That how could you be preaching this? How could you be telling this? In the class they call it the spirit of truth. That is the only truth. No God. If you say there's God, there's God. If you say there's no God, there's no God, according to your belief. Because they themselves have not seen God. And they said ever since the creation of the world, God has created them. They have been in the Ogun State. Angel Raphael. The Angel Raphael, one of, So back to your question. You just have to. You just have to think about how things are being placed.
I see. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, please.
But what inspired me to join the class, this RMQK class, is that they tell us the truth, that how Yoruba started using the word of God to do healing, to hospital, to do operation without opening the womb of a woman. And the Bible says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word is even God. And we were using the Word to do healing in those days. They collected the Word from us. They took the Word from us. You know, we don't normally use the word now. And the so-called pastor that claim to have the word, they are using Olubong, they are using another source. And we that have the word, we discard the word. We discard the word. So there's something missing somewhere. I don't understand. In the class, not everybody have access to it. Until when I get to UK, before I could have access to the class. To the class. You know, they take you to the spirit where we have classes like that. But if possible, you need any question. If possible, you have any question.
So the time is up.
So we have many major questions, and we can link you to the if you want practical, because I want us to work together as a team. If you have evidence, if you want some maps, real maps, we will have the practical. They will show you that on the screen, even on your phone.
So thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother. So like I said, I was just, in the midst of all this, I was contacted by some prophet Ezekiel. Like we get contacted almost every other day like that, with people, etc. So, and he was also speaking along those lines about Abeokuta and the Yoruba people, some of the things that have been given to that clan of humanity and things like that. So it's wonderful. So thank you so much for that submission. So I think we'll just read some more, and when we told you that one of those angels was weeping, according to scriptures. He was weeping at Damisak, okay, at a place called Damisak, which is Damascus, and we see where Damascus is in northern Nigeria. So I think it's just a time to just shift up the knowledge up a little bit. Is why God is allowing this to come out at this time. So, and He knows that as a human race we can handle it, because when the person that created everything, when he shows up his face, when he shows his face in the end, it is written in the book of Revelation that this very earth will just depart and cease to exist because of his appearance. Is what that scripture says. The earth will just cease, and even these heavens we see above will cease. You see. So those are the kind of things. So let's do one final. Please, let's follow the live right now. Follow the live. So all of these things, like I said, the essence is, I think somebody's still connected somewhere. Okay, maybe it's Ibini. Ibini is the only person that he connects to TikTok and we can't see him on the guest. And sometimes he's requesting if the thing is not coming through. Ibini, can you hear me? Can you speak from there? Are you connected? Try to unmute. I think as I'll touch on that shortly on Damascus. Ibini, are you there? Okay, so maybe I'm hearing it from some other person. So okay, she's typing F1. So let me quickly show that Damascus because somebody asked. Let's follow this account so that if we go back and forth, we can tell. Then sometimes, where is that website? So go on this website, okay, and download some of these things. It's colonialministers.org. Someone can type that. I'm not able to access the phone now. So yeah, so most of the things we talk about here are there, okay, and you can subscribe for free, okay. There, it's free to subscribe, except you want to just give something and stuff like that. But then that's where you can get most of these resources. The website is not very simple, okay. It contains quite a lot though, but it's put there in a very simple way you can navigate your way. So yeah, the person asking about Damascus, I will give you an assignment yourself. So go and download that map because it keeps getting redundant. And honestly, for those that have been joining us since we start going live earlier last month, it's Happy New Month, by the way. We are in June. Okay. And happy birthday to those who are born in June. If you are born in June, can you just wave? Anybody born in June? So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday month to you, rather. And probably somebody's birthday today, anyways. Okay, so yeah, so the person that is asking for Damascus, yeah, June 6th, happy birthday, brother. So let's check. The person asking for Damascus, go to our map, look at, I've shown you where to find it in the map. Well, here are the references. I've shown this too many times, you know. Yeah, happy birthday, brother. So happy birth month, brother. So you can go to the map and look at this. The real name for Damascus in Hebrew, you can still find it in public domain, unlike having to search Giz and search Yoruba and all of that. Is Damasak or Demasak. Okay, is the Greek rendition that says Damascus. Okay, so and the time of the Greek is coming to a close, the Romans. Okay, the thing is about to shift back to the original source. So so go search for these three references. You go, this is a 7-page map. You search for those references and you find how it came about having Damascus in northern Nigeria. But the real name is Damasak. That is the Hebrew. Just like this Euphrates is river Pra and not Euphrates. Is this U is where you say true or is a Greek kind of prefix. The real thing is Pra in the middle like that. So that's that. So we will read just 1 or 2 chapters in Enoch so we can go rest. It's been 5 hours thereabout. So well, those that want to support so that we don't lock things up, you can do that here at the bottom of that website there. That's if you want to. But really, subscription there is free and there's different tiers, you know, and all that, just to support a few things here and there. And it helps. It's the spiritual thing. When you send your money to places, it's a lot of things. Part of what, you know. Anyway, that message around money has been heavily bastardized. But then just call it, in fact, they put it here. There's a link up there also to do things like that. So those things are coming together. You can, when you get on the website, you just click it. It pops this up to you. You can use any method, type any amount you want, whatever, and do some of that. So that's it. And I think it's to take any currency, I believe. That's what those some ask in private, some ask in public. So it's good to mention and respond to those requests. But then usually God gives us whatever we need to do, what we need to do. That's why we don't push that so much. But I think that won't stop people from doing that if they want to. So let's read Enoch. Some what's it called now? Chapters of Enoch. We stopped. Can anybody remember? Let's see if there's momentum around this Enoch. Can anybody remember what chapter we stopped? Let's see if we are on the same page with anybody. Let's see if there's anybody that can remember what chapter of Enoch we stopped. If there's nobody that can remember, then I don't know if I've shown you the source thinkers. Check it. I've shown you 3 sources. So check those 3 sources. Did you see the sources I showed you thinkers? Check them. Check them. So what chapter of Enoch did we stop? Can anybody remember? I think I need to close this. Maps.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Minister?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ibini?
Yeah, I think somebody is saying 24.
24. We passed 24. That was the person missed one day. Another person is saying 24. On the day we went beyond 24, there was not many views on that day. Let me show you Damisak one more time. Let's see. Okay, so go to the map thinkers that is asking. Go to the map, download the map, and look at S16. S16 is a reference S, and you go to the 16 part of it. Is on page 345 downwards on this map. Go to the website and download it and check it. Okay, so we are getting to a stage where we begin to shed some work over to the inquirer, so we don't spoon feed every single time. So check it. Okay. That's inspired. Thinkers, did you get that? Yes, that's our website, colonialministers.org. You find a mail to contact us from there. But then the primary sources, are found within the website. So the primary sources are found inside of the website. They will tell you. Is that good enough? Is it something you can search after the live or now? So we can proceed. So another reason why we bring these things up, when you see something going wrong around you, you speak up, you speak out. That's part of why evil prevails. It's as bad as the people that are perpetrating the evil, those that are also keeping quiet is also part of it. You see somebody's a kidnapper, somebody's is a terrorist or things, and speak out and we check it out. So if it's factual, we check it out and we do what needs to be done to get the person off of that evil thing they're doing. Okay, that's how you get things done. So I've shown this enough. All right. So actually, does anybody know how we have gone beyond? And there was quite some viewership on that day when we went further. Okay, there's quite some viewership. We're actually in chapter 45. Am I right? See, the way we do it, we keep the page open. Series of heavens, power, and according divisions of human actions. Right? The course of the moon, path of righteous light, into sinners the darkness, and a lot of spirits. Okay, the angel does not prevail, neither does the endowed to the child representing it. Can someone remind us where we stopped? So from now I'll just type it down. That's what we'll do. Okay, because it was shown. Okay, So Ibini, you can you take it as how do you come about Damascus in northern? Ah, I've showed you many times. How do you come to arrive at Damascus in northern? I've shown you many times. Just go to the web. I want you to go search it yourself. And I've shown you where the map is. Downloaded there are references there. Check those references. Or it's Damasak. Type Damasak, Nigeria, and to show you where it is. If you type just Damasak, it will take you to the Middle East. But if you type Damasak, Nigeria, it will take you to where it is. So it's time to remove those who are destroying the earth by way of so-called mining and oppressing God's people. Let's go. Let's go to 43. So I'm sure that this one definitely we've gotten here before. Okay. And behold, another splendor, and the stars of heaven. I observed that he called them all by their respective names, and that they heard in a righteous balance. I saw that he weighed out their light, the amplitude of their places, and the day of their appearance. We'll read for just about 10 minutes, then we'll close for the day. Maybe with a final guest speaking, then we'll end for the day. And their conversation splendor produced and splendor produced splendor, and their conversation was into the number of the angels and of the faithful. Then I inquired of the angels who proceeded with me, and explained to me secret things, what their names were. He answered, a similitude of those of the Lord of spirits. A similitude of those has the Lord of spirits shown you. They are names of the righteous who dwell upon the earth, and who believe in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. Okay. 44, just one verse. Another thing also I saw respecting splendor, that is, it rises out of the stars and becomes splendor, being incapable of forsaking them. Parable, the second, respecting those who deny the name of the habitation of the holy ones of the Lord of spirits. Heaven they shall not ascend. Now this is far. Did we stop in 25? Sorry, it's sounding strange, honestly, or different from what I think it should be. Vision, second vision, son of Jairus, son of, okay, yeah, we've gone past that. Parable of the first, I remember when we did that. Okay. Yet it shall not, mighty kings of kings, be destroyed, but delivered in the hands of the righteous and holy. Nor thenceforth shall any obtain commiseration from the Lord of spirits. Okay, holy race. Okay, myriad, we've done 40. Division of human actions weighed, petitions of the elect. There too, my eyes beheld secrets of lightning, thunder, secrets of the winds. Okay, I saw the wooden receptacles out of which the winds came. Okay, wooden receptacles. Okay, I think we touched on something like that. Okay, wooden receptacles. Let's see, Enoch. Yes, no. Okay. So it's an age of deception. So the age of deception is coming to a close. We can link a new tab. So the age of deception is coming to a close. Is what's going on. Open image in new tab. Okay. Or did I get that right? Yeah. Okay. We're opening this. So you mentioned these gates of the winds. The gates of winds in the south, gates of winds in the east and west, like that. Okay. Okay. Thinkers, tell me what you think. Maybe that's where we need to start from. While Damascus plays law in Nigeria doesn't provide evidence. Yeah, tell me what you think. Or you can, if you can hang on, we're done with scriptural reading, then you come up and we talk faster. Because chats can be slow. Okay, chats can be very slow. Okay. So that's that. So this is all the things that Enoch is describing. Some people have tried to draw that out that way. So let's, this is chapter 42, 41. Okay. Verse, glorious return. I marked the rich progress and teaching progress. Okay. So let's start from 41. Forty-one, 40. Start from 40. From now, I'll be writing down the spot we stopped. Sorry for the delay and the back and forth. Yes, thinkers, please just hang on and we'll talk when you come up. So if we got it wrong, then you can show us some things so we can move, advance the knowledge. After this, I beheld thousands of thousands and myriads of myriads in an infinite number. This is Enoch 40 of people standing before the Lord of Spirits. On the four wings, likewise, of the Lord of Spirits, of the four sides, I perceived others, besides those who were standing before him. Their names too I know, because the angel who proceeded with me declared them to me, discovering to me every secret thing. Then I heard the voices of those upon the four sides, magnifying the Lord of glory. The first voice blessed the Lord of Spirits forever and ever. The second voice, oh yeah, we've read this, but let's continue. The second voice I heard blessing the elect one, and the elect who suffered on account of the Lord of Spirits. Okay. The third voice I heard petitioning a prayer for those who will dwell upon the earth and supplicate the name of the Lord of Spirits. Okay, let's continue verse 14. So it now tells you who each of those voices were. The fourth voice I heard expelling the impious angels, or the giants, or Nephilim rather, and prohibiting them from entering into the presence of the Lord of Spirits, to prefer accusations against the inhabitants of the earth. 8. After this I besought the angel of the Lord, angel of peace, who proceeded with me to explain all that was concealed. I said to him, who are those whom I have seen on the four sides, and whose words I have heard? Okay, and written down. He replied, the first is the merciful, the patient, the holy Michael. The first angel is the merciful, the patient, the holy Michael. The second is he who presides over every suffering, over affliction of the sons of men, the holy Raphael. The third, who presides over all things that is powerful. All that is powerful is Gabriel. Okay, so Gabriel is in charge of those areas. And the fourth, who presides over repentance and the hope of those who will inherit eternal life, is Phanuel. These are the four angels of the Most High God, and their four voices. So that connects to what the brother was saying the other time about four voices. Although I don't know what their classes is. I have not been there, but this is just scripture here. Okay. 41. After this, I beheld the secrets of the heavens and the paradise according to its divisions, and of the impious angels, literally Satan's. Okay, this is just telling you Satan. He's telling you footnotes, basically. Next, in charge of human actions, and they weigh it in the balances. And the weight there in balances, I saw the habitations of the elect and the habitations of the holy, and there my eyes beholding all the sinners who denied the Lord of glory, and whom they were expelling from there and dragging away as they stood there. No punishment proceeding against them from the Lord of Spirits. There too my eyes beheld the secrets of the lightning and the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are distributed as they blow over the earth, and the secret of the winds, and the dew and the clouds. There I perceived the place from which they issued forth, and became saturated with the dust of the earth. There I saw the wooden receptacles of which the winds became separated, the receptacle of hail, the receptacle of snow, the receptacle of the clouds, and the clouds itself, which continued over the earth before the creation of the world. I beheld also the receptacles of the moon. Okay. If I'm still being heard, if you can still hear me, just type yes. Okay. So that it will be in place of F1 that we have. We're entering the last lap of the line for today. If you can still hear me, just type a yes. I beheld the receptacles of the moon where they came, whence they came, whither they proceeded, their glorious return, and how one became more splendid than another. I marked their rich progress, their unchangeable progress, their disunited and okay, yeah, thank you. So that this, where is it? Their disunited and undiminished progress, the observance of a mutual fidelity by a stable oath. Okay, let's keep going. So, like I said, you don't have to grab everything one day. It can become stressful because your soul will keep, it almost gets overwhelmed or addictive, as it were. So we'll take your time, take a rest, read a little bit, come on live, we discuss, you pray, you meditate, you give thanks to God, do things like that, refreshing yourself. So get yourself off of this Western media, so-called entertainment and all those kind of things. Less screen time. Only that, unfortunately, we have to start literally on TikTok, which is a screen space in itself. So, but then, spend less screen time, spend time praying, you become more human in that sense, really, of which you're really becoming more divine. Spending more time praying like that is a literal, general principle, global principle of spirituality anywhere, whatever form of spirituality it is. Okay? And scripture talks about true religion. True religion is blessing the widows and orphans, right? It's SOW. When they're asking you to sow in church, it's something like that. The S is for strangers, the O is for orphans, the W is for widows, SOW. That's the real meaning of true religion, according to the book of James in the Bible. You see? So that's what it is. You will see when you begin to function like that, don't eat unhealthy foods, don't eat the food that goes to your soul, that goes to your body. You watch it properly, you begin to become more alive, as it were. And you become more your empathy will come more alive, right? You're not so dead, as it were, so to speak. Okay, so they are proceeding forth from before the sun, and their adherence to the path allotted them. So when you hear some people talking about knowledge, it's not like they're trying to get you crazy or tell you some weird things. It takes step by step, and that's why you have writings like these. Just read scripture and read them, things like that. And you sleep reading scripture, take your time. Okay, in obedience to the command of the Lord of the spirits, potent is his name forever and ever. After this, I perceived that the path, both concealed and manifest, of the moon, as well as the progress of its path, was there completed by day and by night, while each one with another looked towards the Lord of spirits, magnifying and passing with cessation, since praise to him is rest for the splendid sun. There is a frequent conversion to blessing and to malediction. Okay, what's the meaning of malediction? Let's have a quick look. I was expecting benediction. It's like opposite of benediction, the way it sounds. But let's check meaning of malediction. Okay. So malediction, a magical word or phrase unuttered with intention of bringing about evil or a curse. So yes, it's the opposite of benediction when you check the etymology. Benefactor, like that. Okay. So 6. The course of the moon's path to the righteous light, but to sinners its darkness. And in the name of the Lord of spirits, who created a division between light and darkness, and separating the spirits of men, strengthening the spirit of the righteous in the name of his own righteousness. Nor does the angel prevent this, neither is he endowed with the power of preventing it. For the judge beholds them all and judges them all in his own presence. Excuse me. Chapter 42. Wisdom found not a place on earth. We may need to get to 45. I know we've gone past 10 minutes. Wisdom found not a place on earth where she could inhabit her dwelling, wherefore is in heaven. Wisdom went forth to dwell among the sons of men, but she obtained not a habitation. We have not read this one. He's saying that human beings are stupid. Because ignorance is not absence of knowledge, it's ignoring knowledge. It's probably why they call it ignorance. Wisdom went forth to dwell amongst the sons of men, but she obtained not a habitation. Wisdom returned to her place and seated herself in the midst of the angels. But iniquity went forth after her, and after her return. Now we need to read more slowly, because it's been a while I myself read this chapter 42, or the whole book of Enoch anyways. Okay. So, but iniquity went forth after her return, who unwillingly found a habitation. You see this? He's telling us the state of humanity generally. Okay. And resided among them as rain in a desert and as dew in a thirsty land. They were thirsting for iniquity. Now, an atheist can take this is a foolish thing to do, right? And say, you see, why did God allow iniquity to come amongst men? That's a foolish question to ask. Why not read the whole question, the whole topic, and understand? Otherwise, you yourself are demonstrating the foolishness that has been described. So don't look for every point to try to discredit God that you don't know. You see, it's just not very smart. If you're hurt, get yourself healed. And you have prayed to God one time, you lost a loved one, you thought God was going to answer you. Get yourself healed, okay? Let God touch you. Yeah, a lot of spirits, yeah. So let God's spirit heal you from that hurt. But then the next thing is not to start acting like someone you're trying to fight God. Something else is inspiring you. Wants to get you destroyed. So wisdom went forth to dwell. It didn't find a place, but iniquity went and found a place, and they were thirsty for that iniquity. 43. I beheld another splendor and the stars of heaven. I observed that he called them all by their respective names, and that they heard. Okay? And in righteousness, and in a righteous balance I saw that he weighed out with their light the amplitude of their places, and the day of their appearance, and their conversation. Splendor produced splendor, and their conversation was into the number of the angels and of the faithful. And I inquired of the angel who proceeded with me and explained to me secret things, what their names were. He answered, a similitude of those has the Lord of spirits shown you. See, they are names of righteous and who dwell upon the earth, and who believe in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. Okay, let's check this next. Okay, 45. Parable the second. Okay, respecting those who deny the name of the habitation of the holy ones and of the Lord of spirits. Heaven they shall not ascend, nor shall they come on earth. This shall be the portion of sinners who deny the name of the Lord of spirits, and who are thus reserved for the day of punishment and of affliction. In that day shall the elect one sit upon a throne of glory, and shall choose their conditions and countless habitations, while their spirits within them shall be strengthened. When they behold my elect one, this elect one is, we know who this elect one is. Let's keep going. For those who have fled the protection to my holy and glorious name. In that day I will cause my elect one to dwell in the midst of them, will change the face of heaven, will bless it and illuminate it forever. I will also change the face of the earth. I will bless it and cause those whom I have elected to dwell upon it. But those who have committed sin and iniquity shall not inhabit it, for I have marked. So you see most of this. Now, there's difference between practical and theory. I've marked their proceedings. There's difference between practicals and theory, but most of the theoretical part, the empirical part of what they are discussing in the deepest, the most esoteric place. And let me tell you a rule of thumb, okay? Because we have touched in different areas today, getting to levels, in our this conversation that may sound scary to some people, and and it's understandable, okay? And yeah, so, but if just understand this, Okay, that no matter how weird the knowledge sounds, like people have come here to say a lot of things today. We've been here for these 5 hours, 30 minutes now. So they've come to say a lot of things. Some of them sound weird, some of them like sound like what is he talking about? You know. So as a rule of a few basic ground rules is that it will never ever be about fighting against human beings or destroying people. Fornication will be out of it. Destruction will be out of it. Then also you'll be always, just about almost always be able to find it in scripture. Almost always. Okay? When you start seeing fornication, you start seeing, what's that thing called? Violence. Okay? When you start seeing real fetish witchcraft to hurt people either in spiritually or physically. All right? When you start seeing deception, lies, and twisting things, then you know that you're going to the wrong place. So it's not that difficult to find. Truth is very simple and narrow and straightforward and straight. So most of the things he's saying, even the Ogun State he keeps mentioning, and these places are powerful. Okay, partly in themselves, but partly also how you also interact with it. So so many of those locations are some of the things we are finding now. You see a person that are trying to harness the power of these locations to do evil things. All right. They just know that when they touch this ground, touch that water, most of the waters they're touching is that Euphrates River. They were angels that were bound, 4 angels bound in the Euphrates River. Check the book of Revelation. That Euphrates River is not in Iraq. They were bound in the Euphrates River. So you go to those rivers, you use when someone uses witchcraft to cause people problems. I understand we built, if you're just joining us, please don't feel offended. We built up to this point where we are talking. So we didn't just come on live and start saying things. Okay, there are people that have been here for 3 hours, 5 hours. So we built up to get to this point. Okay. So, but when you use witchcraft, you harness the spiritual powers of a river or of a leaf or of a mountain, of the blood of an animal to conjure witchcraft and to do wicked things. It's as simple and is as same as taking, let's say, a pestle that is meant to make food, or a knife that is supposed to be a bread knife, and you stab someone with that knife, or you hit someone's head and the person dies. You have just harnessed the potential power in that mechanical device, which is meant for something else, to hurt somebody by hitting their vital organs. Okay, is what you've done, right? So it's no different. It's just at a different level that you're doing it when it gets to the witchcraft side of things. Okay, you're harnessing simple natural power of those herbs, those mountains, those locations, those things, and then you're using it you're perverting the use of it. It's as simple as that. The same thing with technology. Most people are afraid of AI, afraid of this, afraid of devices. Those devices have no evil in themselves. Like I said, if everybody in the world stopped doing evil right now, just stop, like right now, AI will become one of them. It's just so beautiful a device. However, actually, most people will begin to learn to generate things from the spirit, from inside out. Like we said, technology, I think, was supposed to be from inside out, not from outside in. Okay, so so the same way you can use that AI, get people's data, use their data to advertise. You're using simple principles for evil things. Take a pestle, take a knife that is supposed to be a bread knife, a fork that is supposed to pick your meals to eat, and you take that fork and you impale somebody with it. You see, you have misused that. It's the same way that you take herbs, only it's on a deeper dimension actually, areas of sorcery and all that. You just take the powers of those things and you harness it, you speak some words, and the thing will be forced to submit to you because of the place you have as a human being. But you don't know that. Anyway, let's not touch on those things too far. So let me read one more, finish that chapter, then so that we don't begin to sound too far-fetched. Okay. We'll soon take the last tranche of visitors or guests rather than we move forward. So I know their proceedings, my righteous ones will I satisfy with peace, placing them before me, but the condemnation of sinners shall draw near, that I may destroy them from the face of the earth. So life is not complex. It's sin. It's just sin. Just stop evil. Oh, let me pop up the screen. Sorry. Yeah. So just evil is simple to define. It's not that complex. But evil becomes complex to define the moment you put yourself in the position of commission, of committing the sin. All of a sudden it's difficult to define sin. But if you put yourself in a position of reception as a receptacle of that sin, then you will know that sin is not difficult to describe. Everything, you know exactly what sin is, because now you're on the receiving end, you see. But it gets difficult for us to define when we are on the commission end. I need to stop here. I'll write for chapter 46 so I don't forget. Continue from 46 and just write that down. Enoch. I'll just say read. Oh dear. Read Enoch 46. So no matter how weird that knowledge is, if you have the time, pay attention to it, see what the person is saying. Yeah. If it's stressing you out, give it some time. If you can take it, okay, go ahead. But it will not have sin in it. Then it will not have evil in it. Evil is not very simple to define. Just put yourself in the person's shoe. That's all. Then number 3, what's the number 3? Number 3 is that you usually find it in scripture. Okay, generally you find some context to it. Not just context, in fact, maybe to the letter. So where it may sound funny is because you just have not learned it yet. Okay, like they're telling you this place is special. Oh, Ethiopia is special. Oh, Abeokuta is special. And you say, is it Abeokuta that I drive past and we buy bread, we buy things? No, I'm not charging that. I mean, that's just Abeokuta there. The book of Enoch is literally in the public domain, but you can go to our website to also get it. Abraham Ottman. So that's that. Let me. Today's live is ending up at 6 hours. I think that's about the maximum we've done so far. So he's about to get to another 6 hours, just like some days ago we did 6 hours. So that means I may not be coming back tonight. I usually don't come back at night anyways. But this is a day I could have come back at night, but I'm not coming back tonight. I don't think so. All right. Please, can you mention the 2 remaining dimensions? Just to mention explanation. Just go on our website. That's the easiest thing. Okay. So yeah, so this is the time for this person to request. Who was that person? I've forgotten their name now. Anyway, anybody can request, but especially the person that was asking about Damascus. We can, thinkers. There you go. Welcome. So let's fill in this box. Fastest fingers. We fill in the box. There's 3 more spaces. When we fill in the box, then we use that as the final flow. If we'll give preference to, this is a closing. If we were starting and there's still a lot of energy, we give preference to those who are against our ideas that we've put up here. Okay, but towards the end, we will ask you to come back on a fresh day. So we'll be here tomorrow morning by God's grace. So, but we'll still give preference anytime, especially towards the start and the end for those who are just coming for the first time. So let's have 3 more requests. Request now if you want to, so that I can pick you up. So for maybe questions, maybe submissions, like final remarks, thank you, you've been doing fine, God bless you, bye-bye, things like that, and all that. So I don't think I'm getting any requests. So if that is the case, let's have let's do it let's start with thinker. Okay, there's a request coming up. Just a minute. Okay, Ibini is here. So we'll do it from the top then, right? From I am, then thinker, then Ibini. So 2 more requests if you're there. 2 more requests so that we close for the day. We continue Enoch 46 tomorrow. The 46. I've written it down anyways. So let's start from I am. So we will still use time, especially at the end because of strength and energy. Okay, so let me set a time for I am so that it's easier and we're not. Yeah, you can start already. I am. Let's go. Your submission, your question, your appreciation, whatever.
Yeah. Am I on now? Yeah, I
Yes, I can
guess I
hear you.
am. Yeah, I like. I've been following you for a while now, and I guess the things you talk about are true. I don't know if we don't know about it. These things are true. I wrote my first book somewhere 2012, and the second book I wanted to write about the divinity of Jesus, whether it's a myth or true, a truth. And in my first chapter, I was examining deities, and it sent me into a rabbit hole, and I'm now discovering all that like you are talking about, and I guess it's a fact. And that's when I also discovered the Book of Enoch, and it actually tells us so much. And see what you have delivered concerning Africa and the Hebrews and all that. I think it's an amazing work. I say keep it up.
Right.
I wanted to find out if you have peradventure looked at the Sumerians. That's one area I have been looking at. And I think going through, I have been able to connect the dots as to why the Oyibo man has been treating us. I mean, once you have pigmented skin, you are black. And a lot of my eyes also have opened living up here in Canada. And it's obvious. I want to conclude by saying, to steal, to kill, and to destroy. In the last 6 months, doing my own research, that's what I have seen. So the devil is an entity, and he is operating somewhere among these, and that's what he has been doing now. He has come to our people, he has stolen, he has killed, and he is destroying. And look around the world now, you know where I'm talking about. You can clearly see that that's what is going on. So kindly tell us, I don't know what you think about the Sumerians, their writings, and how it also connects to the subject matter that you have been looking at.
All right,
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So based on my opinion and when I read the Sumerian text, the Epic of Gilgamesh and the rest, and even the Emerald tablets, what I see, like I've usually said, is it seems to be a merging of false science, falsely so-called science, and idolatry, in the sense that the deities we hear about, Shango, Ogun, Obatala, these are human beings, but then they're deified. I'm talking about the Yoruba cosmology now. So they deified them, and then they're using their names as Orishas, is what they call them. So if that had gotten into the hands of these people, they would have exhumed that and say, okay, this is Yoruba text, maybe not even Sumerian text. And they begin to say, you see, these are the gods that created us, they are this and this and that. So those ones have their own. The Chinese have theirs also. Everybody had theirs like that. But it just happens that it's that Sumeria one that is weaponized in this text. And where did it come from? It came from a land that they had authority over, where they had named the places so many times. Okay, that's so-called Middle East, like that. They have renamed, that place has been renamed so many times and is potentially the most renamed place in the world. Over 20,000 names given, especially after the Ottoman Empire and they destroyed those places. So when you have a so-called science that controls time, imagine that you are given a power that when you tell anybody their age or the age of their civilization, then they will tell you yes, they will agree with it. And you put that kind of power in the hand of an imperialist. So you can imagine what an imperialist and a colonizer would do with that time. They can manipulate and will manipulate it to tell any narrative. So when they used archaeology to tell Christians that the Bible was 2,000 years old because they found the dead tablet, the Dead Sea Scrolls, okay, and they dated it using radiocarbon dating. And they said, oh, we truly found this text and it's about 2,000 years old. Then all Christians were excited. They started saying 2,000 years ago, Jesus came to do this and do that. Okay. But then after a while, they discovered this so-called emerald tablets also. And they dated it is like 6,000 years ago. Okay. Some even older than that. And then all the Christians became quiet because you have left the actual text. You have stopped depending on it for your timeline. You have gone to take your approval from some falsely so-called science. Okay, now science is not completely false. Okay, science is they give a broad name and call it science. Because someone will ask me if science is false, how come I'm talking to you on TikTok in real time? So science has many different compartments. If I clap my hands and you're hearing a sound, there's a science to that. You can't just say everything is science. People think science means truth. It does not necessarily mean truth. Okay, but because they have made science almost into a dogma, to a religion. Okay, and they don't think about it, and that's the same science that they use to tell people to take vaccines and all that they shouldn't have taken. So, I think those tablets are, of course, there are stories there in the cuneiforms. The cuneiforms were interpreted, and they brought it over. But then again, that's the same place where you have all those narratives. So it's just a simple idolatry story, simple tales under the moonlight, with due respect. You know, it's just those simple tales that they decide to document, which is great. Yoruba has theirs also. Ask the Igbos, they will tell you their own tales also. They also have Enki and Enlil. They have all of that. Excuse me. Okay, they have all of those stories. But then these then use science to put credibility on it. So then a lot of people are putting their minds up to it and they say there is no God, it's just some spirits that came from far, far galaxy. But once I begin to hear the theme, you begin to see that, hey, what's going on? Once you see something that blows space and time out of proportion, know that falsely so-called science, the idolatry of science is talking. That's one thing science does. It blows space and time out of proportion. So that story was quite popular 3-5 years ago is when it started coming up, this emerald tablet Sumerian text thing. Okay, and he used that idea of the earth and humanity, there's 2,000-year-old, 200,000-year-old bones and things like that to verify itself. So far anyway, that's what I can see, because I may be wrong actually. Okay, I'm just trying to put 2, 3, 4, 5 things together. Look at who is speaking, look at what is motivating him to speak. Where did he discover that thing? Who told him that? So you can make some conclusions from that. So that's that about that. So I still think that it's just an idolatry kind of story, like you have it in almost every culture in the world. All of them have Noah flood to equivalent. Okay, and I think the reason they all have Noah flood is because Noah flood actually happened maybe around 2500 BC thereabout, and then they all migrated. But because of the Chinese whisper effect, the story kept changing and changing. The names changed due to language, due to time, due to space dispersion. So, and then they all have different mythical stories, and they put any years they like. They say that forefathers are 500 million years old. Whatever that means in their language, they put it down there like that. But then science, which is supposed to be mainstream, is confirming that with that Sumerian text. See. So that's what I think about that. So let's go to thinkers. Were you going to say something else? I am Meg.
I think it's a good observation. I want to know more. So if there are other ways where we can link up.
Okay.
I want to know more, and I feel I also have a few things to clarify or to share about that.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, you can bring it here. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So we'll see about that, so that you can close as you were saying. I don't want to go so much into it all. We have a lot of back and forth.
All right, thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Let's have Thinker. Thinker, thank you so much for waiting. Sorry about the delay. Let me refresh your time. Let's go.
Yes, okay. It's okay. Just to clarify, you made a claim earlier on about Damascus is called Damascus. Is that what you said?
Okay, Damascus.
And you said that Damascus. Okay, and you said it can be found in northern Nigeria.
Okay.
And I did ask for your primary source. and you referenced me to your site, which I've actually taken a look at, and I realized that what you did was you had a map, which I think is probably copied, and you write some things on it. Just to clarify, are you referring to the same Damascus where Paul had his first vision in Syria, which is the oldest city in the world, or you're talking about something different? Let's start from there. I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can hear me. I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's fine. I've popped that back up. Let's start from here instead. I'll get to that part next. But do you know where Damascus is? Or do you still think it probably is in the Middle East based on the best you've found out so far?
Yeah, based on the evidence we've got, I would believe that Damascus is where Damascus is.
Okay.
According to every source that we've got.
Okay, great. That makes sense. All right. So now let's move to the next one. Do I think it's the same place where Paul had the visions? Yes. T. I think there's onions at the top, isn't it? So, do I think it's the same place where Paul had the visions? Yes. Okay. And in fact, okay, go ahead.
So you're saying the Damascus in Syria, is the same one that Paul had a vision, or is the same one in northern Nigeria? We need to try to differentiate.
Disambiguation. I understand. Let me quickly share my screen with you. Okay, where is it? That bone? No, not that one. This. Okay, now this is the Damascus that we found in northern Nigeria. The Damascus that everybody knows is, of course, where you have Jordan, where you have Iraq in the Middle East. Okay, are you still there? Are you still there, thinkers?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm laying. I want you to land. That's why I'm just quiet.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. So this is the Damascus we know, that everybody knows. We tie Damascus today. This is what you find. What we are saying is actually here. Okay, it's actually here in this place. Is what we're saying. And he said he went into Arabia, and we have said before that Arabia is different from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, the Saudi is named after a family. It's a different Arabia. That's just renamed that way. The real Arabia is here, and we have shown you from Book of Josephus how the real Arabia is there from this. I don't know if you were there when we were discussing this. Look at Arabians there. Okay, this was something that happened between the real Israel and the real Arabians. How some cities were taken from them back and forth. Okay, and they were taking cities from each other.
Can I just ask a question, because there's a lot of going on right now, which I won't be able to I'm going to lose my line of thought.
Go ahead.
So let me clarify. You claim that the real Damascus is in northern Nigeria,
okay,
right?
Yes.
Now, you're showing me a map on your own page or website. So my question is, how did you come to that conclusion? And two, do you know that there's difference between the Damascus, the name Damascus? What does it mean? What is the etymology of the word Damascus, and what is the etymology of the word Damascus, or the one in northern Nigeria? Thank you. Can you hear me, sir? Hello? Can you hear me, sir?
Just give me a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me a minute. What do we do here? Okay, let me just use that mic. The two mics just went up. Check. Can you see me this way? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. So, the etymology of Damascus, yes. Is it something that you know?
No, see, we are learning here, right?
Okay.
We are learning here. And if you've made a claim, which I do not think is, I do respect your, respect your thought, and I respect what you've researched, but at the same time, we can't just accept anything
that's fine.
without
Look at the
without any
HH.
evidence. So if you're going to make a claim and tell me, okay, see these two names, they mean the same thing, and that means that the real Damascus is in northern Nigeria. One, you must be able to provide archaeological evidence that's well supported, not just based on linguistic. The little that I know about the what do you call it? Sorry, Damascus. The one in it's the linguistic right from Canary language. Damascus, on the other hand, it's from Syriac language, which means well watered. The other one, which from Canary language, means something with red soil or something like that. Now, if you're gonna, because they have similarities, then you must be able to provide archaeological evidence that is well supported. Because Damascus in Syria is one of the oldest cities in the world that is dated back to the Roman times. So we cannot just come to conclusion based on one thing. We must be able to provide evidence that is beyond reasonable doubt. So if you can provide evidence that is beyond reasonable doubt, let's say archaeological evidence, that would be great.
No, you should do the pay before it's fine.
Yeah, you can mute your end. Okay. Yeah, so based on the Damasak, have you been able to confirm that Damasak and the real Damascus is Damasak? Have you been able to confirm the
No, sir. You cannot come to a conclusion first without supporting evidence.
No conclusion. I'm talking about one of the precedences. The real pronunciation for Damascus is Damasak. Have you gotten that yet? Are we on the same page on that? I don't know if you get my question. You see this spot? Are we on the same page on that Damascus is Damasak?
No, sir.
Not yet, right?
No.
Okay. Let's do Genesis 14.
Because because the Damascus itself it's in a Syriac language. So this right now that we've got this pronunciation right now, or this spelling right now, originated from the Greek. It was made from the Greek. So because it's English and Latin of the name Damascus originated from the Greek, but Greek itself originated from Syriac language, and the way it was spelled was D